This audiobook contains 5 censored sentences and 447 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. I was confident I could have killed him if I wanted, but now I can't even get close enough to properly spy on him. His senses are far beyond normal, almost unnatural. From what I've seen, he may be as powerful as Derek, if not stronger, Maxwell replied, bowing again. What a monster, Gallic whispered. But from everything you've told me, he seems like a good person, someone who genuinely wants to see the vampires evolve. I wouldn't mind forming an alliance with him, unlike the prideful fools who came before him, Gallic said, then sat up straighter. Maxwell, prepare a letter. Chapter 410. Horny succubus right now. On a clean lawn inside their home, Jake and Amber sat in the lotus position. Not long after eating, Amber had begun practicing how to control her new body. It was difficult at first, but with steady practice, she grasped it within an hour, moving as though she had been born in it. Her quick adaptation even surprised Jake. Currently, Jake sat beside her, watching as she absorbed ki and circulated it through her body. What shocked him even more was her level of expertise. Amber wasn't just competent, she was a natural. Her control over ki was leagues beyond anything Jake had seen. Even Alfonso would have been humbled on the spot and probably begged her to take him as a student. Magnificent, Jake thought. Though she was only using the first stage of ki, Amber's mastery and finesse were astonishing. A fine, mist-like aura began to waft off her body so pure, it was nearly visible. Noticing Jake's folk was stare, Amber chuckled. She was putting on a show, clearly. A playful smirk formed on her lips as she remembered all the times Jake hyped up Alfonso's mastery back when she was still stuck in Misty's body. I wasn't bluffing when I told you those stories, she said with a wink. You don't want to know what I can really do with ki. Why does that sound sexy? She rose to her feet. Do me a favor and stand a few meters back. Jake raised a brow but didn't question it. He stood and took several more steps back than she asked, just in case. Before his eyes, the air around Amber began to distort, as if it were boiling. With a flick of her hand, she slashed the space in front of her with a palm strike, then threw a punch. Jake barely had time to react before something invisible slammed into his face. The force sent him skidding backwards, completely unprepared. Regaining his footing, he spat out a clod of saliva. What the hell was that for? He snapped but then paused. Something about what just happened didn't add up. You noticed it, didn't you? Amber said, smiling. That was like what the Azura King did. Jake exclaimed, hurrying back toward her. This body is stronger than I expected, Amber muttered, then puckered her lips in thought. Jake stood in front of her, confused. He could pull off similar feats, but only with brute strength or his vampiric aura, which was slower. What she just did was on another level. Clean, precise, efficient. That was the 5th stage of ki, Amber explained. A level where the impossible becomes possible. What I did was cut the fabric of space with raw ki and open a pocket right in front of you, then punch through it. Simple in execution, but completely illogical. She paused, then added with a touch of smugness. The Azura King probably didn't understand the concept, and tried to combine it with chaos energy. Big mistake. Jake blinked. You would have been in serious trouble if you had gone up against someone like me, Amber said with a sly grin. Don't you think that's a bit arrogant? Jake retorted. You haven't even seen the full extent of my power. I'm not the same weakling I was back then. Amber snorted. Power alone doesn't matter. If you had your past lives' memories and experience, maybe then it would be a different story. Even then, you might still lose, she said proudly, clearly trying to push his buttons. I have got the edge right now, because I do remember my past life. I used to one-shot gods for fun, Amber added, gazing up at the sky with a nostalgic smirk. I kind of got addicted to it. Jake raised a brow. You're either underestimating me, or just trying to piss me off, he said playfully, as though irritated. I want to spar and test the limits of this body, Amber sighed. Too bad we can't do that here, without drawing attention from the authorities. Then we'll head to the vampire planet, Jake offered. Plenty of space there, and no one to interfere. Though, I doubt you'll get to go all out. I'm guessing you're at small planet destruction level, and I really don't want a chunk of the vampire planet blown to bits. Amber's eyes gleamed. That's cute of you to think him only small planet level. You've no idea what I can do with Ki. You know every living being has Ki, right? Even if they can't control it. Now imagine if I detonate all of it at once. Jake's eyes widened. No way. The realization hit him hard. She was right. If she really did that on the vampire planet, it wouldn't just crumble, it would be vaporized. But then again, that would be a feat of last resort that would also take her own life. Anyway, Amber said, her voice dropping into a confident tone, let's make this interesting. If you win the spar, I'll owe you a favor. And I mean a big one. She gave a slight smirk. A slow grin crept across Jake's face. Are you sure about that? I never go back on my word. What if I said I wanted to get you pregnant? He teased. A deal's a deal, Amber said with a smile. Besides, kids are a blessing. That'd be a win for me. Jake chuckled. I was just kidding. But now I really can't wait to beat you. And I can't wait to beat the shit out of you, Amber shot back. They both laughed as they headed inside the residence. After working up a lot of sweat during Ki practice, Jake went straight to his room and jumped into the shower. When he stepped back out, he froze. Elsa? He muttered. She sat on his bed in a Siza posture, her face beet red. But that wasn't what caught his attention. She was wearing thin, black perverted see-through, lingerie barely hiding a G-string panty and a tiny rope bra that left nothing to the imagination. What stunned him even more was her appearance. A long tail with a heart-shaped tip extended from her lower back, and two curved horns protruded from her head. A succubus? No, a half-succubus? Then a system notification blinked into view before Jake's eyes. Mission: punish the dirty succubus and purify her with your holy power. Reward: hidden time frame. 30 minutes. Jake's lips curved into a grin. The system had just handed him a mission he wasn't expecting. But why did you come into my room without permission? He said sharply, slipping into his roleplay persona. I want to do it, Elsa stammered. Oh, you want to do it? Jake crossed his arms. Did I give you permission to be horny? TCH, you'll be punished for your grave sins. Chapter 411. Listen, succubus, did I also give you permission to sit on my bed? Jake placed a hand over his face. I'm sorry. Stand up, he ordered. Elsa quickly got off the bed and stood nearby, her head bowed. Then Jake saw it. A large wet patch stained the bedsheet. His expression darkened as he stepped over and touched it with his finger. He held it up to show Stella. You made 3 grave mistakes, he said coldly. First, you entered my room without permission. Second, you sat on my bed without asking again. And third, your filthy, messy behavior stained it. Just how stubborn can you be? I'm sorry, Master, Elsa whimpered, her eyes glistening. I'm sorry I misbehaved before you. Then behave properly until I say you can. Jake's eyes narrowed. And for your punishment, you're going to atone for all 3. His gaze followed her across the room. Without a word, Elsa slipped away to change. Jake waited nearby as she gathered her things and stepped into the next room, changing out of her clothes and into fresh ones. Her figure was petite but toned. Jake sat on the edge of the bed and tugged off his pants. Elsa dropped to her knees without hesitation, her cold fingers reaching toward him. Ah! A low groan escaped Jake's lips as her cool touch met his sensitive skin. She started with gentle, soothing motions, her hands working with practiced care. Then she slowly drew him closer, inch by inch, moving in a steady rhythm while her touch worked its magic. Before long, she leaned close, her lips brushing against him. Jake could feel her warmth each time she moved her head, sending pleasant shivers through him. Her tail swayed and twitched in the air as she hummed softly, lost in the closeness between them. Jake couldn't hold it anymore. He grabbed her horns and pushed her head down firmly before letting out a heavy sigh. M-H-H-H-M. Elsa made a muffled sound and took a breath as she pulled back. Like a good sport, she recovered quickly even as she winced a little. Finally, he let her go. Her head pulled back as they both caught their breath, and she gasped for air, her cheeks flushed and her tail twitching wildly behind her. Jake sat there, breathless, his mind clouded with bliss. That was easily one of the best moments he had experienced in a long time. Is it because she's a half-succubus? He wondered. If I let pleasure take over, it'll lose focus. I still have a mission. Who knows what the system plans to reward me? He glanced at Elsa, who sat on the floor, her eyes on him as she waited for him to speak. Sit on the bed. Elsa sat on the bed. Jake stood across from her, watching her closely. She stood before him, her hands trembling at her sides. Sweat beaded on her forehead, just beginning to roll down her temple. Without warning, Jake stepped forward and delivered a firm slap across her cheek. Thwack! Didn't I tell you to hold still without my permission? He barked. I'm sorry, sir. Elsa cried out. Another strike followed. Thua! She cried out sharply. A red handprint bloomed on her smooth, pale seat. Despite her gasping apologies, Jake caught her expression faltering. Something told him she was accepting it, whether she admitted it or not. She's even more stubborn than Stella, Jake thought grimly. At this rate, I won't complete this mission if I don't step things up. Guess I'll have to bend my morals, even if it's all just role play. His expression darkened. Jake took a deep breath, steadying himself. He focused. He took a moment to steady himself, pushing his limits as far as he could manage. He focused his strength, building himself up until he felt ready. He gripped himself firmly and pressed close to Elsa, and then, slowly, deliberately, he moved closer, inch by inch. Without warning, he pressed forward. Arg! Elsa's cry tore through the room as she buried her face in the sheets, her tail wrapping tightly around her stomach. Her sound this time was raw. Real Jake could feel the intensity of the moment. He didn't give her a moment to adjust. Jake moved with brutal rhythm, his discipline unyielding. With one hand guiding his movement, he coated the other in ki and landed a punishing slap on her. The impact echoed through the room. On! Elsa cried out, her body trembling from the strain. Jake didn't stop. He kept pushing forward, driving harder and faster. But then he noticed something. She wasn't ready. With each push, she felt her breath catch. Right? I told her not to react without permission. You're allowed to react now, Jake said, the line feeling a bit cringe even to him, but by now he was too deep in it to care. Thank you. Master. Mage, Elsa said with a pleased tone as a sudden rush of emotion welled up inside her. Instantly, his movements became smoother, the rhythm building as the moment grew more intense. She's even more passionate than I thought, Jake mused. She actually held back at first, and now she's completely lost in the moment. If this keeps up, I'm not going to last much longer. His teeth clenched as Elsa pulled him close with desperate tightness, holding on as though trying to drain every last drop of energy. Meanwhile, just outside the room, a crowd had gathered at the door. They had come running after hearing Elsa's cries, half moan, half pain echoing through the hallway. Elsa was usually quiet, which made it all the more alarming. Concern flickered in their eyes. Creepy or not, she was still one of them. And if Jake was venting his frustration on her, they couldn't just stand by. But just as someone reached for the doorknob, Stella stepped in front of it, blocking the way. Elsa is into it, she said calmly, shaking her head. She's enjoying every bit of it. If you go in now, she'll be upset. Everyone looked at each other, then back at Stella. You two are seriously the same, they said in unison. Then, grinning, they gave her ears a playful tug, teasing her for defending Jake and Elsa's twisted antics. Chapter 412. Find Alice Gunner. A flash of notifications flickered before Jake's eyes. Mission: Conquer the succubus Elsa. Completed. Reward 1. The system has unlocked a crucial mission essential to the host's growth. New mission: Conquer Alice Gunner and make her submit to your will. Reward 2. The host has received a comprehensive system guide on Alice Gunner. This includes detailed intel on her residence, daily habits, frequented locations, and more. The host must keep the booklet hidden to avoid system penalties. Jake blinked as a small book materialized in front of him, hovering in midair. He stared at it for a few seconds, then reached out and took it. The moment he opened it, his eyes widened. Every detail about Alice Gunner was laid bare in front of him, her full name, date of birth, background. The book didn't stop there. It showed where she lived, where she worked out, even where she bought her groceries. The level of detail was unsettling. He closed the book and stared at its cover. Why the hell is Alice Gunner so important to me? The system had given him this mission long ago, but he never got around to it. Now it had returned again. Even though she was a porn star, the system insisted. What's so special about her? She even lives in District A, just like me. Not surprising, though. Rich porn stars would obviously live in the safest area. Still, something about this mission nagged at him. The idea of making an adult performer his woman left a bitter taste. Sure, she didn't perform with men on her channel, just solo work, but it still felt wrong. Like claiming a used trophy. Everyone has seen her in intimate settings. Back then, her videos were all the rage, and I was one of her biggest fans. Never missed an upload write-up until I lost my virginity. Jake exhaled sharply, shaking the thought away. He got dressed, leaving Elza still asleep in the bed, and stepped out onto the balcony. For a while, he just stared out into the distance, the cold air brushing against his skin. Some even say all a guy had to do was grope her, and she'd be set for life, but she still said no. Isn't that strange? Think about it. Why is she special? Why is she adored by so many? Why is she one of the top-earning content creators? Jake ran a hand through his hair. I still can't wrap my head around it. But if you're pushing me in this direction, then I'll trust you. Fufu, I've never failed you, master. On the second day, after thoroughly reading through the booklet, Jake decided to hit the gym. Where you going, Jake? You've been acting weird since yesterday, Misty asked as she caught him heading out. Jake paused, then turned with a smile blooming across his face. Just have a few things to sort out. Mind lending me your car? Sure, but I'm curious. You always called it useless, Misty replied, eyeing him suspiciously as she handed over the keys. Jake winked, took the keys, and headed out. He started the car and drove off the compound, making his way to the gym. Within minutes, he arrived. The place was massive, exactly the kind of upscale facility its reputation suggested. He parked, stepped into the reception area, and headed straight for the front desk. I would like to register, he said. Name? Blake Mistro, Jake replied smoothly. He had chosen that alias to avoid any unwanted attention, especially after what happened at Aurora Mall, where he got swarmed by a group of vampire girls who recognized him as the handsome vampire prince. That fiasco had prompted a new haircut and a fake ID. Standard membership is 100,000 credits. Deluxe is 200,000. Premium is 500,000. Which would you like, sir? The receptionist asked sweetly. Those prices are insane. For a monthly subscription? Jake thought, but I'm not some broke bastard anymore. He leaned forward, a sly grin on his face. What's your highest tier? Don't worry, he'll tip you. The receptionist giggled. We do have a special package, but it's only available to existing members. You'll have to sign up for premium first and sign up for the special package later. Jake didn't hesitate. He pulled out his card, paid for the premium, and even tipped her generously before heading into the main gym. The gym was enormous, both the upper and lower floors. According to the receptionist, the upper floor was for calisthenics, while the bottom floor catered to bodybuilders. Members were free to use either area, as long as they followed the gym's rules. But this wasn't just any gym. The clientele here were mostly rich and influential people from different races. What stood out to Jake, though, was the absence of vampires. Not a single one. Vampires don't even need gyms. 99% of us are naturally toned and fit. He mused. Jake wandered through the gym, scanning every corner from the top floor to the bottom, but couldn't find Alice Gunner. His erratic movements probably already caught the attention of the guards. Eventually, he gave up and settled downstairs. The calisthenics section felt boring anyway. Down on the lower floor, the atmosphere was electric. Ripped muscle heads were everywhere, hyping each other up as they pushed heavy weights and flexed in front of mirrors. Most of them were humans or elves. Since Alice was also an elf, her presence here made sense. Humans and elves shared a close bond visually alike, except for their ears. In fact, it was easy to mistake one for the other unless you looked closely. Though ear surgery could blur the lines, race swapping was strictly banned. Then Jake noticed something. His eyes locked onto a massive weight in the center of the gym, sectioned off with a ring of caution signs. He stepped closer. 200 tons. The numbers were printed boldly on the side of the metal beast, forged entirely from Pure's lithium. No one dared to approach it, let alone try lifting it. Jake smirked and began walking toward it. Chapter 413. Aura farming. As Jake stood in front of the massive weight, the entire gym seemed to pause. All eyes turned to him. People scanned his features and quickly pegged him as a vampire due to his red eyes. His average frame didn't look anywhere near capable of lifting half the weight he was eyeing. Hey, vamp. I was surprised to see one of your kind here. Y'all don't even work out. But I think I get it now. You're one of those content creators, huh? A burly man said, approaching him. The guy was jacked, easily 6'5", and packed with muscle, but as he got closer, he realized Jake towered over him. Almost 7 feet tall, and those crimson red eyes? They sent a chill down his spine. A small crowd started forming around Jake. While most still doubted he could lift the weight, his presence alone made everyone uneasy. There was something off and dangerous about him. What are you waiting for? Try to aura farm us, or something. Someone joked from the back. The entire gym burst into laughter. Jake simply shook his head, bent down, and with a smooth motion, lifted the bar a few inches off the ground. Silence. Every voice in the gym was snuffed out instantly. No one said a word. Only one person had ever managed to lift that weight before, and that person was an S-rank traveler. Then, smirking, Jake hoisted the entire bar off the ground, raising it above his knees. What the fuck? He's not even using straps. One of the gym bros screamed in disbelief. In over 20 years of lifting, had never seen anything like it. A guy with a much smaller frame than his was lifting 200 tons like it was a warm-up. Shock, disbelief, awe. But Jake wasn't done. With one hand, he started swinging the barbell like it was a set of dumbbells. In truth, it was heavy even with ki, but he made it look effortless. And the truth was, not even every ki user could pull this off. Lifting 200 tons while standing still required monstrous control. No one noticed him using ki. Let's take it up a notch, Jake thought. He dropped the bar onto his foot, then used his right foot to kick it upward, then his left, then back to his right. He began juggling it between both feet like a soccer ball. Stop! The shout echoed through the gym like a thunderclap. Jake turned to see a furious female gym instructor storming toward him. She was fuming, tiptoeing just to reach his chest. Do you even realize how many rules you just broke? Those bars aren't designed to be stressed like that. What if the weights snapped off and injured someone? She barked. My bad. I got carried away, Jake said calmly, stepping away from the weight. Even though he made it look easy, the stunt had taken its toll. But that wasn't the point. He didn't come here to show off. As people rushed over to talk to him, some trying to befriend him, others begging for his contact, Jake ignored them all. The whole spectacle had only one purpose: to draw attention and gather a crowd. He hoped Alice would show up too, but she still hadn't. On the third day of going to the gym, Jake still didn't see her. He even went to the grocery store she frequented, but again, no sign of her. Now he was beginning to question the authenticity of the booklet the system had given him. By the fourth day, boredom had crept in. The gym was starting to lose its appeal, and Jake was ready to call it quits. If he didn't see her today, he would find another way to reach her. Master, the booklet I gave you is correct. I believe you. She's probably just busy. I checked her page. She hasn't uploaded anything in a while. She's likely preoccupied with other things. We'll figure something else out, Jake thought. That's when his eyes caught something in the calisthenics section. A peculiar machine one that had recently been brought into the gym. Jake had seen speedsters try it out before. It was brutal. Even the fastest among them struggled to keep up once the machine hit 50% of its max speed. The gym had installed it after complaint from speedsters who needed something to match their level. Jake stood up and made his way toward it. As he walked, the murmurs started. Isn't that the S-rank guy with the strength ability? What's he doing here? His ego's getting out of control. No way he thinks he can handle a speedster machine. He's going to embarrass himself. Jake ignored them, approaching the operator stationed at the machine. "What's the top speed?" Jake asked. 1,000 Machs, the operator replied. "Set it at 100 Machs and gradually increase it to the top." The operator blinked in disbelief. "Why you need to sign a contract? If anything goes wrong, if you die or damage the equipment, we're not responsible. And if you break it, you pay for it. That's fine," Jake said flatly. Still stunned, the operator quickly handed over the contract. Jake signed it without hesitation. Just as a speedster was being tossed off the machine, the operator activated it for Jake. Jake hopped on. The machine was idle at first, but without warning. The operator bumped it to 200 Machs instead of starting slow. The sudden burst of speed caught Jake off guard since he expected a smooth build-up from 100, but he quickly caught his rhythm and adjusted. As the machine ramped up, so did Jake. But by the time it hit 500 Machs, he was starting to fall behind. That's when he activated his trick. Sanguine steps, Jake muttered. A crimson glow wrapped around his feet. Instantly, his movements blurred as he began hopping through space itself, syncing perfectly with the accelerating machine. The operator's jaw dropped. He hadn't believed anyone in this gym could surpass 500 Machs. People who could usually had no reason to train in average gyms. And yet, Jake wasn't just keeping up, he was dominating. Slowly, the speed was pushed to the maximum. Jake still kept up. Word spread. Downstairs in the bodybuilder section, the muscleheads caught wind of the spectacle and rushed up to watch. After a full minute, the operator began to ease the speed down, eventually shutting the machine off to avoid overheating. Everyone stood frozen, staring at Jake like they had just witnessed something divine. One question echoed in their minds. What is someone like him doing here? Due to his hairstyle change, no one recognized him or connected the dots. But that didn't stop the whispers. Jake hopped off the machine, grabbed a towel, and casually wrapped it around his neck. He didn't say a word, but just as he was about to step out of the calisthenics section, a voice smooth, feminine called out from behind him. Chapter 414. Found her hearing the voice. Jake turned around and saw a tall, blonde-haired woman with elongated ears. Her dazzling green eyes could captivate anyone with just a glance. She wore a soft, charming smile that paired perfectly with her beautiful oval face. Her thick, neatly trimmed arched brows matched her messy blonde hair, but the slight dishevelment didn't take away from her stunning appearance, only made her more alluring. Jake recognized her instantly. It was none other than Alice Gunner. He had half a mind to march up and knock her on the head for all the stress he went through trying to find her. But he held himself back, maintaining his composure and doing his best not to act like a fanboy. "Hello, miss." "Good day," Jake said calmly, standing in front of her and pretending to study her face like he was trying to remember where he'd seen her. "I think I've seen you somewhere before. I just can't quite," he muttered, rubbing his forehead. "I am Alice Gunner," she replied, a little flustered, extending her hand for a handshake. Jake took her hand. "Ah, that's it," he said with a wink. Alice blushed immediately. Jake could feel the eyes of the gym on him, piercing gazes filled with jealousy, resentment, and disbelief. Lucky bastard. She even spoke to him. This guy's totally aura farming us. Foo-foo. What if he only came here because she works out here too? That wouldn't make us any better than him. Just a bunch of losers who couldn't get the girl. So can we go somewhere else? I want to talk to you. Privately, Alice asked shyly, her voice tight with discomfort. Jake could tell the nasty comments were getting to her. Is that why she hasn't been posting lately? He wondered as he followed her. She led him to one of the changing rooms, and they stood facing each other. "I'm sorry for dragging you in here. It's just that I took an interest in you." "I like you," Alice said, her words coming out in nervous bursts. "You're the kind of man I've always wanted, daring, confident, brave. Even though you couldn't keep up with that machine's top speed, your confidence alone was, honestly, kind of mind-blowing." She took a breath. "So I wanted to ask if maybe you consider dating? Like a serious relationship. I'm looking for something real. I know it's a lot. This is my first time ever asking a guy out. I might not be saying it right, but I wait for your answer. I understand if you don't like me because of what I do. I could even stop if that's what it takes. Jake placed a finger gently on her lips, cutting her off with a soft smile. None of that matters. I know more about you than you think. Actually, I registered at this gym just for you. I took an interest in you too. Alice's eyes widened in surprise. Her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't explain why she was feeling so strange, but the warmth in her chest was unmistakable. This man? Why do I feel like this? Jake could see the vulnerability in her words. She wasn't faking it. This truly was her first time confessing to someone. Mimi had told him, but hearing it from Alice directly made it real. Sorry, I didn't even ask your name, she said suddenly. I didn't know you could be so shy. Anyway, my real name is Jake Mistro, he replied. Jake Mistro? I've heard that name before, Alice said, her eyes narrowing in thought. Then they shot open wide. Igriga a vampire. Are you the new crown prince from the vampire planet? The one who's on TV about a week ago? She stared at him intently, her eyes gleaming. Now that she was really looking, he did look familiar. She was just waiting for his answer. Yes, you're right. I just changed my hairstyle. Jake replied casually. But before he could say anything else, Alice suddenly bowed her head. I am sorry for asking you out. Dating someone like me would only ruin your reputation. I promise, you don't want someone like me, she said softly, then turned to leave. Before she could take another step, Jake reached out, grabbed her shoulder, and gently pushed her back against the wall. I told you already none of that matters. And didn't I say I know everything about you? The runway royalty. The runaway princess of the elves. I pieced it all together. Turns out, when the queen of the dark elves is your wife, you learn a few interesting things, Jake said. Alice's eyes widened in shock. She tried to slip away, but Jake blocked her path again. You must be after something, she said, her voice trembling. W, what do you want from me? Jake stepped closer, his voice low and steady. I told you I only want you. You're the reason I came here. You're the reason I joined this gym. I know exactly the kind of man you're looking for. And I'm the only one who can give you the life you truly want. His last words came out as a whisper, deep and intimate. What is this? Even though he's so blunt with his words, why does it make my heart beat like this? Alice thought, her face flushing red. Slowly, Jake leaned in. His face drew closer to hers, inch by inch. Their lips were just about to meet. They both felt it coming. They had braced for it, anticipating what might be the kiss of a lifetime. Then a voice shattered the moment. Hey, you two, what do you think you're doing? That's not allowed in the gym. A female gym instructor called out, spotting them tucked in the corner of the changing room. Jake blinked and looked over. He recognized her instantly. It was the same woman who had interrupted him during his weightlifting stunt days ago. Since then, she had been on his case like a hawk, watching his every move, practically hunting for a reason to report him. He'll take my leave, Alice said quickly, her face burning with embarrassment. She darted out of the room, flustered. Jake let out a deep sigh and turned toward the gym instructor, resisting the urge to clap his hands on her head and turn it into meat paste. That's inappropriate, she scolded coldly, then turned and left without another word. Jake scanned the gym, searching for Alice, but she was nowhere in sight. He asked around and was told she had already left. That woman, he'll make her pay for this. Chapter 415. Become a mistress after what happened. In annoyance, Jake went home. He came to the gym the next day, but he couldn't find Alice. He also couldn't find a female gym instructor, so he could exact his revenge on her, because she wasn't on duty. The following day, Jake didn't go to the gym as his women were beginning to complain about his newly gotten habit. Right now, he was sitting down in his room, a large smart tablet in front of him. He was on video call with Zamira. The Damper King sent a letter. Your presence is required, honey. I have also been the one handling things after you left because the old man won't do anything. Even brought some girls into his chamber, living with him. I'm so fucking stressed. Zamira complained over the phone. Jake knew she wasn't buffing, now that the vampire planet was undergoing a drastic change that spelled more responsibility for the king. However, if only the king was actually the one handling his responsibilities. I will come tomorrow, Jake said. That is fine with me. By the way, I have something to tell you. What is that? Fufu, It is a secret. Zamira suddenly hung up. At the same time, a knock came on Jake's door. Kulmeen. As Jake said those words, the door to his room opened and a female servant entered the room. Good morning, Your Highness. Some asked of you. She is pretty persistent to see you, the servant said. What is her name? Jake asked. She said her name is Alice. Immediately Jake heard the name. He shot up from his seat, an instrument out. She went outside the residence and drove a small golf cart towards the gate. There he saw her, her elven ears sticking out and her radiant face on full display with her hair neatly styled. Jake immediately opened the gate. As she got inside, she instantly hugged him. I am sorry for leaving just like that yesterday. She apologized as they separated their hug. There is no need to apologize. I should be the one apologizing. I should have considered some privacy, Jake said and gestured to her to enter his golf cart. Jake then began slowly driving back to the residence. How'd you get this place, though? Jake asked. I found my way around it by asking the management of the gym. They gave it to me. Even though I didn't believe it, I wanted to try it either way, and boom. Alice explained. I see. That is a good and bad thing. In this situation, it was perfect, but if it was in the wrong hands, that would have been a disaster, Jake chuckled. Alice smiled and then went silent. She was shy of what to say. Even though she performed in adult videos, she wasn't the type to talk much. She was an introvert and only lived for the attention she got from people watching her. So, did you change your mind to stop streaming adult content? Jake suddenly said, dropping a bombshell. The question hit Alice like she was struck by a warhammer. She didn't say anything for a few moments before letting out a deep sigh. Yes, I made up my mind to stop streaming adult content if I'm going to date you. I'm also willing to rebrand my channel and do something else instead, Alice answered. The damage is already done. You know, people see adult performers in a different way. They see them as the actual characters they portray rather than differentiating their character from her actual self. This has caused a lot of scrutiny about the adult entertainment industry, but with time, your image would slowly change. Since you did it to seek attention in the first place, why don't you come out openly that the crown prince of the vampire took you as his mistress, and you would stop acting bravado? Alice stared at Jake in shock before giving a small, hesitant nod. That's okay. It's going to cause a huge ruckus, though, and make people dig into your life. They'll want to know who could make me quit that habit, especially since I've turned down so many offers before, she said. That's exactly what we need, publicity. Jake grinned. You're going to become a vlogger. Make content about different planets and beasts all live. Since you already have the audience, you'll still get the same attention if not more. He leaned in slightly, his tone shifting just enough to be serious. But I want a favor. Start with the vampire planet. Focus on its beauty, the culture, the good side of things. ITLL boost tourism and help repair the vampire reputation. Don't worry, he'll pay you. I want to take advantage of you. This will be part of the kingdom's official budget. And if you have any wish, they'll make it happen. That's a promise. Alice looked off into the distance for a moment before smiling. I accept. Honestly, that's more than fair. And there's something I'd like your help with too. But we'll talk about that later, she said. Soon, they arrived at the main residence. After stepping out of the golf cart and walking in, Alice immediately felt the heavy weight of countless eyes on her. She tensed up, her steps quickening as she instinctively moved closer to Jake. Once they reached Jake's room, she shut the door behind her and leaned against it, her chest rising and falling. Why were they staring at me like that? I nearly pooped my panties, Alice said with a nervous chuckle. Jake laughed. They're my wives. Probably pissed I brought a new woman home. You've got quite the collection, Alice muttered, walking over and sitting beside him on the bed. As soon as she sat down, Jake tugged at the shoulder straps of her dress, causing it to slip off effortlessly, leaving her in just her thin bra and panties, her toned body exposed to him. Without missing a beat, Jake lifted her up and carried her to the balcony, positioning her body so that her bare skin pressed against the cold glass. I'm going to take you right here, Jake whispered into her ear, his voice low and commanding, where everyone can hear you. He reached for her phone and opened the live stream app, but instead of pointing the camera at them, he turned it toward the ceiling, broadcasting only the sounds. Chapter 416. Tapping her lip, Jake instantly noticed the view count on her phone shooting up. "W, what did you do with my phone?" Alice stammered, panic lacing her voice. "Live streaming," Jake said casually. "I want them to hear what you sound like." As he spoke, he carefully helped her adjust her clothing. Their voices echoed clearly through the live stream, every word, every sound being broadcast in real time to an eager audience. She took a steadying breath, clearly nervous about being on camera. The moment felt intimate and charged with emotion. Jake pulled her close and teased her before they came together. Even though Alice had never been with a real man, her use of toys meant she wasn't exactly inexperienced. Still, the real thing felt different, and she knew it. Jake held her close and began to move. On big, N and PH to ta, KH loud, noises filled the room as Jake and Alice moved together energetically. Each movement was intense and rhythmic, drawing out sharp exclamations that echoed through the room and into the live stream. Alice was overwhelmed. She had never felt anything like this before, never. It was as if Jake had paid close attention to her, learning what made her react. His hands moved gently along her sides, and she felt her breath catch as he held her close. Alice's moans took on a new tone, raw, primal, uncontrolled. Her voice hit notes that even people outside the room could hear. Her body tensed, and then suddenly she locked up. Her knees buckled. Her whole body quivered violently as a powerful wave crashed over her first overwhelming release. And it hit her like lightning. Jake held her tight as they shared a passionate moment together. A wave of warmth spread through her, and her body finally gave out. She slumped to the floor, exhausted and trembling. Jake walked over to her phone and into the stream. At that moment, a familiar holographic interface appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, host. You have conquered the girl with the level up ability. You have gained Ability Grimoire, a book that gives you access to all abilities you've previously copied." "Level up ability? Grimoire?" Jake muttered, his eyes wide. Alice has the power to level up anyone she chooses, regardless of their bottleneck or circumstances. But she can't activate it at will. During sex, however, her ability was triggered and it leveled you up. With time, she may learn to control it. Jake blinked. "How do you know this?" "Mimi? And wait, does this mean I copied her ability too? I have my ways, master. And no, you can't copy her ability because it's divine. A god's gift. I don't know why she has it, but she's destined to become a powerful god slayer. That's why I insisted you keep her close." Jake stood silently, absorbing everything. He glanced at Alice, still lying breathless on the floor, and couldn't help but marvel. She had just resolved a major problem had struggled with for ages, unlocking his full potential. Now, with the grimoire, he no longer had to rely solely on his blood aura. He could call upon any ability Head ever copied. What he didn't yet know was the grimoire's true limits. But he wasn't about to test them. Not in front of her. Jake turned to Alice and gently lifted her into his arms, laying her carefully on the bed. "Alice, I want to ask you something," Jake said, his tone turning serious. "Do you know that you have the level up ability?" The moment the question left his lips, Alice's expression changed. "How do you know about that?" she asked quietly, tension building in her voice. "Just like you, I have a secret too," Jake replied. "Though mine isn't much of a secret anymore, most of my women already know." With a snap of his fingers, a soft light shimmered in the air. Mimi appeared, floating in her ethereal form. "She's the one who told me," Jake said casually. "Wow, you have a familiar?" Alice blinked in awe. "She looks like a tiny fairy, though." She reached out to poke her, but her finger passed right through Mimi's translucent form. "I'm not a fam," Mimi started, but Jake quickly clamped a hand over her mouth and dismissed her back into his body. "She is my familiar," Jake said with a dry chuckle. "And she told me everything." Alice exhaled heavily and looked down at her hands. "Yeah, I know I have it, but I don't know how to use it properly. Honestly, I hate talking about it. It's part of why I ran away from home." Her voice shook as she continued. "After they discovered my ability, my sister's husband got greedy. He tried to force me to upgrade his pathetic power, but I couldn't control mine, so nothing happened. He didn't care. He kept threatening me, experimenting on me, all with my sister's knowledge. She stood by and let it happen. Alice paused, her eyes glinting with a mix of shame and fury. Eventually, they realized I could subconsciously use my ability in intimate moments. It was just a theory at first, but he became obsessed with it. He even tried to make me marry him, my own sister's husband, and she supported it. I refused, and I barely escaped. She wiped a tear from her cheek, her voice trembling now. When I got to Earth, I did something shameful for someone of royal blood. I got into adult film work. I knew it would disgust them. Royals are obsessed with appearances, and I wanted to ruin the image they had of me. At first, it was just revenge, but I started liking the attention. It made me feel seen, and then I got addicted to it, so I just kept going. Tears welled up again, but this time she couldn't stop them. She began crying softly. Jake leaned in and held her close, gently rubbing her back. "It's all right. You're safe now. You have me," he said quietly. "But tell me, is that what your wish is about?" Alice nodded slowly. "What do you want me to do?" "I want to make my sister and her husband pay for what they did to me," she said, her voice steady now, edged with determination. "Especially her husband. He's controlling her, manipulating her. It's like she's not even the same person anymore. I just want to break his hold on her and make them regret everything." Jake leaned in and whispered something in her ear. Alice's eyes widened for a moment. Then she nodded with a small smile. "Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just want to teach them a lesson and free my sister." She stood up and began getting dressed. "You can call me whenever you want me to start the vlog. I already checked my phone. The internet's blowing up over the stream. I've got a ton of DMs to deal with." She slipped on the last piece of her outfit and turned to Jake with a soft smile. "I need to head home and clear things up." Chapter 417. Stooped so low, Jake stood by the front gate, his hands stuffed into his jacket pockets as Alice stepped down a golf cart. The evening air was cool, the setting sun casting a burnt orange hue across the driveway. Her heels clicked against the floor as she approached him, that same easy smile playing on her lips. She paused in front of him. "Well, thanks for today," she said, brushing her hair behind her ear. Jake offered a small nod, not quite trusting himself to say anything without it sounding awkward. Alice stepped in and wrapped her arms around his torso in a tight, warm hug. He hesitated for only a moment before returning it, the scent of her perfume lingering even after she pulled away. "See you soon, Jake. I will be waiting for your call," she said with a wink before sliding into her car. He watched her drive off, the red taillights disappearing down the tree-lined street. The silence that followed was sharp and still. Jake took a breath, turned around, and stepped back into the house. He had just made it past the hallway when he heard footsteps, multiple pairs approaching fast. He slowed, raising an eyebrow as he turned the corner. His heart sank a little when he saw them. Misty and Hayes and Jill. The women were scattered around the living room like an organized ambush. Misty, as always, took the lead, her arms crossed over her chest, her red eyes narrowed. "We need to talk," she said flatly. Jake blinked. "Can this wait?" No, it can't," she cut in, stepping closer until she was toe-to-toe with him. "That girl, the one who just left. Her name's Alice, right?" Jake stiffened slightly. "Yeah," Misty scoffed, letting out a humorless laugh. "You know how I know that? Because I've seen her face everywhere." Her gaze sharpened like a blade. "You're seriously dating her?" "She's not what you Misty steamrolled over him. "I mean, really, Jake, that's the girl you were obsessed with for months before you were with me for the first time. You think I don't hear you when you lock your door at night back then? I recognized her the moment she smiled at you like she owned your soul. I just never thought you'd lust over women enough to actually date her." Jake's voice came low and firm. "Watch it." "No, you watch it," Misty snapped. "You could have anyone. Any of us. And instead, you choose someone whose videos are free for the whole damn internet. That's your type now." Jake's eyes darkened, but he kept his voice steady. "You don't know her like I do. Alice isn't what you think." "Oh, spare me." "I said you don't know her," he said more forcefully this time. "She's not just some fantasy on a screen. She's smart, honest, and yeah, she has a past, but she's not that person anymore. What we have is real. Misty, don't reduce her to what she used to do." For a moment, Misty faltered. Her jaw clenched as if she wanted to say more, But before she could retort, another voice cut in. "Enough," Jill said, stepping between them with a hand raised. "Both of you. This is getting out of hand." Jake and Misty fell silent. Jill turned to Misty first, her voice calm but firm. "You're out of line. He's allowed to date who he wants. We all had an agreement." Misty didn't respond. Her glare lingered a moment longer before she scoffed and turned on her heel. "Whatever. Do what you want," she muttered as she stormed off toward the back of the house. Jake exhaled slowly, tension draining from his shoulders. Jill gave him a look not judgmental, just tired. "She's protective," Jill offered, stepping closer. "You know her condition, too." "I know," Jake muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "But that doesn't give her the right to treat Alice like that." "No, it doesn't," Jill agreed. "But give her time. You know, Misty, she acts before she thinks." Jake nodded slowly. "Thanks for stepping in." Jill offered him a small smile. "Always." She left quietly along with Hayes, and who scoffed at him as they were angry. The house fell quiet again. Jake lingered there for a moment, alone now with his thoughts. He ran a hand through his hair, letting out a long breath. Eventually, he made his way back to his room, shutting the door behind him with a soft click. The light from his bedside lamp cast long shadows across the room, and the muffled sounds of the house seemed distant now. Jake walked to his drawer and opened it, sifting through until his hand brushed against cold metal. He pulled out the intricately carved flute, the one the female werewolf had given him during that strange night on the rooftop. Its surface gleamed under the lamplight, the ancient runes etched along its side, glowing faintly with a bluish hue. He sat down on the edge of the bed and held it in his lap, running his fingers over the intricately carved runes. "Time," he muttered to himself, his voice almost a whisper. "It's time." Night had fallen, blanketing the sky in a deep indigo hue. The air was cool, calm, and carried the faint chirping of crickets from the woods beyond the estate. Jake sat in his room, lights dimmed, his curtains drawn aside as he stared at the moon hanging like a pale coin above the treetops. He took a breath and reached for where he kept the flute. Jake opened the window. A gentle breeze rolled in, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp grass and pine. Holding the flute to his lips, he closed his eyes and exhaled once through his nose. Then he played. A soft, haunting note rose from the flute, clear and resonant. His fingers moved with practiced ease, gliding over the holes like they had known the instrument for years. A strange, soothing vibration filled the air around him. The aura began to rise, misty, blue, and shimmering, curling from the flute like breath in cold air. Chapter 4:18. Crazy werewolf. It filled his room like fog, curling around his legs, swirling along the walls and ceiling. The atmosphere thickened, charged with energy, like the seconds before a lightning strike. Then, without a sound, the masked figure appeared. She stood in the center of his room, completely still. Her long hoodie covered her from head to thigh, shadowed and nondescript, and the same strange wooden mask obscured her face, its carved features smiling faintly. Unlike before, she didn't radiate her terrifying presence. In fact, she seemed to be actively suppressing it. But even without that overwhelming aura, the scent of her kind, the earthy, musky smell of werewolf, was unmistakable. Jake slowly lowered the flute. "You came." The masked woman tilted her head slightly, her voice calm and almost amused beneath the mask. "I didn't think you'd make up your mind this early. Especially not without evolving your vampire body to the warlock stage." She stepped closer, her boots silent on the wooden floor. "You do realize how reckless that is, don't you?" she said. "Have you actually thought this through?" Jake met her gaze, or where he assumed her eyes were behind the mask. "I have," he said firmly. "I've been waiting for the right moment. And I don't think evolving to the warlock stage is going to change anything for me." She stood still, letting his words hang. Jake continued. "Besides, I've got something else. A catalyst. It's not conventional, but ITLL make up for the power gap." The masked woman gave a small, low hum. "A catalyst?" She turned slightly, as if considering. "I see. You've been planning ahead. I like that." She walked slowly toward his desk. idly brushing her fingers over a closed book without reading the title. Unfortunately, she said with a mock sigh, I'm on vacation right now. Just started last week. And let me tell you, it's been amazing, she said with excitement. Jake blinked. Vacation? She nodded. MHM. Haven't had one in years. No rights. No full moons, no fighting gods. Just good wine, juicy human food, and no emergencies. She leaned back against his wall with exaggerated comfort. So, I'm not exactly in the mood to do overtime. Jake frowned. You're saying I summoned you from your time off? Exactly. She gave a light laugh. Rude, isn't it? I didn't know you took time off. You didn't tell me about all this, Jake muttered. Of course I do. I'm not a machine. Her tone was dry with sarcasm. Anyway, you'll have to wait, honey. When my vacation ends, they'll contact you. Jake crossed his arms. How long is your vacation? She made a vague gesture. Another week or two, maybe 3, depending on how bored I get. Jake opened his mouth to protest, but then paused. Something about the way she was looking at him, more rather, the subtle tilt of her mask made it clear she'd already made up her mind. Still, he asked, at least tell me what to expect. Afterward, what happens when I take that step? But before the words fully left his lips, the woman's form began to dissolve. Wait, dash. She didn't speak, but Jake could hear her giggle. Her entire body evaporated into a swirling cloud of silvery mist, curling upward and vanishing through the open window in less than a second. No sound, no wind, not even the faintest echo of her presence remained. Jake stood still, blinking at the empty space where she had just been. He slowly lowered his arms. What the hell? The flute still sat in his hand, cold once again. The aura in the room was gone, sucked away like it had never been there in the first place. Even a night breeze had stilled. Jake closed the window and sat back on his bed, staring at the spot where the masked woman had been standing. He turned the flute over in his hands. Vacation. Jake didn't know what was more ridiculous. That a powerful Protoss like him had a vacation policy, or that he had to wait for it to end before continuing with whatever twisted journey he was now part of. Still, if she said she'd return, he believed her. He leaned back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Jake's mind whirled with questions and half-formed thoughts. He needed answers, connections, and understanding. And for that, there was someone he could always count on. He took a breath. Mimi, he called softly. A spark of light burst into the air above him, glittering like a tiny star. A second later, a small, winged form emerged from it, twirling once in the air before settling into a slow hover in front of his face. Mimi, in her miniature fairy form, stretched her arms and blinked blearily. MMM, you call master? Jake smirked at her laziness. You were napping in my head again. Of course I was. It's warm and quiet there. She huffed. Then her eyes widened, and she suddenly buzzed in a circle above his head. Wait. That woman just now, she was so rude. Who even is she, barging in like that? Then disappearing without a proper goodbye. Jake chuckled. Yeah, that's kind of her thing. Mimi floated back down, her wings fluttering like silk in the air. Seriously, master, what is she? I don't like her. She has no manners. Like, if you're going to be creepy and powerful, at least say goodbye before you vanish into smoke. She also smells tasty, Misty drooled. Jake folded his arms and looked at her. What do you think about what she said? About the other Protoss existing? Mimi's pout deepened, her cheeks puffing out in indignation. Now you ask me? She twirled in the air and turned her back to him. Why didn't you ask for my opinion earlier? Huh, I'm full of useful knowledge and cute to boot. But no. You just go around talking to a creepy werewolf woman and leave your own companion in the dark. Jake let out a low laugh and scratched the back of his neck. I'm sorry. I have a lot on my mind. She said, peeking over her shoulder, though she was already starting to forgive him. Well, you should have led with that. She turned to face him again, her arms crossed. Honestly, I don't know everything about those people Protoss, or whatever name they go by now. But based on my memories, that woman, she was talking about you, you know? Jake raised an eyebrow. Me? Chapter 419. Who is wrong? Mimi nodded, voice more serious now. Yeah, you. According to the fragments I've recovered, you were the most notorious Protoss. The most known, maybe even the strongest one. If there are others like the werewolf woman, they're keeping quiet or planning something. But you? She hovered closer, her small face frowning with thought. They need you for something. That's the only explanation that fits. Jake's gaze darkened as he considered it. So all this wasn't random. The werewolf, she knew. That night she came, she said things that hinted at it. Mimi pointed dramatically with her tiny finger. Exactly. That supports my theory. She didn't just show up because you played the flute. She was testing you, confirming something. Jake exhaled slowly, absorbing the weight of those words. It makes sense. Mimi smiled, looking pleased with herself. Of course it does. I am your companion, after all. Then she hovered with her hands behind her back, her tone turning playfully expectant. Now, about my reward. Jake arched an eyebrow. Reward? She crossed her arms. You know the rules, Master. Wisdom from Mimi always comes with a price. Jake only chuckled. Without a word, he reached up and gently poked her tiny cheek with his finger. Hey! She yelped, but her scolding was short-lived. Back you go, Jake said with a grin as he tapped her forehead lightly. A soft shimmer passed over her form, and in a blink, she vanished back into his consciousness with a twinkle of light. The room fell quiet again. Jake sat on the edge of the bed, running a hand down his face. The pieces were starting to come together, but the bigger picture was still shrouded. He had so many questions and no clear path forward yet. A soft knock suddenly echoed from the door. He turned toward it, surprised. The door creaked open a second later, and Misty stepped in slowly. Her posture was tentative, not like her usual proud and confident self. Her eyes were downcast, and her hands were wringing nervously in front of her. Jake blinked. Misty? She closed the door gently behind her and walked over to the bed. Her movements were unsure, almost awkward, like she wasn't used to feeling vulnerable. She sat down beside him, the mattress dipping slightly under her weight. For a moment, she didn't say anything. Then finally, she spoke, her voice quiet, almost ashamed. I'm sorry. Jake turned to look at her. Misty kept her eyes on her lap, her index fingers still rubbing together. For yelling at you earlier. I didn't ask you why you did it. I just reacted, and I was wrong. She swallowed, her throat moving visibly. You're not the kind of guy who just chases after an adult entertainer without a reason. I should have known that. Jake said nothing at first, letting her speak. She glanced at him, guilt swimming in her red eyes. I guess I was scared, she added, of losing you. Or of you changing into someone I couldn't understand anymore. It's fine, Misty. I wasn't angry, I am actually at fault. I should have explained everything from the start, Jake said, hugging Misty. Jake sat beside Misty on the bed, the air still carrying the faint tension from their earlier conversation. The silence between them wasn't awkward, it was thoughtful, waiting. Misty had apologized, and Jake knew it was time to open up. She deserved the truth. So, he told her everything. He explained the whole situation with Alice, how it started, how he felt, what she had told him about her past. He didn't hold back a single detail. From a reveal of her being a royal to the weight of the burdens she had carried in silence for so long, Jake laid it all bare. Misty listened quietly, her eyes gradually widening as the layers of Alice's story unfolded. By the time Jake was finished, she stared at him like she was still processing it all. She's a royal? Misty finally said, stunned. A real one? Jake nodded slowly. Misty blinked a few times, exhaling softly. I didn't know she had it that rough. I just thought she was, doing all that stuff for attention or money or whatever. Her voice was quiet now. But if she went through all that, no wonder she turned out the way she did. There was a pause. Then Misty added with a faint chuckle. And if she's willing to stop all that and start vlogging instead, that could actually help. Like, really help. Imagine the kind of boost we would get with a former royal porn star vlogging about vampire culture and food. Jake couldn't help but laugh at how bluntly she put it. Yeah, I thought about that too. It might actually fix the whole vampires are scary and bloodthirsty reputation we've been stuck with. Misty tilted her head. It's wild, but it just might work. Jake leaned back slightly, stretching his arms. And honestly, I didn't know about her past either. Not until she opened up. But there's something else too. He turned his eyes to Misty. I leveled up my copy ability. Misty perked up. You did? Jake grinned. Yeah, I can now access the abilities I've previously copied whenever I want. Her mouth dropped open slightly. Wait, seriously? Like a whole skill list? Exactly like that. Misty shook her head in disbelief, a slow smile forming. You've been busy doing a lot of crazy things. I guess Jake shrugged. Things kind of accelerated. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He sat up straighter. Wait, speaking of being busy, where's Amber? I haven't seen her since yesterday. Oh, Misty said, her voice casual. She told me she was going to meditate on a mountain. Jake blinked. A mountain? Yep. She said she needed solitude or something. Misty snorted softly. She's a musclehead now, ever since she got her own real body. All she does is train and meditate. Jake chuckled. He stood up, brushing invisible dust off his pants. I should probably contact her. I'm heading back to the vampire planet tomorrow. And I need her ready. Misty gave a small nod. Yeah, good idea. I think you should show her 1 or 2 things about how the world works currently. She still thinks it's like 1,000 years ago. Jake sat back down beside her, and they fell into a comfortable silence. Misty leaned her head on his shoulder, and Jake wrapped an arm around her. For a few moments, there was peace. Just them. She turned and hugged him tightly, burying her face against his chest. Jake returned the embrace without hesitation, his hand gently rubbing her back. Then, click, the door to his room creaked open. Both Jake and Misty turned toward the sound, their eyebrows raising. One by one, his women began to file into the room, each of them holding a pillow in hand and wearing matching playful grins. And walked in first, followed by Hayes, Jill, Aurora, Elsa, Stella, and Vera. It looked like some kind of organized operation. Chapter 420. Stupid pervert. Jake blinked. We're not letting you sleep alone tonight, and said simply, dropping her pillow on the bed. Not when you're going back to the vampire planet tomorrow, Hayes added, flopping down beside Misty. You think we'd miss this chance? Jill said with a smirk. Not happening. Aurora laughed softly. The bed is big enough. Elsa was already kicking off her slippers. And warm. Vera nodded. This is basically a farewell cuddle session. We're all in. Jake looked around as the bed slowly filled up with warm and cold bodies, pillows, and a scent of lavender and perfume. Stella nudged him with a pillow and smiled softly, then laid down beside him. Jake blinked again. I didn't agree to this. This is Misty's turn. You don't have a choice, Misty said, snickering as she wriggled in place to make room. Within moments, they were all lying beside him or against him, their limbs tangled, the mattress creaking under the collective weight. Jake sighed in surrender, his arms draped across whoever was closest. This is ridiculous, Jill said, settling in with her head on his chest. Just go with it. You're outnumbered, Vera added, already half asleep. Jake closed his eyes and let out a soft laugh, letting the warmth and closeness of the moment sink in. Morning sunlight streamed faintly through the curtains, casting long shadows across the room. Jake stirred, half awake, his senses dulled from a night of tangled limbs and warm bodies pressed against him. Then he felt that unmistakable sensation of being watched. Jake's eyes blinked open slowly. Hovering directly above him, her face barely inches from his, stood Amber. Her back was slightly bent, her golden eyes locked onto his face with unblinking intensity. Amber Dash. Jake jerked his upper body up in surprise, nearly smacking foreheads with her. The sudden motion startled a few of the women still dozing around him. When did you get in here? He asked, rubbing his eyes. About a minute ago, she said calmly, though there was a clear edge in her voice. Jake blinked, trying to catch up. Amber's gaze flicked to the room around him. Women lay sprawled out beside him on the bed, and with her cheek against his shoulder, Misty curled around his left arm, Elsa and Vera entangled at the foot of the bed, and the rest in various sleepy poses. The scent of sweat, sex, and bodily warmth still lingered in the air. Amber raised an eyebrow, her expression unimpressed. You really can't go a single day without having sex, huh? Jake smirked, leaning back with a stretch. "Can you blame me?" he said with a chuckle. "A bed full of beautiful women all different shapes and sizes. How's a man supposed to resist that?" He grinned from ear to ear like a kid bragging about his candy stash. Amber rolled her eyes and shook her head in disgust. "Put some damn pants on, Jake." He glanced down. His arousal was unmistakable, unmistakably aimed in her direction like a mischievous wave. Amber's face instantly turned crimson. She spun around, covering her eyes with one hand. "TCH, pervert. Seriously, why is it pointing at me?" Jake laughed, unbothered. Before he could get up, Misty stirred beside him, groaning sleepily. Her hand reached out under the sheets and squeezed his hand lazily. She ran her thumb across his knuckles absent-mindedly, murmuring, "I want more." Jake stifled a laugh, and Amber made a gagging noise behind him. "You're all perverts," Amber muttered sharply. "Just get dressed and meet me outside. I swear, I'll lose more brain cells every time I step into this room." With that, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Jake sighed, peeling himself away from the pile of bodies. He gently untangled Misty's grip, whispering later. She mumbled something incoherent and rolled over. Once dressed, Jake made his way into the living room. Amber stood near the center of the room, her arms crossed, tapping her foot impatiently against the floor. He immediately noticed her outfit, a flowing gown that fell to her ankles, cinched at the waist. It was deep blue, hugging her figure just enough to hint at the strength beneath her curves. It was a sharp contrast to the pants and plain shirts she usually wore. Jake tilted his head. Well, you clean up nice. That dress really suits you." Amber shot him a glare. "Keep your sweet talk. I'm immune to that nonsense." Jake chuckled. "Come on, just take the compliment." Amber narrowed her eyes. "If you really want to impress me, beat me in a fight. Then maybe you'll consider being flattered." Jake blinked, then sighed internally. Misty was right, he thought. Total musclehead. "You're seriously going to measure everything in combat?" he asked with a smirk. Amber shrugged, but her expression was smug. "That's the only way to prove strength." Jake shook his head, amused. "All right then, warrior queen. Follow me." He led her down the hall to one of the rooms head repurposed as a teleportation hub. Inside was a sleek, circular platform embedded with glowing runes and a smooth console built into the wall. The warper. He had it installed a while ago, expecting Head need quick access to the vampire planet again. Now, it was finally going to be used for the first time. Amber looked around the room curiously as Jake approached the console. He pressed a few runes on the interface, and the warper began to hum with energy. A soft blue light formed in the center of the platform, swirling with magic and tech. The air around them shifted, buzzing with dimensional power. Amber stepped closer to the platform, her eyes focused. "So this is how we're getting there?" Jake nodded. "Yeah, saves time. No more traveling through rift gates like teleporters." Amber crossed her arms, her tone more serious now. "Once we're there, what's the plan?" Jake turned to her, his face calm but resolute. "We're heading in quietly. First stop is the palace. I need to check on Zamir and someone else." Amber raised an eyebrow. "You're already thinking like a matured person. I thought you would say you want to spar with me directly." Jake shrugged. "I'm thinking like someone who has a responsibility now." She studied him for a second longer, then nodded. "Good. Just don't expect me to wear a dress like this every day. This thing is tight around the waist." Jake smiled, turning back to the console. "I absolutely love it. You look hot." The warper flared to life, light pulsing steadily from the runes. Jake glanced over his shoulder at Amber, then gestured toward the platform. "Ready?" Amber cracked her knuckles. "Always." Chapter 421. Returned to the red planet, the light from the warper faded, and the buzzing hum of its energy died down. Jake and Amber stood still for a moment, adjusting to the sudden shift in temperature and air density. They were no longer in Jake's home, at least not the one on Earth. The scent of air, the faint metallic tinge of blood, and the cool, heavy atmosphere unique to the vampire planet greeted them like a thick cloak wrapping around their bodies. Light red curtains rustled softly against the walls of the room they'd materialized in, stirred by a cool breeze. Amber blinked her eyes and glanced around, her arms folded across her chest. This isn't a city like you said. Jake rubbed the back of his neck, letting out a nervous chuckle. Yeah, it's my residence. I must have forgotten that the warper defaults to the coordinates set. She narrowed her eyes at him, her tone flat. Did you bring me here just to try something lewd with me? Jake raised both hands in defense, smiling slyly. Now, if I wanted to do something lewd, I wouldn't need a warper to set the mood. And besides, he gave her a teasing wink, you would probably kick me through the wall if I tried something stupid. Amber snorted. Damn right I would. He gestured toward the door. Come on, let's head out before you start interrogating me, like in one of those villains from your past life stories. With a sigh and a suspicious side glance, Amber followed Jake through the corridors of the dark, quiet manor. The place held a strange warmth despite its Gothic design, carved obsidian pillars, velvet drapes, ancient relics dotting the walls. The building was eerily silent, but Jake's enhanced senses could pick up faint traces of Zagreth and Zamira. They've been here recently, Jake muttered, his nostrils flaring slightly like a pig's. Still smells like them. They must have slept here the whole time. Amber nodded absently, scanning the hallway. Good thing we didn't bump into them. I'm not really in the mood for any long, awkward talks. They aren't interested in that either. They made their way outside, where the vampire sky remained in a state of dusky twilight, neither fully night nor day, a perpetual evening that cast long shadows across the sharp, jagged landscape. Jake turned to her with a grin. Can you fly? Amber raised an eyebrow. Are you seriously asking me that? He shrugged. I don't assume things. Amber smirked. You're underestimating me. Jake leapt into the air with a surge of power, a blur of motion that left a gust of wind in his wake. Amber didn't hesitate. With a burst of aura and a flash of light, she launched after him, keeping pace with ease. They soared through the sky, cutting through the clouds like arrows. The land below transformed from rocky cliffs to verdant plains as they neared their destination, Zunda's stronghold, located on the sprawling flatlands just east of the Blood Forest. As they descended, a cluster of figures stood at attention near the central compound where the underground is located. Psyche, the Wendigo leader, stood at the forefront. The moment Jake's boots touched the ground, Psyche dropped to one knee. His monster-like head bowed low in reverence. Welcome back, my king, Psyche said, his voice deep and gravelly. Jake blinked in surprise, then waved a hand. Get up, Psyche. No need for all that. Psyche stood slowly, his eyes glowing faintly. You've become stronger since last we met, master. Jake smiled. I could say the same about you. You're radiating with even more power. The Wendigo leader's grin exposed rows of sharp teeth. Thanks to Her Highness, Zunda, and her experiments, her work has unlocked more of my potential. Behind Jake, Amber folded her arms and raised an eyebrow. Imagine being happy about being experimented on. CK's eyes suddenly flicked to her, sharp and glinting with challenge, but the moment he met her gaze, Amber shot him a glare with ki, so cold, so powerful, that his bravado instantly crumbled. He swallowed hard, glancing away, suddenly very interested in the ground beneath his feet. Amber tilted her head slightly, her voice low. Know your place. Psyche muttered an apology and stepped back, looking chastened. Jake chuckled softly, stepping between them. Easy. No need to bully poor Psyche. He is a baby compared to you. Amber relaxed slightly, but her eyes stayed sharp. As long as he doesn't get cocky. Psyche nodded silently, clearly deciding to avoid provoking her again. Jake stood still for a moment, his eyes fixed on the wide plain before him. The wind was calm, and the air held the lingering scent of iron and fresh soil. Wendigos, at least 24 of them, stood stationed around the field, their eyes glowing faintly in the dusky light. None dared approach him. They knew who he was. Amber crossed her arms beside him, her sharp eyes scanning the area. Are you sure this is the right spot? Jake nodded, crouching slowly. Yeah. Zunda said this was the proper entrance, since I just burst through the ground the other time. He lowered his palm to the ground, pressing it firmly against the soil. For a few seconds, nothing happened, but then the ground began to rumble. The Wendigos didn't flinch. They simply watched. A mechanical grinding sound echoed through the air as the earth beneath Jake and Amber parted like sliding doors. A circular platform revealed itself beneath the dirt, humming with dormant energy. With a faint hiss, it began to descend, taking them with it. Amber arched a brow. A dramatic entry is not bad. Jake just grinned as they disappeared below the surface. The tunnel they descended into was dimly lit with yellow glowing light embedded into the walls, casting a glow on the metallic veins that ran along the structure. Steam occasionally hissed from small vents, giving the place an eerie, yet alive feel. "They'll never get used to how sci-fi she makes everything feel," Jake murmured. Amber muttered, "There is nothing sci-fi about this. It's like we walked straight into a horrific vampire lair." Before long, they reached a landing. Waiting at the end of the corridor was a familiar figure, Zunda's personal assistant. The meek girl from before, her platinum hair tied neatly behind her and her head bowed respectfully. "Your Highness," she greeted in a soft, respectful tone. "Her Highness has been expecting you. Please follow me." Jake offered her a smile. "Thanks." But even as she turned and led the way, Jake noticed something off about her. It was in her gaze, brief, lingering, and just a little too intense. There was no aggression in it, but it gave him a strange sensation that made his skin crawl for a moment. But he shook it off. Amber, however, narrowed her eyes, clearly sensing it too. Her fingers twitched slightly, as if resisting the urge to say something then and there. They continued down the sleek hallway until they reached an elegant set of mechanical doors that whooshed open with a soft hiss. Zunda's residence was spacious, minimalist in design, but infused with technology that pulsed with energy. This was clearly a different entrance from the first time he came. Inside, Zunda stood over a workbench, hunched above what looked like a mechanical construct half machine, half organic tissue. Sparks danced from her tools as she adjusted components with precision. She hadn't noticed them yet. "He is here, Your Highness," the assistant announced softly. Zunda's ears perked. Her head snapped up, and the moment her eyes landed on Jake, her face lit up. She tossed her tools aside and practically dashed across the room. "Jake!" she exclaimed, before he could even speak. She threw her arms around him, pressing herself to his chest. Her voice was muffled slightly as she buried her face into him. "You idiot! Why didn't you tell me you were coming sooner? I missed you." And then, without warning, she pulled back slightly and pressed her lips to his. It was soft at first, then hungry, like she hadn't kissed anyone in centuries. Jake blinked in surprise, but returned the kiss without hesitation. Amber stood a few feet away, her expression twisted in clear disgust. Seriously? She thought bitterly. This guy can't keep his head on straight. He can't go 5 minutes without a girl hanging on him. He didn't even spare his grandmother. Absolute pervert. When Zunda finally pulled away, her smile lingered, but her attention shifted to Amber. Her tone softened, more polite and curious. "And who might this be?" she asked. Jake placed a hand on Amber's back. "This is Amber. She's Misty's second personality was. She has her own body now, thanks to Edgar Frost's work I told you about." Zunda's eyes widened. Oh dear," she said, blushing with embarrassment. "Forgive me. I didn't realize I was doing something so lewd in front of someone I shouldn't have." She stepped forward and gave Amber a gentle hug, to which Amber stiffly responded with a light tap on her back. "Nice to meet you," Zunda said genuinely. Amber forced a smile, her voice strained. "Igriga, you too. I think I'll go get some fresh air now." Zunda nodded understandingly. "My personal assistant will be just outside. Ask her to take you around. There's a lot of things I think you'll find interesting." Amber quickly turned and walked toward the exit. "Sure." As the door slid shut behind her, Jake turned to Zunda, who was already reaching for his hand again while looking at him strangely. "She's strange," Zunda said softly. Jake chuckled. "Yeah, but she's reliable." Zunda squeezed his hand, her voice dropping slightly. "I really did miss you." "I missed you too," Jake replied, his gaze softening as he pulled her close for a warm embrace. Chapter 4:22 Stupid plan outside Zunda's apartment. The corridor was quiet, its walls softly humming with residual energy from the systems embedded within. Amber had Zunda's meek personal assistant pinned to the cold metal wall. Her feet dangled above the ground, kicking slightly in a panicked flail. Amber's grip around her throat was firm, unwavering, and her eyes glowed a pale, unnatural white, radiating key. Her expression was cold and unreadable like a predator interrogating prey. "What's your name?" Amber's voice was low. The girl said nothing at first, her lips trembling as her lungs fought for air. Amber tightened her grip, just slightly enough to make her feel the pressure on her windpipe, her bones. It was a silent threat that screamed answer or die. "Agnes," the girl finally choked out, eyes wide with fear. "My name is Agnes." Amber leaned in a little closer, her face inches away from the assistant's. "Agnes? Huh. Then tell me why you were looking at Jake like you were about to bury a dagger in his back." Agnes' eyes flickered with a blend of shame and fear. Her lips parted again, and she gasped because he hurt my boss. Amber's expression remained unmoved. He took advantage of her. Agnes continued through the chokehold. She didn't want it, but he wouldn't back down. She just doesn't say anything because she's scared of him dash. Amber dropped her instantly. Agnes crumpled to the floor in a fit of coughing and wheezing. Her thin fingers clutched her throat, rubbing at the red marks forming around her neck. Before she could even catch her breath, Amber stepped forward again, but not to harm her. She crouched and placed a hand on Agnes' head, patting it gently, almost like a big sister to a younger sibling who didn't know better. "You got it all wrong," Amber said, her voice flat, but no longer aggressive. "I get it, you want to protect your boss because you love her. That's sweet. But next time, do your due diligence before trying to sabotage someone. Jake isn't that kind of person." Agnes flinched under her touch. "I didn't sense fear from Zunda." "Hell." The woman practically ran into his arms, Amber added. "If anything, she's into him." Agnes' shoulders slumped. Her face turned red not from the choking this time, but from shame. She looked away, her eyes glossy with regret. "I am sorry," she mumbled. "I thought he was forcing her. I didn't see her smile like that with anyone else. I thought it was fear. I was just trying to protect her. I even tried to poison him earlier." Amber paused. For a second, her eyes blinked as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. Then she burst out laughing. It was loud, unrestrained, echoing through the metal hallway with a near-manic tone. Amber dropped onto the floor, holding her stomach as she rolled slightly from side to side. "Poison? Oh, my stars. You really thought that would work on him?" She gasped between peals of laughter. Agnes just looked at her, dazed and confused by the sudden shift in energy. Amber sat up, still grinning, but now with a look that bordered on crazy. "You're either brave or just plain stupid." Agnes blinked. "Delusion," Amber muttered, shaking her head and chuckling. "Such pure, unfiltered delusion. You were trying to protect your boss. Sure, but from him, you've got the roles reversed. If Jake ever found out you tried to poison him, he wouldn't scream or yell or make a scene." Her voice dropped into something darker, almost a whisper laced with amusement. "He'd just kill you." Agnes' lips parted, and she went completely still. "You'd be dead before you even realized he knew." Amber's eyes bored into her. "I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying it because you need to understand how monumentally stupid that plan was." Silence stretched between them for a moment. Then Amber let out a long sigh and stood, dusting herself off. She looked down at Agnes, now sitting on the floor like a child who got caught breaking something expensive. "Anyway," Amber said, her tone now casual, "I'm Bullet, and I got time. You're still Zunda's assistant, right?" Agnes hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Good. Then take me around the base." Amber shrugged. "I may as well get a tour out of this after all that excitement." Agnes looked up at her with a mix of fear and confusion, unsure if Amber was actually being serious. But then she realized she wasn't being given a choice. She scrambled to her feet and smoothed down her uniform. Yes, right away." Amber rolled her eyes. "Relax. I'm not going to hang you from the ceiling or anything. Just don't try anything else funny." And keep your poison far away from Jake. Agnes gave a stiff, silent nod and began walking ahead, still rubbing her throat as she led the way deeper into the underground fortress. Amber followed behind with a smirk, hands behind her head. Her eyes glinted mischievously. And hey, she called out casually, "Thanks for the laugh. That really made my day." Agnes didn't respond. She just kept walking, her cheeks flushed and her head down, already regretting every decision she had made. The soft glow of a jasmine-scented candle flickered in Zunda's room, casting warm shadows across her bedroom. The air was heavy with its fragrance, mingling with the quiet tension between Jake and Zunda as they sat close to each other. His hands, rough yet careful, skillfully grazed her skin, tracing the outline of her shoulder through her thin blouse. Jake felt a shiver run through Zunda. Her red eyes met his, a silent understanding passing between them. With gentle urgency, he pulled away her blouse, and the rest of her clothes soon followed, each piece falling and turning to a heap. Zunda's breath hitched as he lifted her into his arms, her soft laughter breaking the stillness. Unlike their last encounter on the living room couch, he carried her to the bed, its sheets neatly laid. The mattress sank beneath them as Jake settled beside her, his gaze intense. He leaned forward, his lips meeting hers in a tender, fervent kiss. He drew back slightly, smiling at her as she caught her breath, pressing closer as a pleasant sensation sparked through her. Jake's touch alternated between gentle caresses and light squeezes, each movement sending a warm feeling through her body. Her hands tangled in his hair, encouraging him to continue. Chapter 423. Second time with Zunda. "You're so beautiful," Jake murmured, his voice low and rough, edged with lust. He slid her panties down, the fabric catching briefly before falling away. Guiding her onto her knees, he positioned himself behind her, his hands firm on her hips. The moment between them was electric and overwhelming. Zunda moaned, her voice rising as Jake kept up a steady rhythm. The bed creaked along with their movements, the sound blending with their ragged breaths. Her fingers gripped the sheets, knuckles paling as the moment intensified. Jake leaned forward, his breath warm against her ear, whispering intently into her ear. The intensity surged, a tightening coil of heat, until Zunda let out a breathless cry, her body shuddering. Jake followed moments later, a low groan escaping as the tension broke. They collapsed onto the bed, their limbs entwined, and their chests heaving. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and intimacy, the candle's flame dancing as if in quiet celebration. Zunda lay on her side, her dark hair fanning across the pillow. Jake traced gentle circles on her hip, his touch now soft, almost reverent. "How's your research going?" he asked, his voice still husky but genuinely curious. Zunda stretched, a contented sigh escaping. "It's exciting. Me and my team are creating a mecha completely different from anything out there. It is lightweight and responsive like actual limbs of the operator. But they're only prototypes." Her brow furrowed. "We need funding to refine them, to test them properly. Without it, they're just concepts." Jake's eyes widened, his surprise etched on his face. "You're telling me they haven't given you funding yet? For something that innovative?" He shook his head, incredulous. "That's unacceptable. You'll get what you need, Zunda. They'll make sure of it." She smiled, a mix of gratitude and amusement. "You don't have to do all that. I believe they're trying to see what I have in store first. I'm just making sure brilliance gets its chance. Besides, they don't tell me what to do. I hire them." The moment hung between them, warm and easy, until Jake swung his legs off the bed. "I need a bath," he said, standing and stretching, his muscles shifting under his skin. Zunda watched him, then slid off the bed, her movements graceful despite the faint ache in her body. "I'm washing you," she announced, a playful glint in her eyes. Jake paused, turning to her. "Are you serious?" "Completely." She smirked, brushing past him toward the bathroom. "Come on." The bathroom was small but inviting, its tiles gleaming under the soft light. The tub filled quickly, steam rising as Zunda added a splash of lavender-scented oil. Jake stepped into the warm water, sinking down with a sigh of relief. Zunda knelt behind him, her hands finding his shoulders. Her fingers pressed into the taut muscles, kneading with steady pressure. The tension in Jake's body began to unravel, his head tipping back as her thumbs worked circles along his spine. "Enjoying this?" she asked, her tone teasing as she leaned close, her breath warm against his ear. "Absolutely," he murmured, eyes half closed. "You're going to ruin me, you know." "Good," she replied, her hands sliding lower, massaging his back with slow, careful strokes. "You could use a little pampering." Jake chuckled, the sound echoing in the steam-filled room. "Keep this up, and I'm never leaving." Zunda's laughter rang out, bright and unguarded. She splashed water over his shoulders, watching it stream down his skin. The moment felt intimate in a new way, less about passion and more about connection, a quiet bond woven into their shared silence. She reached for a sponge, lathering it with soap, and began scrubbing his back, her touch gentle but thorough. Jake sighed, his body sinking deeper into the tub. As the water cooled, Zunda rested her chin on his shoulder, her arms loosely draped around him. "Do you really think you can get the funding?" she asked, her voice softer, almost hesitant. Jake turned his head, meeting her gaze. "I don't make promises I can't keep. You'll get it. And when those Mets are out there changing everything, they'll brag that I knew you first." She smiled, pressing a quick kiss to his temple. "You're ridiculous. And you like it," he teased, grinning. After bathing and sharing a quiet moment with Zunda, Jake got dressed and left her flat. The underground corridors of the fortress buzzed faintly with activity-low murmurs, the soft clink of tools against metal. Distant echoes of Wendigos going about their business. Jake walked with calm confidence, his thoughts already shifting gears. He needed to find Amber. It didn't take long. As he turned a corner, he spotted her standing near one of the reinforced alloy walls, arms crossed, speaking to Zunda's meek assistant, Agnes. The girl's shoulders were hunched, her gaze flicking nervously between the floor and Amber's stern face. Whatever they had discussed, it ended the moment Jake approached. "We're heading out," Jake said, his voice even but authoritative. Agnes gave a polite nod. "Independent Illinois, take my leave then," she mumbled, bowing slightly before quickly hurrying off, her pale face flushed. Jake glanced at Amber. "Let's go." Together, they retraced their steps through the dim tunnel. As they reached the large plane where they had descended earlier, Jake once again placed his palm on the designated spot on the ground. The earth responded with a low rumble, and the floor split open to elevate them slowly to the surface. The sun was just beginning its descent, casting a golden hue over the barren plains. Dust danced in the air as the wind swept softly across the open field. Amber glanced sideways at him, raising a brow. "Enjoyed yourself, huh?" Jake grinned, brushing his fingers through his damp hair. "Overenjoyed," he said with a laugh. "Might have drained a bit of energy." Amber rolled her eyes, but a smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Without another word, Jake shot into the sky with a burst of energy, the wind roaring past his ears. Amber followed close behind, their figures cutting through the air like twin comets. They soon arrived at the heart of the city. The royal palace loomed with its sharp towers and neat carved walls. Jake landed smoothly on the stone pathway outside the entrance. "Here," Jake said, handing Amber a purse of money. "Check out the city. Buy something for yourself." Amber snorted, then took off again. Jake entered the palace alone, heading straight for the king's chamber. As expected, Zamira was there, bent over a stack of documents. The moment she saw him, she stood abruptly, her eyes lighting up, and then rushed toward him without hesitation. Chapter 424. Message to the Dampiers. The moment Zamira laid eyes on Jake, she stood up in a jerk. Her documents tumbled off the desk as she dashed across the chamber. Without a second thought, she threw herself into his arms, wrapping around him in a tight embrace. "I missed you, babe," she whispered, her breath warm against his neck. Her lips sought his almost desperately, and Jake attacked her kiss with equal fervor. Their mouths crashed, soft at first, then more intense, weeks of tension, longing, and desire pouring out in that one moment. Jake chuckled against her lips. I was gone for just a short while. It felt like forever. I can't fathom how I am feeling, Zamira breathed out, without breaking their kiss. Jake lifted her up effortlessly and carried her across the room. The wide desk at the center, cluttered with maps, reports, and scrolls, was cleared in one sweep of his arm. He sat her atop it, as Zamira wrapped her legs around his waist to steady herself. The moment felt intimate and quiet. Jake kissed her neck softly, his hands resting gently against her. Zamira leaned into him, her head tilting back, moaning softly as his lips found her breast. His hands explored her curves as she pulled him closer, her fangs grazing his shoulders sexily. With a swift motion, Jake positioned himself behind her, one hand gripping her waist. Zamira cried out, her voice muffled as she pressed her cheek to the desk. The sound of their bodies colliding filled the room, echoing off the marble walls. Papers fluttered to the floor, their importance paling in comparison to the action unfolding. Their bodies moved in sync, sweat glistening under the chamber's golden light. Jake and Zamira moved together with increasing intensity, her hands gripping the polished surface as they lost themselves in the moment. After a long while, they reached the peak of their passion together, Zamira calling out his name as her body trembled, and Jake holding her close as the waves of emotion washed over them both. They collapsed onto the nearby couch afterward, catching their breath. Zamira rested her head on his shoulder, her face flushed. Jake stroked her hair idly. So, he said, his voice low, what did you call me here for in the first place? Zamira's eyes fluttered open. She sat up slightly, her fingers trailing across his chest, as she replied, I was in this office, handling the usual paperwork when a raven landed at the doorstep. It refused to leave, just stood there holding something in its beak. Jake quirked a brow. A raven? Yes, Zamira nodded. Curious, I walked to it and asked what it wanted. It cawed at me and dropped a folded piece of parchment before flying off. I opened it, and she paused dramatically. It was a message. From the Damper King. He requested an audience with you. Called you the current regent. Jake sat up straighter, his expression hardening. The Damper King. Why now? I don't know, Zamira admitted. I didn't sense any malice in the message. It was too composed. Polite even. I think it may be an attempt at peacemaking. With the way their empire has grown, I suppose he realizes it would be suicidal to provoke us, especially you. Jake rubbed his chin, a shadow of a smirk crossing his lips. They will be fools to think they can challenge vampires and get away with it. Zamira gave a soft chuckle. Exactly. We're their ancestors, after all. No matter how strong they become, their roots run through us. Jake nodded slowly. They'll meet him. Zamira tilted her head. Are you sure? Yes, Jake replied. But I want the meeting to happen here, on the vampire soil. Zamira gave him a small smile and stood, walking over to her desk to fetch the message. She searched the tabletop, pulling open drawers and flipping over parchment after parchment. A frown tugged at her lips. Strange. It's not here. Jake raised an eyebrow. You lost the message? Zamira turned to him sheepishly. Looks like it. Jake leaned back on the couch and folded his arms. TSK. They'll have to punish you for that. Zamira's eyes sparkled with mischief. I hope the punishment won't be too hard. Jake gave a deep laugh. You have no idea. Still giggling, Zamira retrieved a fresh scroll and sat down to write. Her elegant hand scribbled swiftly across the parchment, outlining a formal response. The letter acknowledged the Damper King's request and stated that Jake, acting regent of the vampire realm, would be open to a meeting, but only if it took place on the vampire territory. As she penned the final flourish, she sealed the scroll with a wax stamp of the royal crest and handed it to a waiting attendant just outside the chamber. No ravens this time, she said, telling Jake. A trusted messenger will deliver it directly. The attendant bowed and vanished down the hall. Zamira returned to Jake's side, her voice quiet. Do you think he'll accept to meet with you here? Jake stared out the window, watching the distant skyline darken as night approached. If he knows what's good for him, he will. Besides, he is the one who wants to see me. After parting ways with Zamira, Jake made his way through the towering halls of the main palace and exited into the open courtyard. His destination was the Central Finance Hall, nestled within the administrative wing of the city. The structure itself was pristine marble pillars, golden window frames. Inside, the bookkeeper, general accountant, and a few clerks were gathered, as they usually were around midday, poring over documents and financial ledgers. The moment Jake walked in, a strange tension swept the room. They straightened up, stiff as boards, the color draining from a few faces. Jake didn't speak at first. He simply walked forward and picked up one of the ledgers from the table. He didn't find what he was looking for, so he used the computer of a top worker. His eyes moved across the figures. It didn't take long to spot the discrepancy. Chapter 425. Last to finish the research allocation for Zunda, he said coldly, placing the book down with a quiet thump as it didn't match what was recorded on the system. Where's the rest of it? The officials exchanged nervous glances. No one responded. Jake's gaze darkened. 30%. Gone. Unaccounted for. Still no reply. Until one of the younger clerks stammered, "There must be an error." Jake moved before the boy finished. With a single punch, he sent him flying across the room. The others shouted in panic, but Jake was on them in an instant. A swift kick to the older accountant's chest made the man crumple. Another was slammed against the wall. The bookkeeper raised his hands in surrender, but Jake grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into the nearby table, shattering the wood into shards. "You bastards thought I wouldn't notice?" Jake growled. "That money was meant for technological research our future. And you thought you'd stuff your own pockets with it?" Blood trickled from the corner of the bookkeeper's mouth. "Please, we'll return it." "You will," Jake said. He stood, brushing his knuckles clean. "But that's not all." His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. "If I find out any of you try this again, it'll make every male here a eunuch and shave the women bald for 100 years. A horrified gasp escaped one of the female clerks. "For vampires," Jake continued, his tone mocking, "losing your hair or your manhood. That's worse than death, isn't it?" They dropped to their knees, shaking, pleading. Jake turned toward the door. "Redirect the funds. Every single bit of it. By tonight." With that, he left. By the time Jake returned to his residence, it was already total night. The atmosphere inside his home was warm and quiet. As he stepped inside, the scent of grilled meat and spices filled his nostrils. He paused by the kitchen door and peeked in. There, standing over a steaming pot, was Zamira. Her long red hair was tied in a loose ponytail, and she wore a black apron over a casual satin robe. She hadn't noticed him yet until she did. She glanced over her shoulder, smirking. "Back already? I thought you'd be out longer." Jake stepped into the kitchen, exhaling a tired sigh. "So did I, but things got interesting." "Oh," she said, still stirring the pot. Jake leaned against the counter. "I went to the Central Finance Hall to look into the research allocations. Turns out those leeches were siphoning 30% of the funds." Zamira stopped stirring. Her expression hardened. "They embezzled from the research sector you newly added to this year's budget?" she asked coldly. Jake nodded. "I didn't fire them, though. I just beat the shit out of them. Told them to return every single bit of it." Zamira blinked, then broke into a grin. "That's what I like to hear." Jake chuckled. "Didn't want the news going public. We're trying to build a reputable financial sector, not an embezzlement firm. So I handled it quietly." Zamira walked over and wrapped her arms around him from the side, her head resting on his shoulder. "I'm proud of you. You're becoming the kind of man our people need, a ruler with strength, but not reckless cruelty." She paused for a moment, then muttered softly, "Guess I didn't make a bad choice after all." Jake turned to her, raising a brow. "What was that?" "Nothing," she replied quickly, her cheeks flushed pink as she returned to the stove. "Food is almost ready. Are you ready to eat?" Jake smirked. "Sure," as she plated the food onto polished black dishes. Jake pulled a chair out and sat down. "I forgot to mention," he said, "Amber's around. She's been with me since we warped in." Zamira, surprisingly, didn't flinch or frown. Instead, She calmly reached for a third plate. I figured. I've seen that second personality of Misty's in action before. She is cool and funny. Jake blinked. You're not jealous? Zamira raised an eyebrow as she spooned rice onto the plate. Why would I be? She's not a competitor. That's one thing I know for sure. And if she is one, I wouldn't take her seriously because she is a worse musclehead than I. Either way, she's family now, whether she likes it or not. I made enough for 3. Jake laughed softly and leaned back in his chair. You never stop surprising me. To think you knew a fellow musclehead like her. Amber and I are different. I was forced to become a musclehead because that was the only language vampires understood and feared. But that woman? She's a pure musclehead, just from the few words she spoke whenever she took over Misty's body when she was young. Moments later, the plates were set, the food steaming. Jake stood and helped bring the rest of the dishes to the table as the scent of roasted garlic and spices filled the dining room. The scent of grilled meat lingered in the air as Jake and Zamira sat across from each other at the long oak dining table. Plates of vegetables, seasoned ribs, and tender steak lay between them, half-eaten and still steaming. They shared quiet conversation, the occasional clink of cutlery the only interruption. Just then, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Amber strode into the dining room, her usual confidence radiating in the way she moved. She caught sight of Jake and Zamira and offered a curt nod. Evening, she said with a slight bow, before turning to Zamira. Mind if I serve myself? Zamira gestured toward the dishes with a polite smile. Of course. Help yourself. Amber didn't hesitate. She moved straight for the meat platters, selecting the largest cuts of steak and ribs with single-minded focus, ignoring the vegetables and lighter fare entirely. She returned to her seat and began tearing into her food with surprising enthusiasm. Jake chuckled under his breath, elbowing Zamira gently. Looks like she likes your food. Zamira laughed softly, watching Amber devour her meal like she hadn't eaten in days. A playful grin tugged at Jake's lips as a mischievous thought crossed his mind. All right, let's play a game, he said aloud, setting his fork down. Whoever finishes their food last has to do something embarrassing. Both women paused mid-bite, glancing at him in surprise. Zamira raised an eyebrow. Amber blinked twice in disgust, as if confirming what Shed just heard. Then, in perfect sync, they picked up their pace, eating like hungry beasts. Jake leaned back, amused as the clinking of silverware intensified. Well, that escalated fast. Chapter 426. A bet Amber stabbed her fork into the thick cut of steak. Juices spilling onto the porcelain plate like a punctured heart. Her jaw worked furiously, each bite faster than the last, more desperate than the one before. She didn't savor the flavor. She didn't care if it was tender or dry. All that mattered was speed. She swallowed hard, ignoring the burn in her throat. She could barely hear the clink of cutlery from the others over the blood pounding in her ears. Across the table, Jake sat relaxed, his elbows propped up and his fingers steepled under his chin, watching her eat with mild amusement. Amber scowled at him between bites. Disgusting, she muttered, voice low. The things I have to do to avoid that. She stabbed another piece, tore it apart with her teeth. She didn't even bother with the mashed potatoes or the grilled greens. Only the steak counted. She was halfway through her second slab when the thought finally hit her. Where's Zamira? Amber's fork froze midair. Slowly, like something terrible was dawning on her, she turned her head. Zamira sat across from her, both plates clean, not a crumb in sight. Her lips were daintily dabbed with a napkin, and her expression was pure, wicked delight. Her eyes sparkled as she leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her palm. Her smile was too wide, too satisfied. Amber stared at the empty plates, disbelief catching in her throat. When the hell did you finish? Zamira's grin widened, impossibly smug. A while ago. You were too busy chewing like a baler to notice. Amber's jaw dropped. Her fork clattered onto the plate. No way. She breathed. There's no way you ate that fast. I'm just better than you, Zamira said sweetly, reaching for her glass and sipping with grace. Amber's face flushed a deep shade of red. Her hands gripped the edges of the table, her knuckles going white. That doesn't mean I'm going to do it, she snapped. No way am I doing that dare with Jake. Zamira chuckled, reclining her chair like royalty. A bet's a bet. I never agreed to this bet. Amber barked, her eyes flaring as she turned to Jake. Jake's grin was infuriatingly calm. You nodded. I nodded because I didn't agree with the bet. Jake shrugged. It's not my fault you didn't listen. I clearly said, the loser has to do whatever I want. You nodded, and then Zamira agreed and started following my orders. That's not fair. Amber nearly shouted, standing from her seat. You tricked me. Sounds like an excuse, Zamira said, inspecting her nails. You wanted to win, didn't you, so you could watch her get under my skin, isn't it? Jake said, his voice low and teasing. You were so focused on beating Zamira. Amber's lips curled in frustration. You think this is funny? Jake smirked. A little. Amber's face was red now, not just from embarrassment, but from the simmering heat of indignation rising through her chest. I didn't consent to this. I wouldn't agree to something so gross. Jake tilted his head. Gross. That's a bit harsh. Zamira snorted. More like scared. You talk big, Amber, but when it comes to following through, I'm not scared. Amber shot back. I just don't want to put that thing anywhere near my mouth. So dramatic, Zamira said, brushing invisible dust off her blouse. It's not the end of the world, and it's not like you didn't lose. Amber crossed her arms over her chest. I didn't agree. There are no consequences. Jake raised a brow. So you're saying your word means nothing? That when you nod during a bet, it doesn't count? That's not what I'm saying. Amber snapped, then realized how it sounded. I mean, I wasn't even listening when you said it. That's not fair game. Zamira gave a theatrical sigh. Fine, let's vote. All in favor that Amber agreed by nodding. She raised her hand without hesitation. Jake followed suit with an exaggerated show of raising both hands. Amber glared at them. This isn't a court. Zamira grinned. Sure feels like one. Jake tapped his fingers together. You could always negotiate, you know. Amber blinked. Negotiate? Jake nodded. We could change the terms. Make it easier. Less intense. Like what? She asked suspiciously. Jake leaned forward, voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. You just kiss the cap. That's all. One little peck. Then we call it even. Amber stared at him, her mouth slightly open. You're insane. He grinned. Or generous. Zamira was already laughing. You're seriously considering kissing it? Amber whirled on her. Shut up. This is all your fault. You didn't even tell me you'd finished eating because you were too busy making faces at your plate, Zamira said smugly. Next time, focus. Amber's shoulders slumped. I hate you both. Is that a yes? Jake asked. She shot him a look. Jake held up his hands. Fine. But just remember, a bet's a bet. With a sharp exhale, Amber stood from her chair, the legs scraping against the polished wooden floor with a shriek that drew both Jake and Zamira's attention. She crossed her arms, glaring at them. It's not like I'm scared. Jake raised an eyebrow, amusement tugging at his lips. He leaned back casually against the table, one hand resting on the edge, waiting. Zamira smirked from her seat, watching the scene unfold like a theater performance she had already seen the ending to. Amber marched over to Jake, every step full of fire. She stopped right in front of him and looked him in the eye, her jaw clenched. Without a word, she reached for his waistband, tugged it down just enough and deliberately, and without flinching, she reached into his waistband and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Then she tucked it back in, turned on her heel, and said stiffly there, Bet fulfilled. Jake exhaled slowly, half impressed, half unsatisfied. You call that fulfilling the bet? I didn't agree to it in the first place, she snapped. This is already more than I can offer. Jake shook his head, the grin never leaving his face. As a proud former Valkyrie warrior, he said slowly, his voice dipping into that teasing tone she hated. You really think doing the bare minimum doesn't tarnish your image? Amber froze. Her shoulders stiffened. Zamira covered her mouth to suppress a giggle, her eyes dancing. Amber turned slightly, her eyes blazing. You manipulative, Jake shrugged, adding fuel to the fire. Just saying. I expected more from a woman of your legacy. Guess you've gone soft. Amber's fists clenched. Screw you, Jake. Jake opened his mouth to respond, but the words never came. Amber stepped forward again, closer this time, and did something none of them expected. She dropped to her knees. Jake blinked. Wait, but she was already moving, already proving a point in the most pointed way possible. She pulled him closer and took things into her own hands, latching onto him with a bold move. Jake's body stiffened with surprise, his breath catching as Amber met his gaze with a flash of defiance. Her movements were slow and strangely confident, more than anyone in the room anticipated. Zamira's grin slowly faded into wide-eyed disbelief. Jake's voice cracked slightly. I thought you said you didn't know anything about. Amber didn't reply. She didn't need to. Her actions were loud enough. There was no hesitation in her hands. No awkward fumbling. If anything, she moved with a surprising confidence as she held his gaze, almost like a hypnotic stare. Then slowly, she leaned in closer to him, drawing him into an intimate moment. Jake's hand gripped the edge of the table for balance, his jaw tightening, and a sound like a low grunt catching in his throat. Time blurred. Every second felt drawn-out tension riding the air like electricity. Then within seconds, it was over. Jake finished. Amber stood, wiping the side of her mouth with the back of her hand. Her expression was unreadable, neither smug nor ashamed. Jake was still catching his breath, leaning back as though the floor had just shifted under him. He looked at her, his eyebrows raised. I never knew you were that good. Amber met his gaze evenly. Why? Did you think I was some kind of virgin? She turned without waiting for a reply, her boots clicking against the floor as she headed for the door. Jake watched her go, a mix of awe and confusion settling in his chest. Zamira leaned toward him and whispered, well, that backfired. Jake exhaled, still stunned. I think I might be in for a bigger problem. But I like this kind of problem, he grinned. Chapter 427. War Declaration. The Grand Celestial Hall stood like a temple crafted by the stars themselves, a vast expanse of gleaming cosmic marble, carved with constellations that moved like living maps. Towering pillars, taller than mountains, stretched toward a ceiling shrouded in mist. Light glowed, not from torches or chandeliers, but from the radiant auras of the divine beings within. A gathering of gods, beings of every form, filled the circular chamber. Some hovered in the air, others stood draped in shimmering robes, and a few pulsed like galaxies compressed into humanoid shapes. Dragons with wings of aurora light glided beside celestial creatures with heads of flame. At the center, on a throne-like dais floating above, stood Spencer, the god of jealousy. He was lean and broad-shouldered, his humanoid body wrapped in a flowing cloak woven from an unknown material. His grayish skin gleamed like molten steel, but his face drew every eye. His mouth curled into a sharp grin, revealing jagged, interlocking teeth. A thick, obsidian-scaled tail coiled behind him like a slithering serpent. When Spencer raised his hand, silence swept through the crowd like a spell. Brothers and sisters, he declared, his voice booming not with magic, but with raw divine power. The balance has shifted once more. He let the silence hang. You all know it, he went on. You feel it. You ache with it. The weight of it presses on you like invisible chains. War has come again. A wave of energy rippled through the hall. Some gods clenched their fists. Others flared with light or shadow. A small god, shaped like a crystalline deer, wept openly, its tears falling as stars. Spencer's tail uncoiled slightly as he paced the platform. The Protoss, he said sharply, have begun their hunt. Not for us, not yet, but for him, their leader, the one who led them in the last purge, the first slayer, the strongest of them all. Murmurs spread through the assembly. The name went unspoken, but every god felt its weight, a primal fear of the one who had slain a lot of ancient ones. The Protoss are no longer the scattered rabble they were, Spencer said. They move as one now, coordinated and united. We've lost 3 gods these past few days, gasps echoed. A crack of thunder rang out from an angry thunder god, which looked like some sort of humanoid bird. I saw it myself, Spencer added. The death of Arumel, goddess of mercy. A single blade, a single touch. She didn't even have time to scream. She was killed by the Azura king. He let the horror settle before leaning forward. And they come faster now. More of them. Not just the Protoss. God Slayers. Born of mortals. Forged in hatred and fear. Hundreds of them. It feels like something is empowering them. But we are gods, growled a deep-voiced elder, his form like a mountain wreathed in flame. This has happened before. We crushed them. We will do it again. Spencer's laugh was low and cutting. Will we? Do we crush them? Elder Myron? Or did we scatter them and tell ourselves tales to sleep soundly? The hall darkened as Spencer's aura flared a greenish haze that warped the air like a mirage. Too many of you hide in your domains, believing immortality equals safety. You forget that for us, survival has always been war, not peace. Another voice cut through, feminine. Then what would you have us do, Spencer? Throw ourselves upon their blades before they come for us? It was Kalia, goddess of frost. Her silver armor gleamed like ice under starlight, her arms folded. I say we meet them before they come, Spencer replied. We take the fight to the mortal plane. We find their leader before they do. We cut off the source of their unity and risk our own deaths, said a lanky god with long fingers and robes like spiderwebs. They kill us once, we return weaker. Thrice, and we fade to nothing. How many of us can afford that? Spencer sneered. And how many can afford to wait? We lose more each day. With every god that falls, the balance tips further. He paused, letting his words sink in, then spoke softer with greater intensity. If we do not act, we die. Slowly, one by one. A deep rumble came from the back, and the crowd of divine beings parted. A titan emerged, draped in a long silver chain. I have lived 3 cosmic cycles, the titan said. I have seen 2 great wars. And I say Spencer is right. Spencer gave a single nod, letting the titan continue. They come for us. That is certain. So let us choose how we face our end, or better, how we survive. Not cowering in fear, but united. Then unite us, said a younger goddess, her hair like strands of living ink. Give us a command. Spencer turned, his gaze sweeping the hall. Very well, he said. I will give you a hunt. He raised an arm. Green magic shimmered above his palm, forming an image, a mortal man, his face shadowed, walking through a ruin. His eyes glowed red, and strange runes lined his arms while several familiars flew behind him. This mortal, Spencer said. He killed 4 gods at the same time. Alone. We believe he is tied to the Protoss. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He is your target. Alive if possible. Dead if necessary. Bring him to me. And what if he's their leader? Kalia asked. If he's the one they're waiting for? Spencer's grin showed every jagged tooth. Then we kill him before they ever know. Silence fell for a moment. Then, slowly, gods began to nod. One by one, some summoned weapons, others clenched fists or flared their auras. Go to your domains, Spencer said. Call your champions. Awaken your seers. Set your traps. Begin the hunt. The time for comfort is over. We must defy the fate the universe has written for us. He raised both arms. Let them learn, once more, why we are called gods. A chorus of roars, howls, and ethereal cries echoed through the grand celestial hall. And so, the gods prepared for war. Chapter 428. Amber's sad past Zamira's lips parted in silent shock as Jake's words settled in her ears like stones at the bottom of a well. She blinked, trying to process the weight of what he had just said, her posture stiff with disbelief. Across from her, Jake sat cross-legged on the mat floor of the living room, his elbows on his knees. I didn't know, Zamira finally whispered, her voice thick. I knew Valkyries were tied to the gods, but I didn't realize they were literally slaves. Jake exhaled slowly, nodding. Yeah, most people don't. They think of them as warriors of glory and honor. But the truth is, the gods didn't just make them fight. They own them. Zamira's brows drew in. Own them? Jake raised his gaze. In every way, their body, soul, mind, they controlled everything about them. His jaw tightened as he said it. It's probably why Amber is, so skilled at that. But when I made that bet, and then what happened between us, it probably brought back some memories which she didn't like. Zamira's eyes clouded with empathy. That's quite sad, she murmured, her voice very low. Jake said nothing in return. Eventually, Jake stood, brushing his pants. "I'll check on her," he said quietly. The evening air outside was cooler than expected, tinged with the scent of iron-like smell and the soft rustle of trees in the wind. Jake stepped into the compound, his boots crunching gently against the stone path. A lone blood moon fruit tree stood near the center, its dark red leaves glowing faintly in the moonlight. Amber sat beneath it. Her back was against the trunk, knees drawn up, arms loosely wrapped around them. Her blonde hair shimmered under the starlight, and her gaze was fixed on the sky, unfocused and far away. Jake retrieved 2 wooden chairs from the side of the house and carried it over, placing it beside her. As he sat down, Amber didn't turn to look at him, but he saw the subtle flicker of her eyes in acknowledgement. "I'm sorry," Jake began after a moment, his voice low. "I usually do those stupid bets for fun. I didn't think it would bother you. I didn't know." Amber didn't speak right away. Her eyes remained in the sky, as if searching for some kind of answer up there. Then, slowly, she shook her head. "No," she said softly. "You didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who acted weird. It's not your fault." Jake looked at her, his expression tense. "Still, if I don't," she cut in gently. "Jake, I've been trying to live like I'm free. But sometimes I forget what that even means. What being free feels like." She finally turned to face him. "You were just being you, and the one who still has chains I can't see." Jake's eyes softened as he stood up from his chair and sat down beside her, resting on the tree bark. Tentatively, he reached out, letting his hand hover before placing it lightly over hers. Her fingers flinched at first, then relaxed. She looked down at their hands, then back up at him, a soft smile curling her lips. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "for trying to understand." Jake gave her a small nod. "Do you still want to spar with me?" he asked, as if trying to lighten the mood. Amber chuckled faintly. "I don't think it matters anymore. We already crossed a line most sparring partners don't, especially when the purpose is no longer there." Jake raised an eyebrow. "So, that's a no." Amber leaned back against the tree trunk. "It's not now," she said, stretching her legs out. "I just don't feel like pretending to fight you right now." He grinned. "Fair enough." A quiet peace settled over them. Amber shifted slightly and rested her head on Jake's shoulder, a motion so natural that it took him a second to process. He blinked, then gently intertwined his fingers with hers. She squeezed back, warm and firm. They sat like that for nearly an hour. Neither of them spoke. The wind rustled through the blood moon tree above, occasionally dropping a single leaf that fluttered to the ground like a dying ember. Jake didn't even realize how much time had passed until he felt it. A sudden shift in the air. He looked up instinctively and saw the figure descending from the sky. Wings like black fire unfurled from the man's back, the air shimmering as he hovered briefly, then landed in front of Jake a few meters away with a solid thud. Dust scattered around his boots. He was tall, clad in light armor with a traveling cloak fluttering behind him, and bore the silver and blue seal of the Damper Special Force. Jake knew instantly that it was a messenger the Damper King sent back just so they could reciprocate his action of sending his own messenger. Seeing the vampire's own messenger standing behind him, it confirmed his doubts. The man approached and bowed low, fist over chest in the traditional vampire greetings. "Regent Jake," the messenger said. "The letter has been delivered to His Majesty, the Damper King." He read it and replied. Jake gave a slight nod. "Speak." The messenger straightened and reached inside his satchel, drawing out a heavily ornate envelope. Gold filigree ran along the edges, curling around an emblem embossed in scarlet wax, a crescent moon pierced by a silver sword. "He instructed me to deliver this to you personally," the messenger added, extending the letter with both hands. Jake took the envelope. It was unusually old-fashioned, a relic from a bygone era when letters still held power. But considering the fragile truce and ever-present tension between the Dampiers and the vampires, such caution was necessary since they didn't even have contact with each other in the first place. He broke the seal and unfolded the letter within. Chapter 429. Marry Me Too to Regent Jake of the Vampire Planet. I, King Gallic of the Damper, agrees to the terms as laid forth in your message. I am willing to host a neutral meeting on the vampire homeworld. I trust in your honor. Let the location be one of your choosing and inform me of the time. May this be a step toward balance. Below the signature, a number was written. Jake studied the number a moment longer before refolding the letter. The messenger cleared his throat. His Majesty said that you, the regent, should text him. Provide the time, date, and location. He will be ready. Jake's lips twitched into a thoughtful frown. He gave the messenger a silent nod of dismissal. You've done your duty. You may return. The man bowed once more, turned and nodded to the vampire messenger. Within moments, the propulsion of his wings faded into the sky as he disappeared beyond the tree line. Amber stepped closer, a hand resting lightly on her hip. So, she said, what's the issue? Jake turned to her, his mind still on the words of the Damper King. He's agreed to the terms, he said. He's willing to talk. On our ground. Amber blinked. Dampiers. I've never heard that name before. Are they some sort of subclass? Jake chuckled dryly. That's one way to put it. He leaned against the stone balustrade, looking into the sky as if reading ancient history in the clouds. They're a hybrid race, born from the union of humans and vampires, mostly during the old slave era. Amber frowned. Slave era. Back before the collapse of the first vampire dominion, Jake explained. There was an era where humans were taken by force. Some were bred, others turned, and a few created Dampiers. At first, they were treated as property lower than even the humans. But during the period when vampires had internal conflicts, a Damper named Gallic rose up. He broke their chains and led the rebellion, became their first and still reigning king. Amber narrowed her eyes, her voice lowered as if recalling something bitter. Vampires really were a conquering bunch of maniacs. Jake gave her a sideways glance, not offended but solemn. We were, until Duke took the throne, my grandfather. He was softer than the kings before him, rational, empathetic in his own way. He tried to change things. Amber tilted her head. The same perverted old man you and Misty always talk about? Jake nodded. He was the one. He made reforms, ended the vampire brutality, started alliances. But it was my father, Derek, who made it possible. Amber's eyes widened. Derek, the one who fought the blood god, right? Yeah. Jake's voice went quiet for a moment. That battle cracked open the whole system. While everyone was distracted with the war, Gallic took the chance and led the Dampiers to true independence. Other races tried, but only the Dampiers succeeded. They were strong, organized, and smart. Amber let out a slow breath. Sounds like Gallic is a smart guy. He, as Jake said, which makes this meeting all the more important because having him on our side would be beneficial. She nodded silently, thoughtful. He'll be back, Jake said, pushing against the tree. I need to let Zamira know. He made his way inside the building, walking past the guards and through the arched hallways of polished marble. The scent of incense hung in the air. He found Zamira in the living room, standing before a holographic map that displayed the habitable vampire territories. She turned as he entered. You receive an answer? Jake held up the letter. He agreed. Gallic is willing to meet in our homeworld. He's left the location up to me. Zamira raised a brow. Surprising. Jake shrugged. He's not reckless. He knows how valuable this moment is. Did he provide a method of contact? Jake nodded. A number. He said I should text him the details. Zamira pulled out her phone and handed it over. Use mine. Jake quickly typed in the number, then drafted the message. Tomorrow. Noon. Vampire Royal Palace. East Wing Conference Hall. No media. No guards beyond 3 from each side. He hit send, and the message was sent. So where are you going now? Zamira suddenly asked, casting a lewd glance at Jake. First of all, I haven't seen Zagrith since. Isn't she done already? Jake replied, raising a brow. She'll be back soon, Zamira said with a sly smile. Now that she's one of your women and no longer my guard, I handed off some of my workload to her, Fufu. You didn't even need a guard in the first place, Jake muttered. Yeah, she was like a sister to me. And now? He asked, his eyebrows still raised. My rival, she said, then pouted. Anyway, why are you ignoring me? Let's have one more round. Zamira crawled toward him seductively. But Jake quickly stood and began heading for the door, making exaggerated faces at her as he left. "Screw you, Jake. How dare you leave a woman wanting?" she shouted after him. Outside, Jake returned to Amber and sat down beside her. This time, he pulled a soft foamy mat, some pillows, and a blanket from his inventory. Amber's eyes widened at the sight. "Where did you even get all this from?" she asked, baffled. "You don't want to know," Jake said with a grin as he laid the mat out and gestured for her to join him. Amber gave him a strange look, but laid down beside him anyway. "Now that you're telling me to lie down beside you, don't tell me you want to have sex with me. At least take me inside if you do," she whispered. Jake blinked in surprise. Amber, she placed a finger on his lips, cutting him off. "I've changed my mind," she said softly. "I don't want to live my old life anymore. The truth is, I like you, Jake. Maybe it's because I once shared a body with Misty, and her feelings rubbed off on me. But even if that's true, I really do like you. A lot." She snuggled into his side. Amber, Jake murmured, stunned. She felt like a completely different person right now. "Don't look at me like that. I'm still a woman, she said. "Even though I want revenge, I've thought about it. This time, I want to live a normal life. So, will you marry me, Jake?" But before Jake could respond, someone suddenly dropped from the sky, landing near them and walking over. "Marry you? What happened to being a mistress like me?" the figure said with a teasing voice. "If you're marrying her, you'll marry me too, darling." Zagreth. Chapter 430. The both of you, Jake raised his head and saw Zagreth, standing above them with a frown on her face. "Don't tell me you want to marry her?" she asked with a pout. "By the way, who is she?" "She's Amber," Jake answered. "Amber? Oh, the person you got that body for?" Zagreth muttered. "You just let everyone know you got me a body." Amber rolled her eyes. "Ha! She was there too when Edgar Frost delivered it." "It doesn't matter, Amber. What matters is you, your soul. Just take a look at me. This isn't even my real body. I reincarnated into this vessel, and it can never be compared to my real body. No matter how I train it, this body will always look like a watered-down version of what I once had. That is why I'm not really worried about training the body itself, but rather focusing on increasing my attack output," Jake explained. "That makes sense," Amber muttered, trying to change the topic. "Huh, you'll marry me too," Zagreth pouted, stomping her foot in annoyance as she walked inside the house. After she left, Amber glanced back at Jake. "I'm Sully. I didn't know she was there," she said softly. "No, that's not a problem. Zagreth actually deserves it. After all, her role in my life is a big one." "So," Jake looked at Amber, rubbing her face tenderly. "I'm going to marry both of you." Amber paused. Her face turned red, her heart fluttered, and her pulse pounded in her chest. Even though she had been the one who shamelessly asked Jake to marry her, hearing it directly from his mouth made her feel strange. Overwhelmed even. In a sudden movement, she wrapped her arms around Jake's neck and planted a kiss on his lips. Jake reciprocated her actions and kissed her back. The moment between them grew more intimate as they held each other close. They held each other close, enjoying the warmth of the moment. Her figure suited him well. Amber sighed softly as Jake kissed her, and they moved closer together in an intimate embrace. She could feel him pressing close against her as they stood together. As they kissed further, exchanging warmth and heat, Amber couldn't hold back anymore. Any further, and they'd lose control of themselves out in the open. Amber parted her lips from his, a faint trace of their closeness still lingering. "Let's go inside," she said in a low, husky voice. Jake looked around and then at the building. He realized that if he took her inside, they wouldn't have any privacy. But then an idea suddenly crossed his mind. Mom's apartment. He immediately turned to Amber. "Get up. We're going somewhere else," he said, confused. Amber stood up, but didn't question him. In the next moment, Jake suddenly picked her up from the ground, carrying her in a princess carry. Her face flushed bright red with embarrassment. "What is this?" she muttered, but deep down, she was enjoying the way she was being held. Throughout her entire life as a Valkyrie, this was the first time she had been treated right and not like some kind of slave. Jake burst into the sky, propelling himself with aura. Just as they left, Amber and Zamira came storming out of the building and saw the empty mats and blankets, with Jake and Amber nowhere to be found. Fuck, Zamira cursed, punching the bark of the tree. TCH, he's such a cunning man. They knew we'd disturb them if they came inside. Zagrith clicked her tongue. You should have told me earlier. My husband never ceases to amaze me. To be honest, no girl would be able to resist him, Zamira muttered, rubbing her head tiredly. If she claimed she wasn't tired of Jake's waywardness, that would be a bold-faced lie. Even though she always tried to turn a blind eye to it, she couldn't help but get jealous. In the end, it runs in the family. Old Man Duke was also doing the exact same thing. Jake gently landed on the front porch of his mom's chamber. He prayed silently that one of the guest room doors would be open so he wouldn't have to stress about collecting the keys from Carter. As he pushed down on the handle, the door clicked open, and they both entered. It was a pretty average room, with a standard bed and many other fittings, though frankly, it was way too extravagant for a room intended for guests. Amber walked forward and sat on the bed, her body sinking slightly into the mattress. Then she began to undress herself, taking off her gown. Now that her gown was gone, she was left in a white, tight sports bra and a panty that resembled more mature underwear. It wasn't like the feminine, tiny strap panties girls these days wore. It was practical, but it was sexy in a completely different way, grown, confident, real. Amber's face was slightly red as she looked at Jake, who approached her and stopped in front of her. Just like her, he took off his pants and shirt, remaining in only his underwear. Then he climbed onto the bed and instantly went for Amber's mouth, crashing his lips against hers. Chew! The sound of kissing filled the air as they embraced. Amber was fiercer this time, kissing him with more vigor, and her legs wrapped around his waist. They kissed like that for several long minutes until Jake stepped back from their kiss and gently helped her out of her sports bra. The intricate rune-like marks that ran across her torso drew his attention, tracing down from her chest and stopping just at the base of her stomach. Jake leaned in close to Amber, and she let out a soft sound as he gently kissed her shoulder. Amber murmured, feeling a comforting warmth spread through her. The closeness between them felt tender and intimate, and she smiled quietly at the gentle connection they shared. She became increasingly aroused, her desire evident. The heavy scent of pheromones filled the air, wrapping around them. Jake could instantly tell it was time for the main event. He pulled his mouth off her nipple, stretching it with his lips before letting it go with a soft pop. It was swollen and hard like a cow's teat ready for milking. Chapter 431. Hot Chicks. Jake pressed himself against Amber. Slowly, he moved closer to her inch by inch. Amber didn't let out any sound as her eyes remained closed. After all, the difficult moment of their first intimacy was nothing compared to her training. Gradually, he moved closer to her. Amber's eyes were still closed. Jake could tell it was painful regardless, as he felt an immense resistance, at first far more than with a vampire or human. Is it because she's half Azura now? Jake thought, but he leaned forward slightly and kissed Amber. Are you in pain? Jake asked, and Amber's eyes slowly fluttered open, flashing a smile at Jake. No, it was just a bit funny because you're treating the whole thing like it's my first time, Amber chuckled. Oh. Jake's mouth formed into a round shape before turning into a smirk. I was just trying to be a gentleman, Jake said, and in the next moment, he leaned in close to Amber, their bodies pressing together. On? Amber gasped as she didn't expect to be hit in such a sensitive spot. Jake pressed himself closer to her. He was surprised Amber could handle so much, which usually wasn't the case with his other women. Amber wrapped her legs around his back and instinctively tightened her grip on him. After a short while, Jake couldn't hold on any longer and finished, his legs going limp and weak. He pulled away from Amber. Jake laid down beside her, wondering why it happened so quickly. It felt strange and didn't seem like himself, so he decided to ask her, "Do you have any idea why I reacted so early?" "That was strange," Jake asked. "Fufu, you noticed. I used key to increase the sensation, so you couldn't hold back and reacted," Amber giggled. "Can't we just keep things natural? You did the same thing back then. Don't get me wrong. I love the way you make me feel good, but I want you to know that when you're with your lover, You don't do it in a way that you have to make them feel good. You do it in a natural way that we both feel good. Jake berated, but when he realized his voice was rising, he sighed. I'm sorry about that. I'm just worried that you'll keep doing it. That's something from your past life you should forget, Jake said and stood up, heading toward the bathroom. But Amber's voice suddenly made him stop in his tracks. I'm sorry about that. It was like muscle memory I couldn't hold back. Amber apologized. It's fine. We'll do that some other time. I feel so weak now, Jake said, entering the bathroom. Seeing him enter the bathroom, Amber sighed. I ruined our good time. I planned to make this good, but those memories keep coming, Amber muttered, pulling at her hair. The memories she referred to were from her past life, when she was forced to serve a certain god in an intimate manner. Due to her hatred for him, she always finished quickly using ki. She never experienced what true intimacy with a partner felt like. Jake washed up in the bathroom. He saw traces of blood on himself from taking Amber's virginity, but the excitement was gone because of what Amber did. He also felt extremely weak and tired. Jake came out of the bathroom and dressed up. Let's go back to my residence, Jake said to Amber. Though he was no longer angry at her, he felt bad for even raising his voice. Amber nodded and began to dress up. Her past is still haunting her even now. It'll make her experience what actual love feels like, Jake thought, clenching his fists. Once Amber was dressed, Jake lifted her in a princess carry. Stop carrying me like this. It's embarrassing, Amber muttered, her face burning red with shame. Oh, really? That's a normal thing, though. There's absolutely nothing normal about it, Amber said, covering her face in shame. Let's see about this then, Jake said as he walked out of his mom's chamber and stepped into the expanse of the main palace. Why are we walking? Fly into the air, Amber said, in confusion. No, I'm walking home, Jake replied with a smirk. Jake, what are you doing? People are looking at us, oh my. Amber covered her face as Jake carried her past the station guards. They'll make you pay for this, Amber muttered. Don't talk big. I might walk into the city like this. Want to try me? Jake asked. No, let's go home, please, Amber pleaded, still covering her face. Laughing loudly, Jake shot into the sky and headed straight home, then dropped Amber off. You head inside. I want to see someone, Jake said, turning to leave. But Amber tugged on his clothes. Where are you going? Don't tell me you're going to see a woman just after we... Too much sex is bad, Jake, Amber said with a knowing look. Not at all. I want to see my grandfather and talk to him about something. I haven't seen him since I arrived, Jake revealed. All right, then. Don't stay too long. You know it'd be somewhat awkward with me and them inside, Amber said, referring to Zagrith and Zamira. Better get used to them, Jake said, flying into the air. He headed to Old Man Duke's chamber and upon arrival, saw the old man shirtless, grilling what looked like a small edible beast, with two girls flanking him. Aren't those two girls from the other day? This old man isn't joking around, Jake thought, realizing Zamira was spot on. He landed gently a few meters in front of them, catching their attention. Welcome, my dear grandson, Old Man Duke said cheerfully, walking over to Jake, while the two vampire women followed behind. Jake then noticed something he didn't the other day. These chicks are hot. Chapter 432, Maya and Nala. Jake hugged Old Man Duke, and Jake greeted the two women behind him. Welcome, Your Highness, they greeted with a slight bow. Old Man Duke's eyes were fixed on the girls, and Jake for some reason. What are you girls' names? Jake said, stretching his hand forward to shake name. My name is Maya, the one with brown long hair and a mole on her nose said, shaking Jake back. My name is Nala, the second girl said, shaking Jake. She also has brown long hair, just like Maya. The only thing she didn't have was the mole, but she looked exactly just like Maya. Are you guys twins? Jake asked as he looked at the two of them carefully. He could only tell them apart due to the mole on Maya's nose. Yes, Maya and Nala answered simultaneously with a bright smile. Ahem. Why don't we sit over there and enjoy ourselves? Old Man Duke said, removing Nala's hand from Jake's. Damn you, old man. Why would you be enjoying good things? He doesn't even trust me anymore. Jake thought as he realized Old Man Duke removed his hand out of fear that he would steal Maya and Nala from him. They sat down around a table not too far from the grill. There were crates of beer and liquors arranged under the table. Why so many beers? Jake asked as he noticed several empty bottles lying on the ground too. Well, me and my girls drink them, Old Man Duke replied. I see. Jake muttered and got up. Well, I'm going to take some meat for myself, Jake said, moving to the grill. He picked up the knife. Ding! Edible beast meat spotted. Beast type, horned wolf. Level, intermediate. Seeing the info, Jake was grossed out as eating a wolf was akin to a domestic dog, but this shit is tantalizing. Jake drooled from the corner of his mouth as he picked up a knife and cut through part of the wolf meat. Its juice sizzled and a burst of aroma exploded from the part Jake cut. Jake put the big slice of meat into his plate and put some toppings like tiny slices of blood moon fruit. Then he returned to the table, sitting opposite Maya. Right in this angle, he paid attention to the clothes she was wearing. It was a lace-like black lingerie from which her protruding nipples could be seen. Nala was also wearing the same type, but different color. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Jake began eating the meat. He opened a bottle of beer and gulped it down in one go. He opened the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. But this time, he didn't gulp down the seventh bottle, as he was already getting somewhat tipsy. Then he began to tell Old Man Duke everything. The reason why he came back early and the visit of the Damper King. Wow, Old Man Duke muttered, instantly losing his appetite for food. The name of the Damper King struck memories in him as he remembered how he violently fought during the Revolution, the amount of vampire prominent nobles that was killed. But then again, the vampires were the cause from the start. So, are you sure this is a good idea? Why would he willingly agree to come? What if he is planning something sinister? Old Man Duke said with worry in his face. Don't worry, I have prepared just in case. I have someone with me. Do you remember Amber, Misty's second personality? Well, she isn't exactly... Jake began to explain to Old Man Duke again. A lot has been going on that I had no idea about. If that's the case, and you are confident in her ability to intercept any threat while you have a meeting with the Damper King, then I will leave everything to you, Old Man Duke said with a small laugh. Popping another bottle of beer. They just laugh, and at some point, Old Man Duke told Nala and Maya to head inside, leaving only him and Jake. Old Man Duke leaned forward and glanced left and right as if to make sure no one was listening. So, how is it going with Zunda? You didn't update me? I heard her research budget has been added to the kingdom's budget. There has to be some sort of deal before you approve that. Did you cut her some shady deal in exchange for the research budget? Old Man Duke asked. Jake paused, looking at Old Man Duke weirdly due to the odd question he asked. No wonder she left you. She told me you once begged to get back with her in exchange for her research budget. Jake shook his head. She didn't have to say those embarrassing parts. Water streamed down Old Man Duke's eyes before he suddenly let out a sigh. I don't know, I kind of fucked up big time. I treated her badly, and I guess I don't deserve her. She's just too good for me, Old Man Duke said emotionally, taking a gulp of beer and opening another bottle. Thank goodness you know that yourself. It's ridiculous to demand something so inappropriate from someone who is your wife in return for research that is going to benefit the entire planet. You are worse than I thought. By the way, she told me a big secret of yours. Jake also leaned forward, grinning from ear to ear. What do you mean? Old Man Duke's face burned in embarrassment. She said she could do better than you, and you still had the guts to cheat on her and treat her badly. The cheating wasn't even her problem, but you gave her lots of health issues, and enough. That's not what I asked for. Are you here to mock me, or what now that you know my situation is pathetic? Old Man Duke sighed, cursing inwardly at his luck for receiving Jake as a visitor tonight. Ha, I am just kidding. Though, she said everything, but not in a way that you think it was. It was out of pain. By the way, just like you asked, she and I spent time together. We had a good time and went on a date even, Jake revealed. Old Man Duke gulped down another bottle of beer. Had a good time, huh? I'm glad she is now finally happy. Now she might be able to fulfill her long-time dreams of becoming a great scientist. I wish I could turn back time and fix all my mistakes, Old Man Duke said, standing up on his feet. But as he did, he almost tumbled but was caught by Jake. I'm going inside. I had a lot of drinks today. Pack up the remaining meat for the girls at your place. "We'll see tomorrow," Old Man said, staggering inside. Jake quickly packed the remaining grilled meat and stored it in his inventory and called the maids to clean up. As Jake left Old Man Duke's chamber, he stretched his fingers apart and saw a small, tiny paper there. "Let's see what Nala wrote inside," Jake grinned. Chapter 433. Who wants the meat? As Jake stared at the crumpled piece of paper, his eyes caught the string of digits scrawled across it, followed by a teasing "call me" in looping handwriting. "This just got way more interesting than I expected," Jake said with a sly chuckle, slipping the paper into his pocket with a grin. "What do you think she wants, Master?" "Who knows? Maybe she's dying to get close to me." "Master, hold on. What if it's something else? Maybe this was her only way to reach you." "Yeah, whatever her reason, I'm about to humiliate Old Man Duke into next week." I was going to steer clear of his business. But now that his girl is sliding me her number, how can I resist? A wicked, perverted grin stretched across Jake's face, his eyes gleaming with mischief. When Jake strolled into his house, he was greeted by the sight of Amber, Zamira, and Zagrith lounging in the living room, engrossed in a heated chess match. His jaw dropped. Shock, surprise, and a touch of disbelief hit him like a freight train when they didn't even glance up as he entered. "Sigh. I must really pissed off my gorgeous wives to get the cold shoulder like this," Jake muttered, flopping onto the plush couch with a dramatic huff. Still, not a peep from the trio, which only made his lips curl into a sly grin. Without warning, he pulled out the prized meathead taken from Old Man Duke's chamber. The moment he unwrapped it, a mouth-watering aroma exploded into the air, instantly turning the three women into drooling messes. "Husband, where'd you get that meat?" "It smells," divine Zagrith purred in a sultry tone, crawling toward him with a hungry glint in her eyes. But as her fingers reached for the meat, Jake playfully swatted her hand away. "Ow! Why?" Zagrith whined, pouting in frustration. "Called it," Amber chimed in, smirking knowingly. "What? Are you planning to make us do some freaky stuff just for a bite of that meat? I could just order the cooks to whip up some grilled meat, you know?" Zamira huffed, puffing out her chest proudly, though her eyes betrayed her desperate craving for the tantalizing scent. "Fine by me," Jake said with a shrug, slicing off a hefty chunk of the meat and popping it into his mouth with a smug grin. "We'll just take this to my room. Go ahead and call your cooks, but I guarantee it won't taste like this." He started to wrap the rest of the meat, savoring the moment. Wait, I haven't eaten yet," Zagrith cried, practically begging. "Stupid, stupid, stupid vampire," Amber teased, lightly bonking Zamira's head with a metal plate that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Where the hell did she get that plate? Jake wondered, his eyes narrowing as he grew more attentive. "Please, just one bite. A whole chunk. They'll suck it." Jake's mouth fell open in a perfect O at Zagrith's last outburst. "Well, damn, show me what you got then," he said, leaning back with a wicked smirk. "You shameless, horny subclass," Zamira teased, tossing a playful jab at Zagrith. Zagrith just stuck out her tongue, mocking Zamira with a cheeky grin. "TCH, freaking pervert. I can't believe I'm groveling for meat I literally ate a few hours ago," Amber muttered, clicking her tongue in mock disgust. "You could suck for this one too, you know. Wouldn't be your first rodeo," Jake teased, his grin widening. In a flash, Zagrith knelt before him, her nimble fingers moving with practiced speed. Jake let out a low groan, caught off guard by the sudden closeness. "Ugh, Zagrith, this is why you're my favorite. You're a damn pro, unlike some people," Jake groaned, throwing a playful jab at the others. "Oomph, I could do better," Zamira shot back, indignant. "I practically give masterclasses on this," Amber boasted, but her bravado faltered as a flush of embarrassment crept across her face. She had just let slip a tidbit about her past life, and the room went quiet for a split second. To her relief, no one pressed her on it. Zagrith let out a soft, shaky breath, clearly flustered and struggling to steady herself in that moment. Dripping with anticipation, Jake knew exactly what she wanted, but he wasn't ready to give in just yet. Timing was everything. As Zagrith picked up her pace, the intensity tripled, sending waves of heat through Jake's body. "Arg!" he groaned, unable to hold back as he yielded to the moment without warning. "Amen," Zagreth said with a satisfied hum. Seeing her trembling, Jake decided to switch things up, even though he had plans for later. With her kneeling on all fours, he slid his hand toward her, tracing the outline of her shape through her tight stockings. Rip in one fluid motion, he tore through her stockings and panties, reaching toward her at the same time. A hand Zagreth's body jolted, caught off guard by Jake's bold move. Positioning himself behind her, Jake worked carefully and attentively, finding her favorite spots. He started slow, then gradually picked up the pace, making her laugh with excitement. "I am so happy," Zagreth shouted, her voice echoing through the room. True to her enthusiasm, a fizzy drink splashed out of her glass. Some of it dripped onto Zamira and Amber, who quickly scrambled out of the way. Zagreth kept dripping, leaving a wet puddle on the floor. Jake slowed his movements, and her body began to tremble with intense shivers as powerful waves of sensation rocked through her. Finally pulling back, Jake grinned as he finished cleaning her up. "Well, I helped her relax a bit. Now, for her reward." He used his aura to slice off a generous chunk of the wolf meat, wrapped it in paper, and set it beside Zagreth, who was still catching her breath. "This is insane. You're really going all out for this meat, Jake?" Zamira asked, wide-eyed as she watched the mess glisten on the floor. "I'll go next, but I don't need any extra treatment, got it?" Amber blurted out, her cheeks flushed. "Why you? I thought we agreed to hold back." Zamira protested. "No way I'm doing this again today," he declared, stumbling toward his room. "Wah, I thought we agreed we would keep the fun going." Zagreth called after him, her voice light and teasing as she chased him down. "You'll have to convince me," Jake tossed back with a creepy, sly grin as he shuffled away. "To think he still has that on his mind after all that," Amber muttered, shooting a glance at Zamira before shaking her head in disbelief. The next morning, Jake stirred awake to find Zagreth curled up beside him, smiling contentedly. She moved with each motion, her back arched, raising herself, though it was just out of his line of sight. "Arg, you won't even give me a break, Zagreth," Jake groaned, holding her head as the moment ended. After finishing, he stood and pulled on his clothes. Zagreth murmured softly, finishing up with Jake. Nearby, Zamira and Amber lay sprawled across the bed, fast asleep. Amber's mouth hung open, a telltale sign of deep slumber. Unlike vampires, who could skip sleep entirely, Azura's like Amber needed rest, just like humans. "Zamira, you staying home today? You look pretty exhausted from work." "I'm here, so he'll handle everything." "Zagreth, you rest too," Jake said, wiping himself with a towel and brushing his teeth, still tasting the lingering flavor from the night before. "Amber, rise and shine. We're heading out soon," Jake added, glancing at the time. "Ugh, just 5 more minutes. This place is so damn weird, I can't even tell if it's day or night," Amber grumbled under her breath. She had a point. Despite the artificial sun now lighting the sky, it lacked the intensity of a real one, and a deep red hue lingered, a mark of accumulated vampire aura over time. It didn't do anything, but it was like a badge that made the red planet stand out. "Why did you say we should stay behind? I thought we all agreed to go with you?" Zamira asked, propping herself up on the bed. Jake turned to them. "Because you too are carrying my airs. The meeting could go south, so we need to play it smart," he explained. Instantly, Zamira's face flushed red, matched by Zagreth's own blush. "You sure know how to charm a girl. But I still think taking Amber's a bad call you. Could be putting her in danger too, if you feel we're going to be in danger," Zamira said, her brow creased with worry. "You have no clue," Jake muttered, making Zamira and Zagreth stare at Amber with renewed intensity. "What's that supposed to mean? We're strong too," they pouted in unison. "She's stronger." "I'm dead serious," Jake insisted, his face grim. Zamira and Zagreth exchanged skeptical looks, as if they thought he was exaggerating it. "Fine, you wouldn't feed us bullshit. But now I'm curious if you ranked all your women's power levels. Who's at the top?" Zamira asked abruptly. As a muscle head who had trained her ass off, she couldn't fully buy it, though her gut told her Amber was a beast. Jake paused, thinking it over. If I ranked all my women, Amber's the strongest. Second is Blair. Third is Yuzumira. Fourth is Myra because of her divine attribute. Fifth is Kira and Zagrith. Sixth is Stella. Seventh is Annan Hayes. The rest are close, with Aurora and Misty edging out slightly due to their blood powers. The weakest are Vera, Alice, and Lilith, he said, straining to recall the details. To think I'm only third. How the hell is Amber the strongest? Didn't she just get that body? Zamira gritted her teeth, frustration flaring. Jake smirked at their expressions, but felt the need to set things straight. Hard work doesn't always mean top-tier power, Zamira. You're a Godslayer-level badass, but Amber has the experience. Didn't she tell you about her past yesterday? She's taken on gods and monstrous creatures. Plus, her new Bodis, a hybrid of a ridiculously powerful Azura. Blair has the Demon King's power. She's fighting it every second to keep it from consuming her whole. You, though, built yourself from the ground up with just your blood powers, becoming a monster in your own right. Now that you're tapping in a key, you could match or even surpass Amber in time, Jake explained, breaking it down like he was talking to a kid. I get it now. Kind of like how you're stupidly powerful despite spending most of your time screwing around instead of training. Bet those abs came from all that sex, Zagrith teased, chuckling. Exactly. Jake's a damn pervert who barely lifts a finger to train. And can you stop talking about my body? It's kind of embarrassing, Amber groaned, finally sitting up and stretching. Seeing Amber awake, Jake hurried to finish dressing and prodded her to do the same. Amber got up, splashed water on her face, and slipped into black pants and a jacket, the style the vampires favored. Looks good on you, Jake said with a nod before heading out, Amber trailing behind. They shot into the air, speeding toward the palace. Hovering just above the palace, Jake glanced at Amber. Stay here and keep your presence hidden. Someone else will handle surveillance, he said. Amber nodded, gliding toward a watch post built into the walls surrounding the palace. Chapter 435. Conflicting Aura. Good morning, Your Highness, a royal guard greeted as Jake entered the palace. Morning? Jake raised an eyebrow. Have you all adapted to the Universal Time format? Yes, Your Highness. The new format has been implemented across all institutions, including schools and academies. Surprisingly, the vampires are adapting faster than expected and rarely even use the old-time system, the guard explained, his voice steady, but his forehead drenched in sweat. The menacing aura Jake gave off by simply standing there was nearly suffocating. Ah, I see. Thank you for explaining, Jake replied, placing a palm gently on the guard's shoulder. He then continued walking toward the empty throne. Standing beside, it was a familiar figure. Ah, Arthur, you're here. Long time no see. Thanks for heeding my call, Jake said, stretching out his hand for a handshake. However, Arthur didn't accept it. Instead, he shook his head and bowed. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm not worthy of shaking your hand. It's considered taboo for a knight, Arthur replied, his tone sincere. What's with all the formalities? I thought Old Man Duke said you only wanted to be my knight for the Damper King's visit. Jake muttered, surprised. You misunderstand, Your Highness. I was chosen by the king and all the district lords to be your knight. Out of all the participants, I came out on top. And am here to replace the now-retired Sir Alfonso, Arthur clarified. Jake's brows furrowed. Wait, Alfonso retired? A new knight was selected? Then shouldn't you be by the king's side? The king declared you as regent. He also told me some things I can't share. I hope you understand, Arthur said with another respectful bow. Jake felt a pang in his chest. Someone he once called a friend was now his knight, practically his servant. I did ask for a guard, but I meant an inexperienced one I could train. Still, Arthur's perfect for the role. Besides, we only met during the tournament. All right then, Jake said, glancing at the throne before abruptly sitting on it for the first time. So this is what it feels like to sit on a throne. I can't imagine doing this all day. I'm glad I didn't accept being crowned, yet I still wield the king's authority. Suddenly, Arthur pressed a finger to his ear, listening in on his micro earpiece. Your Highness, The Damper King's spaceship has arrived, Arthur announced. So fast? Jake asked, slightly startled. Inform the royal chefs to prepare a banquet. Summon the top district lords and bring me a flying vehicle. Be but your highness. Who's going with you? Arthur asked. She is, Jake replied, releasing a massive pool of ki that blanketed the palace and seeped beyond its walls. I remember this energy, Arthur murmured, recalling the tournament. MH, is Jake calling for me? I guess I have no choice then, Amber muttered with a twisted smile, releasing 50% of her ki pool. The palace air grew warm and heavy, almost unbreathable. What is this? Such a monstrous aura. Arthur stammered, overwhelmed. It was at least 3 times the strength of Jake's. Hi, you feel that too, huh? That's Amber. And that's not even her full power. By the way, I remember you can use ki, subconsciously be nice towards her, and she might teach you a few things. Maybe even better than Alfonso, Jake added, rising from the throne as Arthur stood frozen. Where did he meet this monster? Jake himself has become a beast since the tournament, yet he's still stuck at the Vampire Lord stage? This makes no sense, Arthur thought, sweat dripping down his face. Jake stepped out of the palace. The moment he did, several suited bodyguards appeared and bowed. Vampire tradition dictated that guards and soldiers kept themselves hidden unless commanded to show themselves. Suddenly, 3 flying vehicles descended, landing before Jake. The center one was clearly meant for him, flanked by the others. Jake looked up at Amber and gave her a signal. In a flash, she appeared beside him, startling the guards who instinctively reached for their weapons until Jake raised a hand, halting them. Let's go welcome the Damper King, Jake said, entering the vehicle alongside Amber. The convoy shot into the sky, moving at Mach 5. Within minutes, they reached a private airspace where a massive yellow spaceship hovered, yellow, the signature aura color of Dampiers, in contrast to Vampire's red. Jake's vehicle landed. He and Amber stepped out, flanked by his guards. Soon after, the spaceship door slid open, revealing a burly figure clad in a beast hide cape. His long hair was tied into a ponytail, and a flawless, thick mustache complemented his sharply trimmed eyebrows and hairline like he was headed for a date. He must spend hours at the barber, Amber commented, earning a lightning-fast nudge from Jake too, fast for normal eyes to catch. The man was none other than Gallic, the Damper King. Standing close behind him was a familiar figure in a trench coat and glasses. 3 powerful guards loomed behind them. Both sides walked forward, stopping just shy of a meter apart. You don't look like the rumors, Your Majesty, Gallic said with a courteous bow, extending his hand. Oh, but you look exactly as the rumors and history describe, Your Majesty, Jake replied, bowing as well and shaking his hand. But then his expression shifted. The damper aura in Gallic's hand sent Jake's own aura into a frenzy, as if reacting to a natural enemy. Gallic's eyes also widened as his aura spiked in return, running wildly. Monster! They both had the same thought as they quickly broke their handshake. Chapter 436. Pack. They released their hands and stared at each other with mutual respect. For the first time, Gallic felt genuine admiration for a vampire besides Derek. As expected of Derek's son. Shall we get going? Jake asked, nodding toward a car parked a few meters away. Sure, Gallic replied, glancing at the figure behind him as if silently assuring them. Gallic and Jake entered the vehicle while their escorts boarded a separate one. The car Jake and Gallic stepped into was autonomous. It lifted off the ground and shot toward the palace. Not much has changed on the vampire planet, but it seems you're trying to fix that, Gallic said, sparking conversation. Yeah, I guess. Vampires are so old-fashioned, they don't even notice. We were once at the peak of technology and warfare, but it's crazy how quickly things slipped away, Jake replied with a sigh. Gallic paused before saying, it all boils down to leadership. A stagnant leader only holds their people back. Jake understood the subtle jab at Old Man Duke, but there was nothing he could say. It was simply the truth. Though the old man wasn't terrible in his prime, he lacked foresight and ignored the broader picture, especially the race for scientific advancement, which led to Zunda's research being underfunded. He had every resource at his disposal, yet never used them properly. Sigh, I can't deny that. But I'm here to change all that. I want to make the vampires great again, Jake said firmly. Great again? As in, through war or interplanetary conquest? Gallic asked. He knew he was treading a fine line, but he needed clarity. Not that kind of greatness. That only breeds hatred. But if anyone dares to step on us, they'll learn the hard way. Still, I won't drag my people into war needlessly. What's the point of risking lives when I can go myself and reduce everything to ashes? Jake said with a chuckle, making Gallic's eyes widen. I admire your confidence, but isn't that a bit over the top? One man against an entire planet? Gallic asked, unsure if Jake was being serious. Jake simply turned and gave a sly smile. Soon, they arrived at the palace. Jake and Gallic stepped out of the vehicle. At once, Gallic's escorts and the mysterious hooded figure moved in behind him. Arthur and a few guards flanked Jake, while Amber disappeared back onto the watchtower. Noticing the female guard was gone, Gallic was stunned she had slipped away without him noticing. It was the first time someone had escaped his senses. Astonishing, Gallic muttered, just as Jake began leading him into the palace. Inside, Jake was momentarily stunned by the transformation. It was the same palace, but it now looked like a grand hall prepared for a banquet. The throne area remained restricted, but the rest of the space was filled with luxurious tables. Elegant chairs and seductive maidens in sheer stockings, their pale thighs exposed. Numerous vampire lords were seated as well. When Jake entered, they immediately stood. Welcome, Your Highness, echoed through the hall. What the hell? How did they get here so quickly? Is this what it means to be a good leader? Jake thought in amusement. Jake signaled for everyone to sit, then formally announced the arrival of the Damper King. The hall erupted into applause and cheers for Gallic. He smiled throughout, baffled by how warmly the vampires were receiving him. He recognized some of the vampire lords. They were known for their ruthlessness. Seeing them act so casually shocked him, but also convinced him that Jake truly was an exceptional leader. Suddenly, Jake's eyes caught sight of Zamira, an old man duke in the palace, seated right at the front row, exactly where he was about to sit. What the hell? Didn't Zamira say she was going to stay at home, like I told her? And the old man, what is he doing here? Jake thought, feeling his plans slowly falling apart. He gestured for Gallic to take the seat prepared for him, then moved toward his own spot, right beside Zamira, who was seated next to Old Man Duke. Although Jake wasn't far from Gallic, there was a noticeable gap between them. What the hell are you doing here, Zamira? And why are you dressed like that? Jake asked, eyeing the lavish native attire she wore. A crown rested on her head, strands of beads cascading over her face. It was the queen's crown. Fufu, sitting beside my husband. What? Are you ashamed of me? Zamira teased with a mischievous giggle. Oi, Jake, surprised to see us. Huh? Thought we would leave you to handle everything on your own? Old Man Duke laughed heartily. I'm not really here for business, just here to drink beer. Look, I didn't even greet Gallic, he said, chugging from his cup. Dad, take it easy. Zamira scolded lightly. Jake's eyes wandered, looking for the usual girls that always surrounded Old Man Duke, but they were nowhere in sight. Suddenly, the banquet began. Performers took the stage, and various events unfolded one after another. Everyone was eating and drinking, Gallic included, who seemed to be blending in better than Jake had expected. So, Your Majesty, what do you think? Jake asked, watching Gallic lick his fingers clean after tearing into a chunk of meat, then washing it down with a gulp of beer. Meanwhile, the hat-wearing figure beside him remained reserved, silently observing while eating slowly. Ha, I didn't know vampires could be this fun. My aura hasn't even stirred, and strangely, no one else's has either. That's shocking. So what do you say? Shall we form a pact? One where we support each other? After all, we're the same. We were born for vampires. We only rebelled due to unfair treatment and scrutiny towards subclasses. But now that things are changing, the Dampiers are ready for a pact. Gallic's last words boomed across the hall. The crowd erupted in cheers and celebration. Jake and Gallic shook hands again as the sexily dressed maidens brought out another round of beer and food. Then, suddenly, Old Man Duke stood up, his face flushed red, clearly drunk out of his mind, wobbling as he tried to stay on his feet. "I've got an announcement to make. My daughter, Zamira Mistro, the current queen of the vampires, is expecting a child with the regent, Jake Mistro. And not just any child, the one who's going to lead the vampires into the future," he declared. As his voice rang out, the entire palace fell into silence. The room turned cold. Jake and Zamira sat frozen, absolutely stunned. Chapter 437. Strong Pact AN. It's been a while, everyone. I'm really sorry for the long hiatus. I know I messed up by disappearing again, but no excuses this time. I truly apologize. I'm back now. My writing might feel a little rough since I'm picking this up after such a long break, but it'll find my style again in a few days. Applause echoed across the hall, encouraging Jake and Zamira. Jake held Zamira's hands, guiding her to the center before pulling her close, one hand resting on her waist while her back arched slightly, her red hair brushing against the floor. He lifted her up gracefully just as live music began, and the two moved in rhythm with the traditional vampire dance steps. Thanks to Jake's private lessons, his movements were flawless. When the dance ended, Jake and Zamira sealed it with a deep, passionate kiss, parting only with a thin string of saliva between them. Zamira's flushed red face said everything. She was savoring every moment. "Honey, I wish every day could be like this," Zamira whispered. Applause rang out again as the dance ended, and the celebration resumed with Jake and Zamira returning to their seats. "What the hell? Zamira looks way too happy. Don't tell me she's actually enjoying this. Damn it, I want to sink into the ground," Jake thought as sweat trickled down his forehead. He always got nervous during ceremonies like this. "So, Your Highness, what do you think? Should we sign a pact?" "Naturally. The vampires will prepare the contract," Gallic said, downing another cup of beer. The young man beside him, wearing a hat, tried to caution him, but Gallic simply shrugged it off. "Come on, Maxwell, loosen up a little. It's great seeing how much the vampires have changed. I can see it clear as day," Gallic said with rare seriousness before quickly slipping back into drunkenness, leaving Maxwell shocked. "Damn it, Father must be right. He'll use this chance to drink away my heartbreak. Sigh, women can be cruel. I won't lie, I'm jealous of this guy. He's got a gorgeous vampire wife and even got her pregnant. I'm jealous as hell," Maxwell thought, downing a large cup of beer in frustration while Gallic chuckled at him. Though Gallic often acted indifferent toward his sons, only caring about their strength, he always looked after them in his own way. He already knew about Maxwell's breakup with his fiancée and how badly it scarred him. As a father, this was his way of cheering him up. "Try this meat, it's amazing," Gallic said, pushing a large bowl of meat toward Maxwell, who devoured it hungrily, chewing with his mouth full as if he hadn't eaten in days. "What's with this guy?" Jake thought, staring at Maxwell. The man who was once overly cautious now ate as if nothing mattered. Jake felt tempted to use a skill he hadn't touched in a while, mind read, but he restrained himself, remembering the vow he made not to rely on it unless necessary. He knew from experience that the skill caused more harm than good when abused. Not long after, an official returned carrying the stack of documents Gallic had requested. That was fast. Jake collected the contract and quickly skimmed through it. Everything was exactly as he had requested. He then handed the document over to Gallic, who began scanning through it as well. At that moment, cameras flashed, capturing the historic moment, while paparazzi broadcasted the event live. This was no small matter. It could shape the fate and relationship between vampires and Dampiers. But would Gallic actually sign Jake's contract, despite verbally agreeing to form the pact? Gallic's brows furrowed as he flipped through the pages. He slipped on his eyeglasses while his advisor whispered explanations about a few clauses he didn't quite grasp. At first, Jake wondered why Gallic even needed glasses when vampires were known for their sharp eyesight. Then he remembered Gallic was a damper. They still carried some lingering human weaknesses. Why that expression? I didn't add anything excessive or unfair. It's just a war pact and a bilateral trade agreement, Jake thought, suspicion rising that Gallic was reconsidering. His patience was thinning fast. If they refuse after all this, I might as well finish what my father couldn't. With Amber's help, it would be easy. Just then, Gallic raised his head and broke into a wide, dazzling smile, flashing his teeth. I have thoroughly reviewed the contract, Your Highness, and just as I said earlier, I will sign it. Forgive me for the delay, but one must always read carefully for hidden clauses. You are indeed unusual. My instincts weren't wrong about you, Gallic declared in his booming voice, carrying weight and authority. Jake was momentarily stunned. His words hinted that in the past, a vampire leader must have once signed a contract laced with hidden clauses. Still, Jake was certain it wasn't Old Man Duke. Truth be told, without sentiment, Duke had been a terrible king. Under his reign, the vampires lost their former glory. He was far too weak to rule, especially after Direct's capture by the Blood God. Thank you, Your Majesty. On behalf of all vampires, we deeply appreciate your cooperation, Jake said, shaking Gallic's hand. His words, however, caused visible frowns to spread across the faces of several district lords. Aren't you going to thank the Damper King? Jake asked, shifting his gaze toward them. The lords stiffened instantly, swallowing hard before rising to bow slightly toward Gallic. Haha, such formalities aren't necessary. Your Highness. Still, I appreciate both your cooperation and the banquet you prepared for us, Gallic replied, standing with his followers and offering a respectful bow in return. Once again, the cameras flashed as Gallic shook hands with Old Man Duke. With matters settled, Gallic and his escort departed the hall. But as they stepped outside the royal palace, Gallic suddenly halted, lifting his gaze toward one of the watchtowers before glancing back at Maxwell. Did you sense that presence up there? Gallic asked. A.N., check out my new novel, Batty Distribution System. Chapter 438. Intel Expert. Yes, Father. That person is trying to hide their key, but I can still sense the wild aura surrounding them. I wonder who it is, Maxwell replied as he continued walking with Gallic. That presence is a monster, Maxwell. I can feel it in my bones. It's neither human nor vampire. Could that be a god? Gallic muttered low. So only Maxwell could hear. I'm not certain, Father. Most gods I've encountered don't even know what ki is, since they have no need for it. That person is something else entirely. Honestly, much mystery surrounds that vampire dude. Even his knight is strong. He doesn't seem to control his ki, which means he probably fights with only his blood power like Alfonso, since every vampire royal knight possesses special blood powers. If he ever learned to wield ki, he could be a god slayer, Maxwell said, his expression blank. Gallic was taken aback. It was the fourth time Maxwell praised one of Jake's allies. Proof enough he wasn't bluffing, since Maxwell was not someone to be easily impressed. I see. Then I suppose I made the best decision forming a pact, right? Gallic asked. Yes, Father, Maxwell answered, shocking him further. After Gallic left, the party still lingered, though the paparazzis and broadcasters had already been dismissed. What remained was more like a royal banquet with the vampire lords. Strangely, they seemed livelier after the Dampiers departed, a clear sign of the ancient animosity between the two races. Darling, Zamira suddenly called in a sultry voice while still inside the hall. What is it? Your tone is too harsh. Did you forget I'm pregnant? Zamira pouted, making me sigh. How may I help you, my lady? I answered with noble etiquette. Well, you didn't say anything about my nails. Do you like them? Zamira asked. I glanced at her nails, longer and sharper than even a vampire's usual claws. If an average human saw them, they would soil themselves. They are beautiful. Still, trimming them would make them even lovelier, I replied, watching her expression turn displeased. Here we go. You could have just appreciated them. Since when do vampires trim their nails? I was only saying. Flies. You've taken a liking to human nails, Zamira accused, making me sigh in defeat. She was wrong. Though vampire nails were alluring to our kind, the scratches we suffered during mating or intimacy were far from pleasant. Even if they healed quickly, the pain was real. Hours later, the banquet ended, and I returned to my residence with Zamira. Inside, I found Amber tapping her foot repeatedly against the floor. How do you plan on compensating me for standing guard on that tower for hours? Do you know how lonely I was? Amber demanded. I sat across from her with a smile. They'll compensate you with my body, BAM. A sharp blow landed on my head before I could finish, swelling the spot instantly. Why? Is that all you ever think about? Then what do you want? I asked. I want money. I need money. There's so many cool things I want to buy, but I can't afford them. You're such a stingy husband, Amber grumbled. You call me your husband now? I thought you didn't like it when I said that. Besides, you could have met my Pete at A for money, I teased. Should I call you my partner then? I mean, we literally did the nasty vampire blood ritual, and you even gave me this strange tattoo below my abdomen. Amber shot back. I was just teasing, wifey, I replied. Wait, what did you two do the blood ritual? Seems like a lot happened while I was gone, Zamira chimed in. You're not observant. I've been watching them. They've been all over each other constantly. Amber really is something else, if you ask me. Even I wouldn't want to be with someone the way she lets Jake be with her. Imagine being that close with Key. Those two are a different breed, Zagrith suddenly boomed, and we looked up to see her hanging upside down from the ceiling. It was one of the oldest vampire tricks. Vampires who don't trim their nails often can hang upside down, using their claws as hooks. It also works as an ambush tactic, using wings to cover oneself and conceal presence. Zagrith dropped to the floor, puckering her lips. I saw everything. I'd have sworn Amber was already pregnant if I didn't know better, she added. For the first time, Amber's face flushed red with embarrassment. The proud Valkyrie never imagined she'd be teased like this. So, you two really have been busy behind closed doors. Who performed the marriage ritual? Zamira asked, pouting. Ophelia herself, the witch's matriarch. Not only that, I found out Ophelia is pregnant. I overheard her talking about it, Zagrith revealed. I froze, shocked, bewildered, stunned at how Zagrith knew everything. It was true Ophelia told me she was pregnant, but I hadn't told anyone yet. Why you mean you got Zella Esmond pregnant too? Zamira asked, shocked. Yes, Zagrith confirmed, biting into an apple. Look, I planned to tell you all. I was just waiting for the right time, I explained, but none of my wives looked angry. They were only surprised, making fun of me. You really do sleep with anyone. One thing I'm proud of my husband for is that he hasn't gotten the maids pregnant, Zamira said. Who told you that? There's a weak human who's pregnant with husband's child. She's back on Earth with the others. She could be killed with a flick of a finger. And there's another weak subclass, but I suppose husband has his reasons for keeping them, Zagrith said, taking another bite. ISNT my future Grim? He'll probably have 50 kids before I even plan to give him one. Amber chuckled. Amber, how do you know all this? I asked, completely speechless. For the first time, I was in a tight spot. Even mind reading didn't work on Zagrith. Whenever I tried, it was like she sensed it and blocked me. I have my ways, husband. Do you really expect me to tell you just like that? Hee. Like I said a few days ago, if you want to know how I get my information, redo the ritual and upgrade me from mistress to wife, Zagrith demanded. Her words made me smirk. Though there wasn't much difference between a wife and mistress contract, Zagrith insisted on becoming a wife instead. I also have a few terms to give you before I decide to upgrade you to wife status, I said, a crude smile spreading across my face. Chapter 439. Tight spot, W, what do you mean? Zagrith asked, looking bewildered, like I was being unfair. Come on, don't give me that look, I sighed. But you are being unfair. At least hear me out first, I said. All right. I leaned in and whispered into Zagrith's ear. Her ears perked, her eyes widened, and then a smile bloomed across her face. That's a risky task like dancing over a bonfire with my beloved pet. Still, I'll do it, Zagrith said, clenching her fists. So when do we perform the upgrading ritual? She added. Oi, do what I asked first, I replied with a smirk. Making her pout. What are you two talking about? Zamira demanded, sounding intensely jealous. Amber, for some reason, still looked flustered. Why do you want to know? It's a secret you're not invited. Chew, Zagrith said, curt and dismissive, which only provoked Zamira more. "Do you want me to tell you what they said?" Amber asked with a grin. "I heard every word," she added, licking her lips with an evil little smile. It was obvious she was itching for revenge on Zagreth. "Please, don't say how the hell did you even hear that?" Zagreth cried, on the verge of tears. I'm on another level. My senses are sharper than a vampire's. Must be the hybrid body," Amber shrugged. "Please tell me, Amber. They'll do the dishes tonight." Zamira pleaded, her eyes wide and pleading as she grabbed Amber's leg. "Dishes? Is that even a chore? Today's my turn to cook and wash, since we agreed no maids in the kitchen. I can finish everything with Kino deal." Amber refused. "I'll cook too," Zamira offered. "I said I can handle it. Give me a good offer. Those chores aren't a big deal." "All right, you're a princess. You probably think it's huge," Amber chuckled, making Zamira groan. "How about 1,000,000 credits?" Zamira blurted. 1,000,000? Can I buy cool stuff with that? "No, not enough." Amber shook her head. "What do you mean, not enough? That's like 10 to 15 years of an average person's income." "You dumb musclehead," Zamira snapped, her face doing a comical contortion. "Oh, okay, fine. You should have said it's a lot." "They'll tell you." Amber relented. "Oi, Zagreth, don't try to sneak off," Zamira warned, spotting Zagreth edging toward the window. I was already by the doorway, but pretended to be checking something. Jake asked her to pluck blood moon fruits for him. "A lot." "Without you noticing," Amber revealed. "Ugh, free me. I'm not missing my chance to upgrade from being a mistress." Zagreth groaned and vaulted out the window. I have a meeting," I stammered and leapt after her as Zamira started to explode. "Come back here. Stop plucking the blood moon fruits. Do you want to make me a widow, stupid husband?" Zamira howled, and she jumped after us, but I wasn't about to let her catch me. Astral step. I tore a void and vanished into it, reappearing right inside Old Man Duke's courtyard, panting. The reason Zamira was worried about the blood moon tree is simple. I had already consumed every single fruit in storage and plucked all the ripe ones. Now I was even eating the unripe ones until Zamira intervened and hired a witch to cast a barrier that repelled me each time I tried to touch the tree. No matter how much I struggled, not even Astral Walk could bypass it, since the spell was cast by Dorothy herself, one of the strongest witches alive. Zamira's concern was valid. Overconsumption of blood moon fruits could cause one's blood crystal to explode. Most powerful vampires could only consume 1 or 2 at most, extracting the essence to advance their evolution. Any weak-willed vampire would die instantly if they attempted it. At one time, an old king even banned them entirely after countless vampires tried to forcefully evolve, leading to mass deaths. He ordered the destruction of blood moon trees, making them nearly extinct and impossibly rare even today. But I was different. I consumed countless fruits with no adverse effect. Even so, Zamira remained anxious, thinking it might eventually harm me. But the blood moon fruits were my creation. There was no way they could kill me. I lacked the memories of how they were first formed, yet I knew that in my original form, I wielded the power of creation, though its capabilities were limited. I landed in Old Man Duke's courtyard and strolled toward his chamber. Ahead, I spotted Maya and Nala, the twin vampire chicks lounging outside and grilling meat again, making me chuckle. Those girls had done nothing but party and enjoy since becoming Duke's concubines. The moment they saw me, they stood and walked over, bowing politely. Their attire, just sports bras and short underwear, made me uncomfortable as I stirred at the sight. "Welcome, Your Highness," they said in unison. I nodded. "Where's the old man?" I asked. "He went Earth. He said he wanted to see Misher or something like that, but he'll be back soon," one of them answered. NW Oval chapters are published on NOVL Fur. E.T. Earth. He didn't tell me anything. Wait, did he mean Misty? I asked sharply. The twins nodded. "I see," I muttered, sighing. I could guess why. Old Man Duke had always wanted to meet Misty and begged me to bring her along, but I constantly forgot. Still, he could have told me directly and used the warper instead. He probably assumed I'd ignore him. I chuckled at my grandfather's childlike stubbornness. Normally, the older a vampire grew, the stronger and intelligent they became, but it wasn't that way with him. He became king too early during a turbulent era, and the stress weighed heavily on him. Even centuries of deep slumber would never ease it. If he consumed the essence of a blood moon fruit, he might restore his youth and vigor, but he refused. Doing so would mean holding onto the throne even longer, and the sly old man clearly wanted to step away from it. I turned to leave, but suddenly 2 cold hands grabbed me from behind. "Your Highness, why are you avoiding us when we want to talk to you?" The twin sisters asked together. Chapter 440. Fallen Estate, Your Highness. Why are you avoiding us when we only wanted to talk to you? The twin sisters asked together. Swallowing hard, I turned around, careful not to look at their sports bras and short undies. Sorry if it seemed that way. I've just been busy with a lot of things. Haha. I forced a laugh, and the girls chuckled along. "We know how busy you are, Your Highness, but we'd be glad if you could spare us some of your time." One of them said. "All right, I'm all ears," I replied. "Well, it's not right if we stand outside and talk. Why don't you come in, Your Highness?" They urged. "Ah, I see. But how do I even tell you two apart?" I asked for some reason. "I'm Maya, and I'm Nala. I've got bigger tits and ass than Maya." The second one said, bouncing her breast with a hand before turning to show me her ass. "That is not fair, Nala," Maya protested. I was taken aback by their words, a little speechless but not embarrassed. This wasn't nearly enough to make me flustered. The only reason I was restraining myself was because I promised old man Duke not to touch his side chicks, especially since I already took his wife. "Sorry, old man. I might just have a taste at this point." You're indeed a bit bustier than Maya." "Still, Maya looked amazing too," I said, and instantly Maya's face lit up with a smile as she made mocking faces at Nala. "I'll lead the way, Your Highness," Nala said, walking forward and swinging her ass deliberately. Why are these girls so intent on seducing me? Is this some sort of trap? Damn it, I can't back out now. I'll record everything in case they try to blackmail me. Quietly, I pressed the record button on my wristwatch and followed them inside. The girls led me deeper into Old Man Duke's private chamber, his personal lounge. I had never been there before, or maybe I'd just never explore enough of his place to notice it. A grand spiral staircase greeted us, and as we climbed, Nala stopped on purpose, my lips brushing against her, but slightly. "Oh my, I'm sorry about that." She apologized, but I said nothing. At this point, it was clear I was being seduced, and there was no turning back. Even if Duke found out, he wouldn't be able to do much. I could always apologize and find him new chicks. Stepping into the lounge, I was stunned by its grandeur. A burst of icy cold air hit me, sharp enough to freeze a human solid within 20 minutes. Even for a vampire, it was freezing. Rows of chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Crimson curtains draped over doorways and passageways, and a massive, outdated TV clung to the wall. The TV was the only relic about 100 years behind the times compared to the current holographic models. "Wow, I never knew he still had one of these," I said, settling onto the sofa. "It feels so good to watch movies on it. It still has features that rival the newer models. The manufacturer even updates it," Maya said, noticing my interest. "I see you're into tech. Well, you should expect value for your money since it's Edgar Frost's company," I said as Maya sat dangerously close to me. I tilted my watch band slightly, making sure it was recording everything. That way, I would tee up on bad terms with the old man. I could always claim I was just tempted. While Maya and I chatted, Nala returned carrying a rum bottle and 3 glass cups, setting them on a small golden stool in front of me. She then sat down on my other side, the two of them sandwiching me now. Nala poured my drink first, then filled Maya's and her own. "Here, Your Highness. It's Belandro 2000. 95% alcohol," Nala said, handing me the glass. Taking a sip, I chuckled. I happen to know a lot about drinks, too. Belandro 2000 ISNT, just any rum. It's been aged for 2,000 years in special barrels that never degrade. Aside from being bitter, dangerously intoxicating, and ridiculously expensive, it also carries properties like natural manpower. which makes it popular among elites. Out of all drinks here, you chose this one for me. What exactly are you girls after? I asked, gulping the entire glass in one go. Nala's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, you're not only knowledgeable about tech, but you also know drinks better than me, even though I'm way older. His Majesty was right. You really are a genius, Maya muttered, while Nala suddenly giggled and sipped her glass. Talking with them further, it became clear that Nala was the more vocal of the two. You're scary, Your Highness. I'm starting to think twice about saying this. It may seem like we're overstepping boundaries. Heck, His Majesty might behead us if he finds out. Maya chuckled nervously. Scary. Maya added again. You can say anything. I promise I won't get mad or tell anyone, I replied with a shrug. Nala sighed and nodded at Maya. Your Highness, we need something from you, the twins said at the same time, their movements eerily in sync. Then they continued. We're not supposed to say this, but His Majesty has been struggling in intimate matters. We swore never to tell anyone. No matter what we try, things never improve. He only manages with his hands or with toys. But we need a real partner. We're desperate, Your Highness. As since you're close to him, we thought you could help us out. They blurted in unison, their eyes locked on me with an unsettling intensity, like dogs waiting for a command. I froze, then chuckled and shifted my posture, as if I'd misheard. You mean His Majesty isn't, performing his duties? Why, yes, the twins confirmed. A laugh burst out of me. This was the first time I had ever heard of an impotent vampire. To think my own grandfather was one. If only he'd been honest with me instead of bragging about being a champion in bed. Well, it's such a shame you two are starting like this. Let me see what you've got, I said with a perverted smirk. Chapter 441. Twins, the two girls said at once before dropping to their knees. Even without them making a move yet, I could already guess what was about to happen. Maya suddenly grabbed my belt, her hands working quickly as she pulled it loose, which Nala gently pulled down. Without stopping, Maya reached for me with interest. It's so impressive, Nala. Maya gasped in awe, while Nala looked like she was studying the situation. This isn't normal. It looks like something out of myth. How can anyone hide something like this under their pants? At this point, I'm starting to wonder if His Highness is even ordinary. No way someone could be this perfect. It's as if your body was remodeled. Yet it feels so natural, Nala muttered in confusion, still staring at me. Hearing her words, I realized Nala was surprisingly knowledgeable. She was right. Nobody's body could be completely flawless, not even by chance. But mine wasn't ordinary. I could alter my proportions at will, changing them effortlessly. Yet the size Nala was speaking of now was my true size. I'm sorry for talking too much, Your Highness. Nala quickly apologized as Maya nudged her, hinting she was rambling. I only sighed, and then Maya suddenly spat at me. Twack! The wetness landed square at the base of my stomach and slid slowly downward. Like an expert, Maya caught the trail with her tongue and smeared it back upward, coating the area again. A groan slipped from me. This wasn't just anyone doing this, it was pure skill. The way her cold, slimy tongue curled and wrapped around reminded me of Amber's godlike technique. The twins weren't quite on her level, but their technique was still enough to blow my mind. I leaned back as Nala worked with one hand, while Maya continued at her own pace. Before long, things had progressed further, and she still pressed forward with a determined expression while Nala watched like an apprentice. It was obvious Maya was the more skilled of the two. Shifting into a size of posture, she spread her knees apart and moved with vigor. Soft sounds escaped her lips between her huffed breaths as my legs tensed. I was reaching my limit even without her taking me fully. Her mouth clamped tighter around me, forcing a strained groan out of me as I grabbed her head. I'm done, I roared. Ian, Your Highness. Another voice rang out, and glancing over, I saw Nala reach a peak just as I did. I pulled away from Maya's mouth, and she proudly opened wide, showing me what was inside like a devoted worker. Finish it, I ordered, and she nodded, swallowing. She opened her mouth again, showing me it was empty. Realizing I was running out of time, I gave the twins another command to get ready. I stood up and pulled more couches together, turning them into something like an average-sized bed. Maya and Nala removed their sports bras. They looked strangely excited. They had nearly flawless figures, making it easy to see why Old Man Duke liked them, since they were models. Setting my own clothes aside, I walked toward them, and the sisters gasped softly. Without stopping, I continued what I was doing, instantly noticing how aroused they were. Nala, lie down and let Maya get on top of you, I said. What? Just do it, and stay close together, I said firmly. This is embarrassing, they muttered in unison, but Nala lay down first, followed by Maya, who pressed her chest against her sister's. From this angle, I had a clear view of the two of them together in an intimate position. I grew aroused at the sight, and without thinking, I pressed it between them, sliding into the tight space where their bodies met. Slowly, I began to move, pressing deeper into the warm crevice. On NNNGH, an intense coldness and slick heat enveloped me, sending shudders through my body. I moved my waist harder. Their bodies pressed close together in the heat of the moment. Just as I was about to lose control, I grabbed Maya's waist and pulled her against me, overwhelmed by sudden passion. "Nya, Your Highness!" Maya screamed, her head thrown back, completely unprepared for the sudden intensity. Even after finishing, I stayed close to Maya, and she continued reacting as Nala patiently waited for her turn. After wrapping things up with Maya, I stepped back. She collapsed on top of Nala, completely exhausted. In a swift motion, I spread Nala's legs with Maya, still resting on her, and moved closer to her. Unlike Maya, she offered more resistance, making the moment feel more intense. NNGH, Your Highness Han, I increased my pace, my body moving against hers, my hips pressing into Maya as she clung to me on top. After a few moments, Nala shuddered and tightened around me, and I let go inside her. I kept going, and soon I finished a second time, overwhelmed again. "Why, Your Highness? You've been with us twice. We forgot to say, we weren't on any me. You mean you're not on any birth control, and you're worried one or both of you might get pregnant, right?" I asked as I stood, wiping myself clean with a disposable towel. "Igriegajis, we're sorry if it sounded wrong. We never expected you to grace us with your seed. Lowly girls like us wouldn't dare dream of carrying your child. We apologize for even mentioning it," Maya and Nala said together, bowing deeply. I only chuckled. "Do you know it's punishable by death to abort or hide a pregnancy fathered by royal blood?" I said, and instantly the twins gasped sharply. That said, "If either of you gets pregnant, you'll carry it." Chapter 442. Races. Zamira. The twins stared at me in shock, as if they couldn't believe their ears. "We dare not. That's punishable by death," they shouted in unison. I looked at them, confused, not quite understanding what they meant. Seeing my confusion, they both sighed softly. "We did something terrible. The truth is, we were fond of you and wanted to get closer. But no matter how hard we tried, you never paid us any attention. We couldn't even approach you because you always seemed angry. So, we used His Majesty as a stepping stone to get closer. Later, we realized how stupid that idea was," Nala said, looking down. I was surprised by their words. How could they not get close to a womanizer like me when they're such gorgeous model tier girls? While I was out there cucking the guards that their wives were bringing them lunch on duty. Look, I could tell from how many times you two approached me while with the old man. The way you looked at me gave it away. It was obvious you had an agenda. I wouldn't have respected either of you if the old man had smashed, though. And I'll be pissed if either of you gets pregnant and decides to abort it. Also, we'll always have unprotected sex, I said. We understand, Your Highness. Why, you mean you wouldn't have raided us if we had been involved with the old man? Maya asked quietly. Yes, I nodded. But His Majesty told us the story about you taking her royal majesty from him. He admitted it was his fault, but since she was once the queen, does that mean you also don't raid her because she was once with His Majesty? Maya asked. Maya. Nala interjected sharply. My face burned with embarrassment. Maya had me in a chokehold, and there was no easy way out. That's a completely different situation. It's not like you two were actually interested in the old man. You only wanted to use him as a means to get closer. It's not the same as Her Majesty, I explained, defending my logic. Surprisingly, they accepted my reasoning. We understand. We'll go and clean ourselves. Nodding, I left the old man Duke's chamber. Master, don't you think you were a bit soft on those girls? I know, Mimi. I don't plan to add them to my harem. To me, they're opportunists, willing to do anything to achieve their goals. I'm only there for the thrill of using them. That's why I didn't care much. Even though the old man is past his prime, they'd still find ways to please him. Those girls exist for pleasure, nothing more. I'm keeping them around because they're the only ones keeping the old man sane. And if you're worried about the pregnancy talk, don't be. It's all part of the mind game. I said that so they'd think they have a chance and stay attached to the old man, as long as I keep giving them what they want. If I told them the truth, they'd leave and the old man would lose it. Master, so your performance was ineffective. Yeah, I can't afford to let those opportunists settle in for the long haul. They're only meant for pleasure. In other words, they're tools to be used, Keck. As I returned to my residence, I found Zamira sitting outside, a few feet from the Blood Moon tree. That sight instantly reminded me why ID left the house in the first place. Look, I know you're worried, ABO, it's fine. I understand you're not an average vampire. I was just worried about you. Besides, I think the ban on planting Blood Moon fruits should be abolished. They're essential to vampires. We just need to educate people about overconsumption. Zamira interrupted while I sat beside her. I'll look into it. That shouldn't be a problem. Thank you. So, how is your relationship with my mom? Zamira suddenly asked. I froze, feeling saliva gather in my throat. It reminded me of the same question Misty once asked me. We're progressing, I answered truthfully. Do you two plan to have a child? Zamira asked again. Her eyes were calm, completely unreadable. I couldn't tell what was on her mind. I wanted to use my mind read skill, but refrained because I'd sworn to use it only under certain conditions. We don't have any plans for that. We haven't even discussed it. Knowing her, she probably doesn't want one. She is too obsessed with her research, I admitted, and Zamira let out a soft sigh. I see. Why do you ask, though? I was just curious. Even though it's normal for us vampires to be in that kind of love circle, I still find it strange. I now see her more as a competitor, Zamira confessed. It's normal to feel that way. Still, I don't think Zunda is interested in that sort of thing. She just wants to focus on her research in peace, I reassured her. Thanks for the comforting words. Let us go inside, Zamira said, standing up. We both headed in and sat in the living room. Amber went into one of the rooms. And as for Zagrith, she probably got back through the window, considering how sneaky she is, Zamira sighed as she lay on the couch, resting her head on my lap. You trained her to be like that. You're like both a mother and a sister to her. Before I came along, she only had you. No matter how you see it or how she acts, she holds you in high regard and truly cares about you, I said. Really? Zamira's eyes widened. I nodded. I see. She murmured, then suddenly took my hand and placed it gently on her stomach. With her other hand, she grabbed the remote and turned on the holographic TV. Rub my stomach. You should play more often with the little one, Zamira whispered, her cheeks turning red. Also, why don't you bring Xander over? I want to see her, she added, her tone turning serious. Really? I was actually thinking about relocating her and her mom permanently back to Earth. I guess I'll bring Xander to see you then, I replied sheepishly. By the way, time's running. How long do you plan to sulk on Earth? I don't think the pact the old man made with the humans is even valid anymore. They don't seem to care that you haven't been around lately. Either way, it feels like slavery. It should be the other way around, not those short-lived, livestock humans binding my husband with a clause, Zamira said, her expression firm. Just then, something shocking appeared on the TV screen. Chapter 443. Humans' greed. Elzamira's gaze instantly darted to the TV, our mouths hanging open. Tensions have continued to rise between the humans and elves as a human spaceship launched an attack on the elves' fleet, killing over 10 elite elf super and esper soldiers. The elves retaliated, destroying several human ships and killing more than 50 soldiers. Reports say the humans retreated after being outnumbered by the elves. No official statements have been made from either side, but it appears war is imminent, as humans have allegedly withdrawn from all peace treaties. Hours later, the elves also pulled out from their agreements. We're gathering more information and will update our viewers as soon as we receive new reports. As the broadcast ended, Zamira jerked upright, her aura flaring. That's exactly what I was talking about. Humans are jerks and should never be trusted. They create enemies everywhere and gaslight the world into thinking vampires are the evil ones. If they hadn't attacked our ancestors first, trying to conquer them, our ancestors Wu Ti have turned them into food back then. Zamira exploded in anger, storming out of the living room, clearly directing her fury at me. I said nothing, my hands clasped together, chin resting on my fists. I completely understood Zamira's outburst. It sucks that we're still bound by those contracts. And considering she knows about Myra, her anger was justified. To be fair, her words carried truth, though tinted by bias. Like humans, vampires are cunning and natural oppressors. Yet humans aren't any better. Their greed makes them even worse. Master, what are you going to do now? What am I going to do? Sit here and watch? Even though the elven planet is divided into two regions, with my wife being the Dark Elf Queen, external affairs are usually handled jointly. To outsiders, elves are elves dark, brown, or pale. It doesn't matter. Then you should go there immediately. Take Amber with you. I'll go, but I don't need to take Amber everywhere. She's not my bodyguard. If anything, I should take Arthur. Didn't you assign him to something? Yeah, that's true. I almost forgot. I rose from my seat and made my way to one of the rooms where the warper was stationed. Setting the coordinates for Myra's planet, I stepped into it. Instantly, my body turned intangible for a split second before reappearing at the linked warper on Myra's world. As I walked out, I saw Myra flinch, startled. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw me, and she dashed forward, wrapping her arms around me. Her embrace wasn't as tight as usual. Her rounded belly made sure of that. Honey, I knew you'd come. That's why I was waiting here, Myra murmured, still holding me. I could feel her firm, pregnant nipples pressing against my chest, her grip yearning and tender. But that wasn't the most pressing matter right now. I saw the news. What happened? I asked, lightly cupping her face. She looked at me with hesitation before letting out a soft sigh, sitting on the bed. I know you're worried about me, but at least you could have touched me. You know? You didn't even notice my outfit or makeup. Do I look unattractive to you because I'm pregnant? Myra pouted, her voice tinged with fake hurt. An invisible arrow pierced through my chest as my jaw dropped. I'll never understand women. I came rushing here out of concern, only to be scolded for not initiating sex. That is not the issue. You're misunderstanding me. I'm sorry. I was just worried about you, I said, closing the gap between us and sitting beside her. Now that I looked at her closely, I realized she was wearing a short, black net gown. The front lifted slightly because of her round belly, and through the thin fabric I could clearly see her breasts and white panties. Apology accepted. I'm also sorry for troubling you when you're worried, she said softly. What happened was that a planet discovered by our travelers was claimed by us, but some greedy human travelers arrived later and declared it theirs. That is how everything escalated into bloodshed. Humans are just being greedy, even though it's clear the planet belongs to us under interplanetary law, Myra said through clenched teeth, and I immediately grasped the situation. Where's Kira? She want to handle something. Don't worry, it's nothing strenuous. She insisted on doing it herself, Myra replied. I see. So what happens now? I just spoke with the Queen of the High Elves, and we agreed that if humans want war, we'll give them war. That's why we also withdrew from all peace treaties. The war will be fought on that planet. After all my years among humans, I never thought they could be this vile, Myra sighed, rubbing her temples. Don't say that. There are good humans and bad ones, just like every other race. They just want to be seen as equal or even superior after centuries of being looked down upon by the rest of the universe. Look at them now. They make up 60% of tech production, have the cheapest labor, and are the fastest growing, most advanced race, I explained, trying to reason with her, but she didn't seem convinced. Husband, Since you're here, why don't you take over for me and Kira and lend us a hand, Myra said, lying back on the bed and giving me a tired, expectant look. Even with her belly, I couldn't resist her allure. I climbed on top of her, sliding her gown off slowly while kissing her lips. No foreplay, husband. Just hold me close, I can barely wait, Myra whispered, and I obeyed instantly, pulling her close. Her dark, exposed skin shimmered under the bright room light, pulsing like it was breathing. I leaned close and made contact along her, and just as the moment was about to continue, the bed phone rang. Chapter 444. Space Battle. Myra paused to answer the call, and almost instantly, I saw her expression shift. What's the problem? Humans are already advancing. I expected it, but they should have at least tried to negotiate, Myra muttered anxiously. I sighed and patted her back. They'll handle them and make sure they regret it. Those idiots just want to test their latest weapons, I said, a smile slowly creeping across my face. Are you sure about that? Didn't you tell me you formed some sort of pact with the humans? Correct, but I plan to break it. Besides, I could just do this. I placed my palm over my face as a green glow spread from it, flowing across my body. Within seconds, my form shifted into another figure. Now, I looked like an ordinary vampire, bright, glowing eyes, longer ears, and a slightly taller frame than my real body. Mira's eyes widened in alarm. Her hand hovered over the emergency button by the bed. This was my special skill, Ben Transform, a technique that allowed me to take the form of a dead vampire named Ben while retaining my normal powers. Don't press that button. It hurts that you don't even recognize your husband. You thought I was an imposter, didn't you? I murmured, stepping closer. She relaxed, lowering her guard. Don't say it like that. It's not wrong to be cautious. You're so weird, always doing strange things. What can you not do? Myra stuttered, her cheeks glowing red. That's true. I need you to order your commanders to follow my lead. Also, make sure they don't know it's me. Just tell them I'm someone I sent, I said, and Myra nodded, picking up her bedside phone to issue the orders. While we waited, I noticed Myra changing into something more modest, covering herself. Why are you dressing like that? Do you want my subordinates thinking I was doing something with my husband's messenger? Right now, in this form, you're not my husband, she said playfully, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. I opened it to find a tall, elven man with twin earrings standing there. Judging by human standards, he looked to be in his early 30s, but for an elf, that could mean centuries. He eyed me briefly before giving a small bow, then turned to Myra and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, you called for me. Since you're my most trusted commander, I'll leave it to you. This is someone my husband sent. It might sound unusual, but I need you to follow his orders. Just for today, Myra said. I noticed the elven man's lingering gaze on me before he let out a quiet sigh. My appearance was that of a typical vampire, except for my slightly longer than average ears that stood out like a sore thumb. It was only natural for him to look down on me. You mean His Majesty sent this person? The commander asked again. Yes, Myra confirmed. Very well, Your Majesty. Please follow me, sir, the commander said, bowing to Myra before gesturing for me to follow. His demeanor toward me shifted slightly, perhaps because he believed I was merely sent by myself, not realizing I was the real deal in disguise. As we exited Mira's chamber, I walked beside the commander. Along the corridor, I encountered Kira. Our eyes met briefly, yet she kept glancing back at me, suspiciously even after turning away. Outside the castle, we boarded a large hoverboard together. Yes, sir. May I ask you something? The commander began. Go on. Why were you in Her Majesty's room? It just doesn't make sense. Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious, he asked with a sheepish smile, though I could tell the question genuinely bothered him. I get your concern, but according to what my boss told me, that isn't Her Majesty's private chamber. It's one of the palace rooms designed for a single purpose, the large device you saw at the far end. It's a warping device. Her Majesty was only there to receive me upon arrival, I replied, half lying. The commander's face flushed red with embarrassment. He straightened his posture and cleared his throat. I could see the relief wash over him, and it made me wonder why he was so tense in the first place. Thanks for clarifying. I was just worried about Her Majesty being dressed like that with a stranger, he admitted. I understand your concern. I believe she was urgently called to meet me, I said casually. The hoverboard ascended smoothly, hovering beneath a small spaceship that opened its hatch as we approached. We entered a compact cabin lined with control panels and a few seats, but no one else was inside, just the two of us. This is just a small vessel to reach the main ship. Please bear with it, the commander said, pressing a button. The thrusters roared to life, and I felt the vibrations hum through my body. The ship was clearly outdated, perhaps even older than the Vampire's previous military models, but I decided not to judge yet. After a couple minutes, I glanced out the window, and there they were, colossal battle spaceships, hundreds of them, orbiting around an even larger flagship roughly the size of a dwarf star. It was one of the massive vessels delivered to us by Edgar Frost. Because of its size, it was always stationed in space. Unlike the smaller crafts docked on land, our small ship drifted toward the mother ship, and as we approached, a translucent field surrounded us. Instantly, a section of the massive ship opened, drawing us in. We entered what seemed to be a docking bay built for smaller vessels like ours. Suddenly, 3 robotic arms extended, locking onto our ship and securing it in place. As we disembarked, we were greeted by 10 soldiers clad in full beast gear, standing at attention. Chapter 445, Space Battle Part 2. Immediately upon seeing the commander, they snapped to attention, saluting and straightening as if they were frozen statues. I wrinkled my nose at the strong odor wafting from them. It wasn't pleasant or foul, just odd, an earthy, musky odor with a metallic tang that set my teeth on edge. The smell is unique to elves, especially the ancient who have lived over 1,000 years. It's one reason races like Dragonkin, Balers, vampires, demons, and others find them unappealing. Their more sensitive noses suffer more, and their stomachs turn quicker in close quarters. Older elves can curb it by bathing monthly in specially treated water. But the soldiers here clearly hadn't bothered, or perhaps hadn't had the supplies. As we passed, the scent worsened, but I endured it, and we entered another section of the ship where a different group of elves were stationed, not smelly. The space looked like a large control room, with several modules and flickering holographic screens. Consoles blinked with stratified information. Holograms swam in the air, and a low processor hum threaded the room. About 50 tall dark elves in white uniforms with a red emblem moved about. Some walked. Others sat operating the consoles. In the far corner sat a slightly larger chair, surely the commander's seat. Around it, additional glyph-lace panels suggested this seat had access to strategic overlays. He motioned for me to take it. I obliged, and as I sat, the room lighting dimmed slightly while the modules and panels glowed brighter, bathing the floor in pale blue. Her Majesty has issued an order. Mr. Ben will take command today. Everyone must obey his orders. Any who disobey will be severely punished. The commander barked, and the elves answered with a unified, "Okay, sir." I issued my first order at once. Advance to the enemy position. Only the mother ship. All other vessels stay behind, I said. Silence fell. They stared as if I were insane, the words hanging like a blade between us. Sir, that's a death sentence. The commander protested, his knuckles whitening around the edge of the console. Weren't you ordered to follow my command? Take only the mother ship to the enemy's position, I pressed, keeping my voice cold and controlled. I'm afraid we cannot, sir, not even by disobeying Her Majesty. Humans possess sophisticated weapons, some untested. We can't risk the mother ship, he replied, refusing my command again. I sighed and walked to a meek elf before a large holographic screen, the pilot, I guessed. He looked nervous, his fingers hovering above a crystalline keypad. Can you give me the coordinates of the enemy position? I asked. The elf glanced at the commander, then back at me. Oh, okay, he stammered, tapping at the computer, and overlay maps blooming into the air, coordinates painting themselves across the hollow space. Sir, what are you trying to do? We can see. Just shut the fuck up. You keep hindering me. You didn't even ask why I want only the mothership or what I plan. Now I'm asking for coordinates, and you still nag. What kind of commander are you? I snapped, my voice sharp. The room fell silent as every head turned. My eyes flared briefly, glowing bright red, and the machines hummed with the sudden tension. They flinched, but no one moved. The commander swallowed his objections, and a murmur spread through the room. I'm sorry. I'm just worried because our equipment is outdated compared to the humans. I couldn't tell Her Majesty. It would only make her worry, the commander stammered. Iagjalad, realizing ide overreacta. You're a high elf. How are you even a commander under Mirahem, Her Majesty? I asked. Actually, the coalition has two commanders, a dark elf and a high elf. But because the high elf queen lacks war experience, she decreed the dark elf queen should lead the coalition army. The second commander is currently stationed across the enemy position, he replied. Everything fell into place. It seemed the high elf queen had handed Myra authority, but in truth she de-shifted responsibility onto Myra as shoulders, so Myra would take the blame if things went wrong. I'll advance on the enemy myself. I need a small ship to get close. You will remain here and defend the planet in case of any unforeseen events. I ordered. But sir, do as I say. I snapped. The commander ground his teeth, then turned and ordered soldiers to ready a small craft. After collecting the coordinates from the meek pilot, I boarded. They chose a fully armed battleship that could hold about 7 people. Inside, it felt new, a next-generation model, and used. I understood then why the commander had been anxious. Mr. Ben, do you want a crew? He asked. No, they'd only be in danger, I replied. As I moved to close the hatch, the commander gripped my shoulder. I will follow you, sir, even if it costs me my life. It would be disgraceful to sit idle. My assistant will take over while I'm away, he pleaded. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, I relented and told him to board. I punched in the coordinates, engaged autopilot, and threw the thrusters to full power. With a burst, our ship launched from the mothership and streaked into space. I was surprised at its speed, almost lightning fast, its hull built to warp short distances through wormholes. Half an hour later, we surfaced over what looked like a shipyard. At first, I thought it was the enemy S staging area, but the commander informed me it was the second commander S position. The meek pilot had given coordinates that kept us from landing among the enemy. Still, I could see the human fleets, countless battleships, and one massive mothership. An advanced vessel that would have utterly torn through the elves' fleet. Similar to the model I de-ordered on the Vampire World. The commander broadcasted to the second Commander S command center, ordering them to stand down. So what will you do now? He asked. I'll get close and try to make them leave. If they refuse, I'll destroy them. None will be left, I muttered. The commander stared at me like I'd lost my mind. I pushed the throttle forward and dove toward the humans at full speed, an evil grin spreading across my face. Chapter 446, Space Battle Part, 3 Location, Enyo Destroyer 3361. New Gen Mothership. See Captain. Captain, a small ship from the elves is approaching at full speed. A man hunched over a console cried, alerting everyone in the control center. The captain, a burly, bearded human in his late 50s, scrunched his face in surprise. He hadn't expected the elves to dare send a small ship charging at them, now that all negotiation channels were closed. Besides, he was commanding the fleet in the commander's absence. The commander had been summoned to another crisis. The elves were supposed to be the least of their problems. Do they have a death wish or something? The captain asked with a chuckle, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. Finally, I bet they're sending an emissary or some diplomatic stunt, but fuck that. They were stupid to pull out of talks. Only destruction awaits them. Order the spaceships in the front line to open fire. He barked, and the command room repeated the order. Instantly, a torrent of laser fire streaked toward the incoming hull. As I burned the thrusters and closed on the enemy at breakneck speed, I watched frontier ships reposition and gun barrels hinge forward. This is suicide, sir. The commander screamed, horror flashing across his face. Instead of fear, Adrenaline and exhilaration surged through me. I didn't learn any formal mastery of warships, but the vessel's ID tested back on the Vampire planet had taught me far more than ID expected. One of the most important things when piloting a battleship, especially a new generation battleship, is confidence. Many pilots lost theirs when faced with an enemy fleet. The second most vital thing is speed. A macrosecond delay can spell doom. Having learned how the controls moved and trusting my reflexes, I felt nearly invincible. My only true limit was the response of the thrusters. Duff! The ship's core roared as I pushed power to the red. I will engage the enemy, the commander shouted, arming the laser batteries. I'll do it myself. I insisted and began multitasking between systems. The commander's life flickered in his eyes. I could see a dark patch spreading beneath his boots, but I chose to ignore it and preserve his composure. Any normal person would soil themselves in this madness. Unfortunately, I wasn't normal. My body moved like a blur as I operated different interfaces and modules at once. I raised the ship's protective barrier, mostly symbolic against the incoming onslaught. Suddenly, every display went white, a brightness like a miniature sun. This wasn't a sun. It was the convergence of laser beams from hundreds of fleets. I tightened my grip on the control lever as my vision narrowed under the glare. I released my KI pool, sharpening my senses to the edge. In a fraction of a second, I parsed every angle, vector, magnitude, and intensity of the beams streaking toward us. I mapped dispersion patterns against our hull signature, calculated micro-evasive vectors, cued thruster corrections. Instruments fed me data, heat, frequency, coherence. My mind stitched it into a single course. The ship still shuddered under impacts, sensors screamed. Alarms bled red across consoles. Yet amid chaos, I felt a calm precision, a machine rhythm that tightened my focus and drowned out panic. I moved without hesitation, instinct guiding my hands. I reacted. Blitz! I yanked the lever at lightning speed, tracing the diagram ID already mapped in my head to evade every incoming beam. Thankfully, the ship responded perfectly to my rhythm, cutting through space as we shot forward toward the mother ship, slipping cleanly past the standard warships. The moment I breached their formation, chaos erupted. They realized my target was the mother ship. Smaller vessels broke formation, locking onto me with their advanced targeting systems and firing volleys of beams, but I dodged them all with precision. Their own blasts collided with each other, detonating in bursts of fire. Within minutes, the front line reeked of destruction as I tore through their ranks without firing a single shot. They kept trying to bring me down, only to annihilate themselves in the process. As I neared the mother ship, a massive transparent shield suddenly deployed around it. I slammed the brakes, pulling the ship to an abrupt halt. Ramming into that barrier would have turned us into cosmic dust. Instead, I swung the ship around, facing their smaller fleets, and unleashed a counterattack. Dumb, 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 dumb. The entire frame of the ship trembled violently as I poured full power into its weapon systems while pushing the thrusters to their limit. The cabin temperature spiked, the air conditioner useless against the heat. The commander beside me looked completely numb, his expression frozen in disbelief as he clutched his seatbelt for dear life. By the time the smaller fleets were reduced to wreckage, some lucky enough to retreat, my ship was barely holding together. Though not a single beam had struck us, the frame was cracked. Welds split, and the mana crystals powering the vessel were almost depleted. Then I saw it, the mother ship priming its grand weapon, a massive laser cannon capable of vaporizing anything in its trajectory. Hey, take control of the ship. Run, get as far as you can. I'm going out, I said, tapping the elf commander, who finally snapped out of his daze. He didn't ask a single question, just gripped the controls with shaky hands and turned the ship toward the elf's position. The poor guy didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to live. As he accelerated away, I opened the hatch and let myself fall into the vast, silent vacuum of space. Chapter 447. Victory. As I fell into the vast vacuum of space, silence swallowed everything. The stars around me were nothing but cold witnesses to the chaos I was about to unleash. I coated my body in ki, merging it with my vampiric aura until the two forces fused into a dense, shimmering shield. The pressure of the void pressed against me, seeking to rip flesh from bone, but the ki-infused aura kept it at bay. Far ahead, the human mothership loomed, its giant thrusters glowing. I watched it turning away, its engines flaring as it tried to retreat. Cowards! They thought they could escape me after what they'd done. I clenched my fists and propelled myself forward. The surge of ki exploded beneath my feet like a miniature nova, sending me hurtling through the emptiness at blinding speed. The hull of the mothership drew closer, its layered energy barriers flickering as I neared. I could sense the fear of the humans inside, their desperate mana signatures pulsing wildly. With a roar that echoed only within my chest, I rammed straight into the barrier. It shattered on contact, fracturing like glass beneath my fists. My body ripped through the steel plating next, tearing into the ship's hull as if it were made of tofu. The vibrations of impact coursed through me, but my blood was boiling, my aura burning brighter with every second. Explosions followed me as I burst through compartments, soldiers, machines, and walls all shredded by raw force. I shot out the other side of the ship, twisting mid-space and crashing back into it again. Each strike tore deeper, ripping into the mothership's very core. I could feel its reactor pulsing. "Let's end this," I muttered, coating my arms in condensed crimson ki. With one final charge, I slammed my fist through the ship's central axis. The entire structure convulsed. A deafening explosion of mana and steel erupted behind me as I propelled myself away, using the blast shockwave to drift through the void. In seconds, the massive mothership was engulfed in flames, its fleets following soon after. The explosion birthed a sun of its own, a violent star made from human ambition and failure. I hovered there, watching it burn, until the light dimmed into scattered debris. Only then did I close my eyes, coating myself once more in ki, and drifted away from the space junk. Using Astrowalk, I sliced through the layers of reality. Space itself folded beneath my will, and with a flicker, I tore through the vacuum. Each step cuts through space, the void bending as I traced my way back to the elves' position. When I emerged from the rift, the air was heavy with the aftermath of battle. The twin elven commanders stood amidst their fleets, their faces pale and eyes wide as they looked at me. The ruins of the human armada still burned in the distance, a spectacle they knew only I could have caused. You destroyed the mothership," the dark elf commander stammered, his voice trembling. The high elf commander beside him looked just as shaken, his lips parting but no words escaping. They both exchanged glances, then suddenly went down on one knee each, their heads bowed. "Thank you," the dark elf said, his tone filled with awe, "for helping us eliminate our foes. I never believed one being could single-handedly take down a mothership. Not even the strongest elf could have done that." I crossed my arms, giving him a small smirk. "It's nothing," I said. "You'll get there someday." The high elf commander chuckled, disbelief mixing with humility. "You're taunting us. Even in 10,000 years, no elf could wield that kind of power." I shook my head. "You lack conviction," I told them quietly. "Power bows to those who believe it must." They exchanged glances again, muttering something under their breath in Elvish, a tongue I couldn't fully decipher, even though I could speak a lot of languages. It carried reverence and a trace of fear. "Order your fleets to return to the planet," I said finally, turning away. "The humans are finished, and I am sure they will be cautious now. There's no need for more bloodshed." "Yes, my lord," they both replied in unison. The fleets reassembled and began their return to the elven planet. As our ships broke through the atmosphere of the planet, we were met by an overwhelming sight, a vast multitude of elves awaiting our arrival. The landing grounds were filled with nobles, soldiers, and civilians, their banners fluttering beneath. At the forefront stood two figures of striking contrast, the queens of the Dark Elves and the High Elves. Myra, my wife, was the first to step forward. Her black silk gown shimmered under the moonlight, her eyes fixed on me with a complex blend of affection and restraint. She smiled softly, bowing her head with grace. "We deeply appreciate your help in defeating the humans," she said, her voice calm, formal, yet I could hear the subtle tremor beneath it. I returned her bow, hiding my own smirk. "It's nothing, Your Majesty. I merely did what had to be done." She held my gaze for a moment longer than necessary before stepping back. We both kept the act alive. After all, right now I was wearing another face, one that couldn't be recognized as her husband. Then my eyes fell on the second queen, and for a moment I froze. She was beautiful, eerily familiar. Dazzling green eyes, blonde hair flowing down to her shoulders, and a stature just a little taller than Alice Gunner's. Her presence radiated the elegance and arrogance unique to high elves. She gave me a slight bow, her tone measured yet sharp. "I deeply appreciate your kindness and support, stranger. Though I must say, you could have left the matter to our army. We were perfectly capable of handling the humans ourselves." Her words struck like frost. For a second, I thought ID misheard her. Even Mira's expression hardened, disbelief flickering across her face. "Is that so?" I asked quietly. She nodded, maintaining her composure. "Yes, while your efforts are commendable, we elves take pride in our strength. Depending too much on outsiders can dull the edge of our warriors." I sensed Myra about to speak, her aura spiking in irritation. But I met her gaze and gave her a small glance, a silent order. "Don't. Not here." Myra pressed her lips together and looked away, her fingers curling into her gown. I turned back to the High Elf Queen and smiled faintly. "Then I suppose next time I should let you handle it. I'd hate to dull your edge." Her eyes flickered, caught between offense and realization. "That wasn't my intent, of course," I interrupted gently, stepping closer until the faint glow of her aura brushed against mine. "But pride is a dangerous thing, Your Majesty. It makes people think they can touch the stars without burning." She held my gaze for a heartbeat too long, her lips parting slightly before looking away. "Perhaps," she said softly, shocked at my confidence as I'm only a few inches from her face. Chapter 448. Two birds, one stone. The High Elf Queen stood frozen for a moment, her cheeks tinted red from embarrassment. "We should at least go and celebrate our victory," she finally said, stumbling over her words. Before I could respond, Myra stepped forward with that confident elegance of hers. "Then, well celebrated in my kingdom," she declared proudly. The High Elf Queen immediately hissed, "Why your kingdom? Shouldn't we celebrate victory in my kingdom? It would only be proper." "Well, please," Myra shot back. "You're only saying that because you want the credit. I was the one who—" "That's not." I raised my hand, stopping both of them before it escalated into another political argument. "We're celebrating in the Dark Elf Kingdom." Both queens turned to me. I pointed at Myra. She was the one who requested the vampire tribe's assistance, so she gets hosting rights. Myra smiled proudly. The High Elf Queen froze. Her lips twitched as she tried to find a rebuttal. Then her shoulders slumped in embarrassment. "Fine," she mumbled. Myra smirked. I almost laughed. We boarded the spaceship along with the two commanders and began our journey toward the Dark Elf capital. The ship hummed softly, glowing with mana-powered runes and reinforced black steel, flying smoothly across the sky. Throughout the journey, the High Elf Queen kept sulking in her seat, stealing glances at Myra like a child jealous of an older sibling. It wasn't hatred. Her eyes didn't show hostility, just pure, irritated jealousy. I stepped aside near a window panel and lit a cigarette, watching the storm clouds drift by. The day had been long, complicated, and full of noise. Smoking gave me a moment of peace. A few seconds later, I heard soft footsteps behind me, prompting me to turn my head. The High Elf Queen approached, her blonde hair shimmering from the reflection of the ship lights. "You," she said, folding her arms. "I have a question." I exhaled smoke. "Go ahead." "What exactly is your position in the vampire planet?" "Straight to the point, huh?" "I'm one of the powerful vampires," I said casually, And that's all I can say. I prefer living a secluded life. I rarely interfere in vampire affairs. Her eyes widened, surprise written all over her face. One of the most powerful. You? I raised a brow. Is that shocking? And no. I mean, I just... She looked away, flustered again. I didn't expect someone like you to be important. Someone like me. I smirked inwardly. She had no idea, but she wasn't done. Then, who are you to Mir's husband, exactly? She asked quietly. For him to command you to come? That. I fought the urge to laugh. If only she knew I am Mir's husband. I kept my expression neutral. Mir's husband is my boss, and the current strongest vampire. Her eyes went so wide I thought they might fall out. She stumbled back, and her bodyguard rushed forward to steady her. The strongest vampire. She nearly yelled. Yeah, I nodded. He's above everyone else by a huge margin. The High Elf Queen stared at me in disbelief, her mind clearly trying to process everything. Her perfectly elegant posture had crumbled into stunned confusion. I didn't know Mir's husband was such a big figure, she muttered. Oh, even bigger than that. I shrugged. He's the crown prince and the regent at the same time. He just doesn't want to take the throne yet. Personal reasons, I guess. Her jaw dropped again. I could practically see the gears turning in her head. Her eyes sharpened, not in hostility, but curiosity. Interest. And that interest was directed at me. This really was a golden opportunity. Killing two birds with one stone, like the saying goes. Being with this busty elf queen will be a nice treat. She stepped closer, her voice suddenly softer. You are very close to him then? Pretty close, I replied calmly. She took a breath. Can I get your contact? Bingo. I pretended to be slightly taken aback, then nodded. Sure. Why not? I took out my spare contact card and handed it to her. Here, I said. This is my private number. Call me anytime you need help. She accepted it gently, her fingers brushing mine for a moment longer than necessary. You're willing to help me, personally? Yes, I said, maintaining eye contact. Actually, I took a liking to you. You're pretty impressive. Her eyes widened, her cheeks tinting pink. Oh, really? I smiled. Really? Her breath hitched in excitement, a little spark lighting her expression. Then I leaned forward slightly. But I do have a favor to ask you. Her curiosity spiked instantly. A favor? Yes. A slow smile crept across my face. A simple one. This was perfect, a direct line of influence to the High Elves while maintaining the secrecy of my identity. Myra would kill me if she heard what I was doing. But for politics? For strategic advantage? For fun? Who said I couldn't enjoy all three? The High Elf Queen stood straight, her expression eager. Tell me. It'll help if I can. I chuckled softly. Don't worry. You can help. Her blush deepened at my confident tone. Inside, I was laughing. This was almost too easy. Two birds, one stone, and an entire elf kingdom unknowingly dancing in my palm right now. Chapter 449. Set in place, can you tell your bodyguards to excuse us for a moment? I asked the High Elf Queen. Oh. She puckered her lips, then turned to them. You guys should give us some space. Okay, Your Majesty. The guards obeyed and walked off, stopping at a far distance while still staying alert. So, Mr. B. Ben, right? Yes, I replied. What do you want to request? The Elf Queen asked. Well, I noticed you don't seem confident in your capability as a queen, and that's one of the reasons you handed all the war roles to Queen Myra. However, if something similar ever happens like a conflict with someone, even a dragon lord, you can reach out to me. Really? B, but you still haven't told me your request. The High Elf Queen said eagerly, anticipation sparkling in her eyes. Fu. Okay, my request is simple, Your Majesty. You're a beautiful woman, and a beautiful woman deserves a great man. That's why I want you to go out with me, Your Majesty. And not only that, I also want you to carry my child, I said with a bright, confident smile. The High Elf Queen's eyes widened. Her mouth parted in disbelief as she looked around frantically to make sure no one heard, her cheeks burning red. H, how could you say that? I have a husband, she whispered harshly, though her expression stayed frozen in shock. I stayed composed. Well, I know you have a husband, but if you accept my offer, You would become my woman and no longer his. I'll give you some time to think about it. Your Majesty, I said with a bow before walking away, leaving her stunned. As I walked away, I could still feel the High Elf Queen's eyes burning into my back wide, stunned and trembling with all the confusion I wanted her to feel. Good. My plan was already set in motion. Dropping that request on a whim was enough to disorient her, and considering her quiet jealousy toward Myra, who also married a powerful vampire, Nada would definitely want to jump on the same wagon sooner or later. As the saying goes, powerful men attract women, and women's logic is a bit warped in that regard. But if one actually studies their physiology and all the subtle cues that define their need for security, admiration, and dominance, then predicting almost every woman across every race becomes easy. Nada wasn't any different. I just needed her to text me with the private number I had provided earlier. Once she did that, the rest would follow naturally. I continued walking until I reached another open area for me to resume smoking comfortably. I leaned against a railing and flicked open my lighter. The flame caught, and I took a long drag. A soft tap landed on my shoulder. It's Myra. She moved like a shadow, even when she wasn't trying to hide, her long dark hair blending perfectly with her obsidian-themed royal attire. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "What were you talking about with Nada?" she asked quietly, her arms crossed. "Nada? So that's her actual name?" I asked, feigning mild surprise. "Yes," Myra replied, her voice sharpening. "Don't pretend you didn't know. Now answer the question." "We were talking about the vampire planet," I replied smoothly. She blinked. "The vampire planet?" "Yes." She kept staring at me, her face tightening with a frown. "Are you sure you're telling the truth?" "I am," I said with complete calm. Myra stepped closer, bringing her face right up to mine, inspecting me like she could read my mind. Then she clicked her tongue. "You're up to something," she said firmly. "I don't know what it is yet, but I can feel it. It's crawling off you like some kind of warning scent." She jabbed my chest with her finger. "Pervert." I raised an eyebrow. "Pervert?" "Yes, pervert." She turned around with exaggerated annoyance and started walking away. "Don't make me catch you doing something stupid." I couldn't help but laugh at her behavior as I continued smoking my cigarette. Myra always pretended to be serious and cold, but I'd already learned how soft she actually was behind all that dark elf pride. Before long, our ship descended through the cloud barrier surrounding the dark elf kingdom. The dense, shimmering mana field parted as our vessel entered, revealing the sprawling neon-lit architecture of the capital. Unlike the high elves, who relied on elegance and nature, the dark elves embraced a sleek, modern-style obsidian towers, crystalline lanterns, and runes swirling in the air like floating constellations. The ship stopped above the palace, and another hoverboard, massive, detached itself from the docking runway and drifted toward us. We stepped onto it, and it gently lowered us down to the palace courtyard with a smooth hum. The moment I walked into the palace hall, nostalgia washed over me like a strong wave. Memories from the Magnus incident flashed in my mind, especially the chaotic nights I had spent running through these same halls. It felt strangely comforting to be back. A small banquet had already been prepared. Myra must have ordered it before we even arrived. The hall had been lit up with dim violet lights that reflected off the polished black floors, giving the entire place an alluring, almost seductive glow. The tables were arranged in crescent formations, all decorated with crystalline plates, floating candle orbs, and exotic fruits. But what caught everyone's eye were the dark elf dancers. They were dressed in revealing, shimmering outfits. Well, if only you could even call them outfits. Thin straps of silk wrapped around their bodies, leaving their hips and thighs bare. Their skin glowed faintly under the enchanted lights as they moved, their soft asses bouncing in hypnotic rhythm. The music was a mixture of deep drums, echoing flutes, and the hum of instruments unique to dark elf culture. Their dance was sensual, fluid, and dangerously captivating. We sat on an elevated platform overlooking the hall. Myra took her place on her dark crystal throne. Another identical throne sat beside her, empty for now. In between Myra and Nada was yet another throne, sleek, elegant, and fitting for a high elf guest of honor. Nada settled onto it gracefully, though she looked tense and unusually stiff. As for me, I wasn't on any throne. I sat with the other officials in a row, positioned several feet away from the 3 central seats. I didn't mind. The angle gave me a perfect view of the dancers. I leaned back, watching the soft sway of their hips and the mesmerizing jiggle of their asses as they performed. Their movements were sharp yet seductive, almost like a ritual meant to lure the viewer into a trance. I sipped the rum served to us. It was strong, burning, and intoxicating, the kind of drink that made your chest warm instantly. Hours passed, 4 of them, to be exact, and the banquet gradually came to an end. The dancers retired, the instruments faded out, and the guests began to leave one by one. By then, I had finished more cups of rum than I cared count. It was finally time for Queen Nada to depart. As she stood and exchanged final bows with Myra, I noticed it immediately, a quick glance. Then another, and another. She would peek at me, then immediately whip her head away the moment I turned even slightly in her direction. The guilt on her face was almost adorable. I smiled to myself. Everything was going exactly how I wanted. Once the last of the guests had left and the palace hall had emptied, I made my way back toward the main royal chambers. Myra had retreated earlier, and I figured she would be waiting. I pushed open the familiar doors and stepped inside her room. The interior was illuminated by soft crystal lanterns that glowed like suspended moons, casting a gentle shade over everything. The air smelled faintly of dark roses and nocturnal herbs. Myra was sitting on the bed. Her posture was relaxed, though her eyes flickered with a mixture of curiosity and restrained irritation typical angry Myra. Her long dark hair tumbled down her back in loose waves, and even though she wasn't wearing her royal attire anymore, she still radiated the same intimidating presence she always had. I stepped further into the room and closed the door behind me. Whatever came next, I already knew Myra was going to confront me, and I was ready for it. Chapter 450. Good news, why were you exchanging glances with Nada? Tell me, Jake. What are you up to? Tell me? Myra snapped, her voice sharp with anger. Here it comes. I let out a sigh, already expecting this. It was unavoidable. As she kept rambling, her bulged stomach moved in a funny way. It was obvious our baby was kicking, making Myra pause mid-sentence, bite her lip, and wince. Seeing her fall quiet, I shifted back to my normal appearance and quickly closed the distance between us, pulling her into a hug. You shouldn't be shouting in your condition, you know? I said softly. Don't you think we have a lot to catch up on instead of arguing? I added, rubbing her belly gently. I noticed Mira's expression change into one of guilt, and she suddenly slung her arms around my neck, hugging me back tightly. I'm sorry. I was just jealous, you know? I felt you should be talking to me instead of her, and with your tendency of chasing different skr. Myra, I might like women, but I do things fairly. There's no way I would ever ignore you. I was simply acting as the character I was portraying back then. I cut in quickly, stopping her mid-sentence. Besides, it's normal to get jealous. Now that you've let out all the steam, it'll teach you how to use this warper. But before that, let's have a little fun and catch up on some things, I said, and instantly the atmosphere shifted. As if sensing my intention, our baby moved again inside Mira's stomach, causing her to laugh. I think the little one doesn't want us doing naughty things, Myra said jokingly. Well, I'm trying to help the little one. As the father, I have to prepare the way and the path through which ITLL come to life. I have to fill it with my hot tar, I said, and Myra burst into even louder laughter, calling my joke cringe. But she still laughed, so it counted. With the mood still going strong, I didn't let things slow down. I slid off her shoulder straps. Myra slowly fell back onto the bed. I didn't bother taking off her whole nightgown. Was the small triangle covering her? It was completely soaked. Ahan Myra moaned softly as I brushed against her. I placed a pillow behind her back, spreading her legs wide enough without disturbing the baby, then leaned down for a kiss as I moved closer to her. The intimacy between us began immediately, her body drawing me in close. It felt like a magnetic pull, as though she were guiding me on her own before I even started to move. Her body seemed to invite every moment. I began to move closer, deepening the kiss and interlocking fingers with her, while her hair sprawled across the bed. My movements were gentle, but because of my size, Myra still reacted softly. It wasn't the harsh, raw reaction of anything rough. It was soft, warm, yet loud enough to hit the perfect rhythm with my pace, drawing me closer to her even more. The moment our bodies joined, soft, wet sounds blended with her gasps, creating her own natural moan beat. Before I knew it, Mira's legs began to quiver uncontrollably. "Argon, babe," she gasped, suddenly pinching my back and digging her nails into my skin as her whole body trembled. At the same time, I held her close. After me and Myra were done, we both cleaned up slowly, taking our time as if neither of us wanted the moment to end too soon. Once we settled on the bed again, we slipped back into conversation like nothing happened. We talked about political affairs, first how the council was behaving lately, how the vampire nobles were pushing unnecessary agendas, and how the other species were reacting to the shifting balance of power. Then we drifted into our love life, speaking about how far we had come and how strangely normal our relationship felt. After that, we touched on family affairs. Eventually, the topic landed on my decision to relocate to the vampire planet permanently. When I told her earlier, she looked genuinely happier than I expected. Now she leaned back against the pillow, smiling softly. "Finally, you agreed to do what I've always told you," she said. "But I still don't understand one thing. Why don't you want to take full responsibility of the throne? Your grandfather practically shoved it into your hands." I sighed, rubbing my forehead. "I have other things to do, Myra. Responsibilities that matter to me. If I take up the throne fully, ITLL deter me from accomplishing those things. You know how suffocating that position can be." She tilted her head. "Maybe, but you do realize how much influence you'd gain? How much easier things would become for you." "Influence isn't the same thing as freedom," I replied. "And besides, you know me. It'll help when I can, but ruling full-time? No, I'm not letting that chain wrap around my neck." Myra stared at me for a moment, then slowly nodded. "All right, I still think you do amazingly, but I understand." After that, I shifted the topic and began teaching her how to use the warper. She already knew the basics, but I made sure she understood the fine details, the activation pulse, the spatial lock, and the cooldown intervals. Then I gave her the exact coordinates that linked directly to the vampire planet and the Earth warpers. Her reaction was priceless. She looked at the translucent warper panel, then at me, then back at the panel again. "So, I can actually see you more often now?" she asked excitedly. I smiled. "Yes, and you can meet the other wives on Earth, too." She giggled almost mischievously. "I hope they're ready for me." "Well, I wish you'd use it as confidently as you're sounding right now," I said, because even though I explained all of this to the others, none of them have actually used it yet. They think it might malfunction or break since it's not the same as a teleporter. Myra crossed her arms proudly. "Well, they're right to be afraid. Warpers can be unpredictable since it's a new technology. But I'm different. And what makes you different exactly?" I asked. "I trust you," she said simply, smiling up at me. "And if you could use it, then I know it's safe." That shut me up for a few seconds. Her trust wasn't something I took lightly. After a final kiss, slow, warm, and lingering, I stepped onto the warper and let the spatial ripple surround me. Myra waved as the room distorted around me. The moment I emerged on the vampire planet, the familiar greeting greeted my eyes. My wristwatch pinged loudly. I glanced down. A text message. "Vera has given birth." Chapter 451. Zamira tags along. I stared at the message Vera had sent after putting the baby to bed, and a cold feeling washed over me from head to toe. It wasn't fear, and it wasn't excitement either. It was something unfamiliar, something heavy that settled right in my chest and refused to move. My fingers tightened around the communicator as I read her words again, slower this time, as if repeating them might help me fully grasp what had happened. Since I wasn't around when Xander was born, I never truly understood what it meant to receive news like this. I'd heard people talk about it, heard men describe the moment their woman brought life into the world, but those were just words back then. Now, I could practically hear my own heart pounding in my chest, loud and uneven, as if it was trying to remind me that something irreversible had just changed. Somewhere far away, Vera had given birth, and I wasn't there. I want to turn around. I really did. I told myself I should calm my nerves first, steady my breathing, and think rationally before acting on impulse. But instead of retreating to my room, my feet carried me into the living room of my residence almost on their own, as if my body needed a distraction before my thoughts overwhelmed me. The moment I stepped inside, my gaze landed on Zamira. She was lying flat on the bare ground, completely unconcerned with comfort or decency, wearing nothing but a set of perverted lingerie that clung to her body in a way that left very little to the imagination. One leg was bent lazily, the other stretched out, her long hair spread around her head like a red wine halo. Upon seeing me, she didn't bother getting up. She simply turned her head slightly and looked at me through half-lidded eyes. "You came back pretty fast," she said lazily, her voice smooth and unhurried. I exhaled slowly and walked further inside. "Were you monitoring the war?" I asked, glancing around the room as if I might find the TV projector active. Zamira snorted softly. "I wasn't monitoring anything," she replied. She shifted slightly, one hand resting on her stomach as her expression twisted into mild irritation. "This pregnancy is starting to take a toll on me. It's beginning to affect my body more than I expected." As she spoke, she tilted her chin toward a small bowl placed beside her on the floor. "See?" I followed her gesture, and the moment I realized what was inside the bowl, my eyes widened. It was filled with saliva. The liquid pooled inside was slightly tinted red. Unmistakably so. Vampire bodily fluids always carried that crimson hue, unlike humans or other races. The sight caught me off guard, and the words slipped out of my mouth before I could stop them. "That is disgusting," I said, half joking, half genuine. Zamira looked at me strangely, then broke into a slow smile. "You're the one who put me in this condition," she said lightly, as if stating an obvious fact. I clicked my tongue. "You wanted it the most. You were so eager to get pregnant that you forgot how badly you said you wanted it." Her cheeks tinged red at my words, a rare hint of embarrassment crossing her face. She averted her gaze for a brief second before looking back at me. Then, just as suddenly, her expression changed. "So, what was the outcome of where you went?" "I sorted everything out," I replied honestly. Then I paused, the weight in my chest resurfacing. "But I got a message. Vera delivered a baby today." The effect was immediate. Zamira's lazy demeanor vanished in an instant. She raised her body and sat upright with a sudden jerk, her eyes wide and sharp, completely focused on me. "She did?" she asked, her tone no longer relaxed. "She did," I confirmed. "You haven't met Vera before, but you've seen her pictures." She nodded quickly. "Of course. You have albums of all of us in every house," she said, as if that was the most natural thing in the world. A wide smile spread across her face, stretching from ear to ear. "Then what are you waiting for?" she asked. "Why are you still standing here?" I blinked. "I wanted to tell you first," I said, caught off guard by her sudden enthusiasm. "And I was going to inform Amber as well." She stared at me for a moment, then pouted her lips, clearly realizing the hesitation behind my words. "Your butts are showing," she said bluntly. Zamira shifted on the ground, pushing herself up slowly, her movements unhurried despite her earlier excitement. Once she stood, she straightened her lingerie and brushed imaginary dust off her thighs. "I'm coming with you," she declared. "To Earth?" I asked, surprised. "Yes," she said without hesitation. "I want to check on Vera myself." I sighed, rubbing my temples. "You just got pregnant, Zamira. Doesn't the early stage of pregnancy take a toll on vampires?" "And?" She shot back. "That doesn't mean I'm useless. Besides, this concerns all of us." I looked at her for a long moment, then let out a quiet chuckle. "Fine," I said. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X XXX XXX XXXX XX X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X Chapter 452. Smell of a newborn, seeing Zamira's strong resolve. I could only sigh inwardly. Her crimson eyes were calm, unwavering, the kind that told me she had already made up her mind long before voicing it out loud. There was no point trying to talk her out of it now. All right, I finally said, exhaling softly. We'll wait for Amber to come back first. Zamira nodded once, satisfied, and took a seat beside me in the living room. The atmosphere was quiet, almost too quiet, broken only by the faint hum of distant creatures in the garden. Time passed slowly, but luckily not for long. The door slid open not even 10 minutes later. Amber walked in, her arms full of snacks, packaged sweets, crunchy bars, and some brightly colored things I didn't even recognize. Her cheeks were puffed as she chewed, crumbs nearly betraying her usual composed image. The moment she stepped into the living room and saw both Zamira and me staring straight at her, she froze. Her eyes widened slightly. She mumbled, her mouth still full, smiling awkwardly as if she had been caught doing something illegal. Why are you two staring at me like that? I sighed, rubbing my temple. Vera just delivered a baby, I said. We were waiting for you to come back. Amber blinked. She hurriedly placed her snacks on the nearby table, swallowing hard. Wait, really? Her expression shifted instantly, shock written all over her face. She already gave birth? Yes, I replied. Her hands hovered in midair for a second before dropping to her sides. I can't believe I missed it, she muttered, then looked back up at me. You said we were waiting for me. What do you mean by that? I gestured towards Zamira. She wants to follow us back to Earth. Amber turned fully towards Zamira, surprise flashing across her face. You do? She asked. Zamira nodded calmly. Yes, I wish to see the child and be there. Amber blinked again, then let out a small breath. That's unexpected, she admitted. You've never even been to our house on Earth before. I'm aware, Zamira replied evenly. That is precisely why I want to go. Amber crossed her arms, thinking, then, shouldn't we inform Zagrith as well? She asked after a moment. Wouldn't it be unfair if she didn't know? I shook my head slowly. If I inform her, and she decides she wants to follow us too, then who stays behind on the vampire planet? I said. Besides, Zagrith doesn't seem interested in going to Earth in the first place. Amber hesitated, clearly conflicted. Before she could argue further, Zamira spoke up. He is correct, she said. Zagrith has her duties here. This place requires a ruler's presence. Amber let out a small sigh, then nodded. All right, I get it. Just as we were about to move, Amber suddenly froze, her palms slapping against her forehead. Oh no! Zamira and I both looked at her. What? I asked. I didn't get any gift, Amber said, panic creeping in her voice. For the baby. I came back with snacks like an idiot. I couldn't help it. A chuckle escaped my lips. Zamira smiled faintly as well. It doesn't matter, she said gently. You could get a gift later. What matters is that you are present. Amber looked between us, then relaxed, letting out a breath. You're right, she said, embarrassed. I'm overthinking again. We made our way toward the warper chamber shortly after. I stepped up to the console and began setting the coordinates, syncing them with the warper back on Earth. The familiar low hum filled the room as the device came to life, arcs of energy forming a stable gateway. Ready? I asked. Amber nodded eagerly. Zamira simply stepped forward. The moment we entered the warper, the world twisted and then snapped back into place. We emerged into a familiar room. Only Amber and I recognized it instantly. Zamira's gaze swept across the space, taking in every detail: the reinforced walls, the discreetly placed systems, the overall structure. "So you truly did set up a warper in a single room," she said. "Just like you did on the vampire planet." I nodded. "Yeah, it makes warping back and forth between Earth and the vampire planet a lot easier." There was no time to linger. We hastened our steps, moving out of the room and into the hallway that connected to several sections of the mansion. The moment we stepped fully into the corridor, something hit me. A strange smell. Clean, sterile, mixed with something soft and unfamiliar. My heart skipped. It was a hospital-like scent, the smell of a newborn. It was coming from the living room. My pulse spiked as I broke into a faster pace, nearly jogging down the hallway. Amber followed close behind, Zamira's footsteps steady but quick as she kept up with us. As we turned the corner, the living room came into view, and there she was. Vera sat beside a baby bed, her posture tired but peaceful, her expression glowing with a soft, maternal warmth I had never seen before. The crib was placed carefully near the center of the room, and surrounding her were the rest of my women, each wearing expressions ranging from awe to excitement. My breath caught in my throat. I stood there, frozen for a second, just taking all in. I took a step forward, then another. Vera looked up, and the moment her eyes met mine, she smiled. Chapter 453. Pure vampires. Seeing Vera smile at me the moment our eyes met, something tight inside my chest finally loosened. The relief hit me so hard that the words came out before I could even think about them. "I'm Sully," I said out loud. "I'm really sorry for coming late." My voice carried across the living room, loud enough to draw everyone's attention. One by one, my women turned their heads toward me, their expressions shifting the moment they realized I had arrived. The atmosphere changed instantly, like the room itself had been holding its breath. I didn't stop moving. I power-walked toward Vera, my focus locked entirely on her. Before I could reach her, a blur rushed past me. "Sister!" Jill cried out in shock. She shot straight past my side and wrapped her arms around Zamira, who had just entered behind me. Jill hugged her tightly, her voice trembling as if she couldn't believe Zamira was really standing there. Zamira stiffened for only a moment before gently returning the embrace, resting a calm hand on Jill's back. Almost immediately after, another rush of movement passed me. Misty dashed by, heading straight for Amber. "Amber!" she exclaimed, grabbing her in a firm hug without hesitation. For a brief second, I slowed down, confused. They all ran past me. It felt strange, almost like I had been ignored, but I pushed the thought aside. Right now, only one person mattered. I stopped in front of Vera and crouched down in front of her as she sat on the sofa, lowering myself until my face was level with hers. Up close, I could see the exhaustion in her eyes, but it only made her smile feel warmer, more genuine. "I really am sorry," I said again, this time quieter. I lifted my hands and gently held her face, my thumbs brushing softly along her cheeks. Then I leaned forward and kissed her. I didn't pull away quickly. The kiss lasted slow, full of emotion I couldn't put into words. When I finally broke it, I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her into a tight hug. "I should have been here," I muttered under my breath. "I wasn't there when you needed me most." Vera's arms slipped around my neck, and she leaned closer, her lips brushing my ear as she whispered. "It's fine," she said softly, and not angry, not even a little. "I know you were probably busy, and it hasn't even been 2 hours since you were told I put to bed." I nodded slowly, pressing my forehead against hers. "Still, I hate that I wasn't here." I kissed her again, briefly this time, unable to help myself. She let out a small laugh, amused. "At this rate, we'll be kissing for hours," she said teasingly. "You should look at the baby instead." Heat crept into my face. I pulled back and stood up, slightly embarrassed. That was when I noticed the room had gone quiet. Everyone was watching me. Some of them had their arms folded. Others simply stared, their expressions unreadable. It felt like they had all been waiting for this moment, waiting for me to finish with Vera before anything else happened. I swallowed hard and turned toward the baby bed. Stepping closer, I leaned over and looked inside. My breath caught. A tiny figure lay there, wrapped snugly and resting peacefully. My heart started pounding so loudly that it drowned out everything else. Carefully, I reached in and gently caressed her cheek with the tip of my finger. Her skin was pale, soft, fragile. The most surprising thing, though, was her face. She looked like me. The resemblance was unmistakable, and yet something was off. I murmured, unable to finish the sentence. She wasn't a damper. The scent told me that instantly. There was no trace of mixed blood, no conflicting aura. She smelled exactly like a vampire baby, pure and unmistakable. That shocked me. Vampire babies normally spent 2 years or more in the womb. It was common knowledge. Yet here she was, born far earlier than expected, and still completely vampire. She looks normal, I said quietly, like a real vampire baby. Almost as if reacting to my touch, her eyelids fluttered. Then she opened her eyes, bright crimson, the same color as mine. For a split second, she simply stared. Then her face scrunched up, and she began to cry. Her tiny mouth opened, revealing small fangs, and a sharp sound filled the living room. My heart lurched. I glanced at Vera immediately. She seems hungry. Vera laughed softly, clearly amused. You really don't know much about vampire babies, do you? I rubbed the back of my neck. Not really. She smiled and explained calmly. Because I'm a pure human, I can't feed her my breast milk. It contains a purely human diet. Our baby can only feed on a vampire's breast milk. I nodded slowly, taking it in, without even thinking about it. My gaze shifted toward Misty. She noticed instantly. Misty folded her arms and raised an eyebrow. Don't look so obvious, she said. I knew you were going to look at me. I opened my mouth, then closed it again. She huffed. I'm very mad at you, she added bluntly. But the baby comes first. She turned, reached for a nearby container, and retrieved a bottle filled with light red milk. It faintly shimmered under the room's lighting. With a snort, she handed it over to Vera. Here, Misty said. Vera accepted it carefully and brought it to the baby. Almost immediately, the crying softened, then stopped. I watched in silence as my daughter fed, my chest tight with emotions I had never felt before. The room felt warmer and quieter as everyone watched in anticipation. Chapter 454. Give a name, I closely watched as Vera fed the baby, my eyes lingering on the small, rhythmic movements of her mouth as she aggressively sucked from the feeding bottle. The baby's cheeks puffed slightly with each pull, her tiny hands curling and uncurling as though the act itself demanded her full attention. At first glance, it looked normal, but then I realized Vera wasn't holding the bottle in the usual way. She had made a small, careful opening in her blouse, just enough for the mouthpiece of the feeding bottle to slip through. From where I stood, it almost looked like the baby was nursing directly from her, the bottle cleverly hidden, mimicking the shape and position of a nipple. Vera's posture was calm and practiced, her expression soft but focused, as if she was afraid even a slight distraction might interrupt the baby's feeding. I tilted my head, curiosity getting the better of me. Why are you doing it like that? I asked, genuinely puzzled. Why not just feed her directly with the bottle? Before Vera could open her mouth to respond, Misty beat her to it. Because your baby is stubborn, she said with a small huff, folding her arms. She didn't want to drink from the feeding bottle at all. She kept rejecting it, so we had to disguise it. I couldn't help myself. A chuckle slipped out of me before I even realized it. Already taking after me. Huh? I muttered, shaking my head lightly. The idea that our baby already had such a strong, what was oddly amusing and oddly terrifying at the same time. While I was still smiling, Jill suddenly spoke up. So, she said, glancing between Vera and me, what are we going to name her? Her question hit me harder than I expected. I scratched the back of my head, instinctively turning to look at Vera. She was still holding the baby, but when our eyes met, she froze slightly. Her cheeks flushed red almost instantly, and she looked away, pretending to focus on adjusting the bottle. She didn't say a word. I cleared my throat. We haven't really talked about it yet. Jill raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed with that answer. Then, almost out of nowhere, she sighed dramatically. You two should stop looking at each other like that, she said. Anyone would think you're about to make out right here. That earned her a few snickers from the others. Vera's blush deepened, and I felt my own face heat up in response. Decide the baby's name privately, Jill added, waving a hand dismissively. This is something for the two of you. Okay, I muttered, nodding. I took a moment to look around at everyone gathered in the room. Vera, Aurora, Misty, Elsa, Lilith, Jill, Stella, Zamira, Amber, and Kira. The sight of them all together was overwhelming in its own way. Each of them was important to me. Each of them carrying their own stories, emotions, and expectations. My gaze lingered briefly on Kira. I hadn't expected her to be here at all. She must have learned how to use the warper from Myra, because that was the only way she could have arrived on her own. She looked relieved when she noticed me watching her, her shoulders relaxing slightly. At the same time, there was something else in her eyes, like she wanted to tell me something important, but couldn't, not with everyone else around and everything happening at once. Then it hit me. And Hayes and Blair weren't here. A bit of worry tightened in my chest, especially when I thought about Blair. She was already heavy with child, and any day now could be the day she would go into labor. Where did Anne and Hayes go? I asked, my voice more serious than before. Almost in unison, several of the women answered. Hayes had something important to take care of in her clan, one of them said, and went with her, another added. She wanted to help. I nodded slowly, then looked around again. What about Blair? Oh, her? Misty said casually. She went to visit her parents. Her parents? I repeated. She's been craving strange human food, Jill explained. Stuff we can't really cook properly, since we're vampires and all. So she went to her parents' place to see if being there would help calm her cravings. I couldn't stop myself from laughing lightly at that. That sounds like Blair, I said, shaking my head. The tension in my chest eased a little knowing she was fine, safe, and indulging her strange cravings. Still, as the laughter faded, frustration crept in. At this point, it was getting harder and harder to keep track of everyone. My women were scattered across different places, different worlds, each with their own responsibilities and needs. I needed more warpers. More than that, I needed a way to keep everyone together, or at least connected enough that I wouldn't constantly feel like I was missing something important. As I took a keener look around the room, another realization hit me. None of Vera's family members were here. The absence felt heavy, and a familiar sadness settled in my chest. I hadn't really paid attention to that before, too distracted with everything else. Truth be told, I hadn't been paying enough attention to Vera lately at all. Between trying to settle the rift between her and Misty and bringing her to live with us, I had somehow overlooked her as an individual. I didn't know much about her background, her family, or what this moment truly meant to her beyond what I could see on the surface. By the time these thoughts finished circling my mind, the baby had almost finished the bottle. Her sucking slowed, her grip loosening, until finally she drifted off to sleep. Jill gently took the baby from Vera's arms, cradling her carefully. She's out cold, Jill said with a soft smile. Then she looked at me and Vera. You two should have some private time. Talk things out. Vera hesitated for just a second before nodding. I nodded too. I reached out, taking her hand, feeling the warmth of her fingers in mine. Slowly, I helped her up, mindful of her tiredness, and led her toward one of the bedrooms. Chapter 455. Vera's family. As we entered one of the bedrooms, the atmosphere shifted almost immediately. The room was quiet, warm, and dimly lit. The kind of place that made you instinctively lower your voice, even when there was no reason to. I had barely taken 2 steps inside when I felt arms snake around my waist from behind, soft yet firm, as if she was afraid I might disappear if she loosened her grip even a little. Vera pressed her body against my back, her cheek resting between my shoulder blades. Her hands locked together over my stomach, her fingers trembling faintly. Then, in a voice so low it almost blended into the silence, she muttered, "I love you." The words hit me harder than I expected. I reached down, placing my hands over hers, squeezing gently. "I love you too," I said without hesitation. "And you really shouldn't be stressing yourself this much. You just gave birth. You need a rest." She slowly unfolded her arms, almost reluctantly, and I turned around to face her. Before she could step away, I pulled her back into a warm hug, one hand settling on her back while the other cradled her waist. She tilted her head upward, her silver eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made my breath hitch. "You always say that," she murmured, her lips curving slightly. "But you're the one who never rests." I chuckled softly. "Someone has to worry about you." For a brief moment, neither of us said anything. The way she looked at me then was unsettling. Her gaze was sharp, almost obsessive, like the stare of a Yandere who had decided her entire world revolved around the person in front of her. It sent a shiver down my spine, though not entirely an unpleasant one. Maybe it was the hormones, maybe it was the aftermath of childbirth, or maybe it was simply the bond between us growing stronger in a way I hadn't anticipated. Whatever it was, I could feel something spark between us again. Vera suddenly blinked, her expression faltering. I was wondering," she stuttered, her fingers tightening slightly around my shirt. "What are we going to name our child?" The question caught me off guard, but I smiled. "Do you have any suggestions?" I asked gently. She shook her head. "No. I always thought we'd talk about it together when the time was right." I kept waiting for the perfect moment, but then everything happened so fast. My smile faded, guilt settling heavily in my chest. "I'm sorry," I said quietly, "for not being there." She reached up, placing a finger against my lips. "It's fine," she said firmly. "I understand. Being with you in the first place was kind of selfish of me. It strained my relationship with Misty. She was my best friend long before she was anything else. But I'm glad we settled things in the end." I let out a slow sigh, pulling her closer again. "Everything will be fine," I said. "We'll give our baby a beautiful name, one that means something." I paused, then added, "But there's something I want to ask you first." Her eyebrows lifted as she studied my face. "What is it? Why aren't your parents here?" I asked carefully. "Or any of your family." The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted them. Vera's expression changed instantly. The light in her eyes dimmed, and she gently slipped out of my arms, walking over to the bed before sitting down on its edge. I followed her, sitting beside her, close enough that our shoulders touched. She stared at her hands for a moment, her fingers fidgeting. I swallowed hard. "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it," I said softly. "It's my fault for not knowing these things. I should have asked sooner." She shook her head quickly. "No, it's not like that," she replied. "I just didn't expect the question." It caught me off guard. Her voice sounded sad. But when she glanced at me, I noticed something else in her expression. Delight. A small, fragile happiness that I cared enough to ask. That realization only made the guilt in my chest heavier. She took a deep breath. "My parents wanted me to marry a pure human," she began slowly. "Someone normal," they said. "Someone acceptable." But I disappointed them. I stayed silent, listening. "I got pregnant by another race," she continued, her voice trembling. "A vampire. And to make things worse, most humans are highly racist toward vampires. They hate them because of their feeding habits, because of the atrocities in the past. They don't care if those things happened generations ago." Her hands clenched into fists. "When you didn't come to ask for my hand in marriage, they cut ties with me completely. They said I disgraced the family, that they didn't even know what the man who impregnated their daughter looked like." As she spoke those words, tears finally spilled from her eyes, trailing down her cheeks and dripping onto the bedsheets. My chest tightened painfully. I reached out, pulling her into my arms, letting her cry against me as her shoulders shook. "I'm sorry," I whispered over and over again. "I should have been there. I should have done better." She shook her head weakly against my chest. "I don't regret choosing you," she said between sobs. "Not even for a second. I just wish things didn't have to hurt this much." I held her tighter, pressing my forehead against hers. "You're not alone anymore," I said firmly. Not you. Not our child. I promise you that. She looked up at me through tear-filled eyes, searching my face for something. Chapter 456. Rona suddenly. Vera leaned forward without warning. One moment she was looking at me with those intense eyes of hers. The next her lips were pressed firmly against mine. It wasn't a gentle kiss. It wasn't even close. She kissed me fiercely, desperately, like she was pouring everything she felt into that single act. Compared to the first kiss we shared when I arrived, this one was easily 5 times stronger, overflowing with raw emotion and hunger. Vera, I tried to speak, but she didn't give me the chance. Her lips moved against mine insistently, her mouth warm and demanding as she kissed me again and again, refusing to pull away. I could hear the soft, lewd sound she made as she kissed me, her breaths mingling with mine, her fingers clutching at my clothes as if anchoring herself. What shocked me the most was the energy she was putting into it. She had just given birth not long ago. She should have been exhausted. Vera, slow down. I muttered between kisses, genuine worry creeping into my chest. But she didn't listen. If anything, she kissed me harder, as though my concern only fueled her. Her body pressed closer to mine, and I felt my resolve crumble. I hesitated for only a second longer before finally giving in, wrapping my arms around her and returning the kiss despite my better judgment. She sighed softly against my lips, a satisfied sound that sent a dangerous jolt through me. Before I could regain control, Vera gently pushed me backward until the backs of my knees hit the bed. She lowered herself down first, pulling me along with her until she was lying on her back and I was hovering over her. Her hands spread wide on the mattress, her fingers interlocking with mine as she looked up at me with a flushed face and half-lidded eyes. "Babe," she called softly, her voice dripping with a sultry tone, so lewd it sent heat rushing straight through me. I swallowed hard. My body reacted far faster than my brain, and I felt an all-too-familiar tension building between us. This was bad. This was really bad timing. Just as things were about to cross a line neither of us should have crossed, the bedroom door burst open. "What the fuck?" The shout snapped me back to reality. I froze, my head whipping toward the door. Misty and Jill stood there, their eyes wide, faces frozen in shock as they took in the scene in front of them. Me leaning over Vera, Vera lying beneath me, her posture awkward and pinned, my hand hovering near the hem of her skirt. "What the fuck were you about to do?" Misty yelled, her voice sharp with disbelief. I scrambled off the bed immediately, my face burning as reality crashed down on me. This isn't what it looks like," I stammered, even though it absolutely looked exactly how it was. Jill slapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes sparkling with a mix of shock and something dangerously close to amusement. "I knew it," she said. "I knew you two were going to be up to something. The way you were looking at each other back in the living room was way too suspicious." Misty crossed her arms, her glare shifting from me to Vera. "You just gave birth," she snapped. "Why are you trying to be intimate? Do you have any idea how risky that is right now?" Vera slowly sat up, pulling her skirt down properly. Her face was completely red, embarrassment written all over her features. She avoided everyone's eyes for a moment before speaking. It's my fault," she said quietly. "I got carried away." Jill let out a soft laugh. "Fufufu, a nurse that got carried away, huh?" She shook her head. "I don't blame you. People change sometimes after giving birth. Hormones go crazy." Her gaze lingered on Vera with a teasing smile. "In your case, you seem to be very horny." Vera let out a small, mortified whimper. Jill waved her hand dismissively. "Still, this could become a serious problem if it continues." Misty sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Honestly, you too." She glanced at me. "Have you at least chosen a name for the baby?" "Ooh, no." Both Misty and Jill stared at me. "Then what have you been doing this whole time?" Jill asked incredulously. I scratched the back of my head, feeling the embarrassment pile on. "Talking," I said weakly. "And other things." Misty shook her head. "Unbelievable." I raised my hands defensively. "Give us some more time," I said. "We'll come up with a name. I promise." Jill studied me for a moment before smiling. "Fine," she said. but we'll be monitoring you too, just in case you decide to do the do. I laughed awkwardly. That's fine. Completely fair. With one last suspicious look, Misty turned and walked out, Jill following closely behind, though not without throwing Vera a playful wink on her way out. Once the door closed, silence settled over the room again. I let out a long breath and turned back to Vera. She was sitting on the bed, her shoulders slightly hunched, still looking embarrassed. I sat beside her, close enough that our legs touched. You okay? I asked softly. She nodded. Yeah, I'm Sully. I smiled faintly. It's okay. Just let's not give them any more heart attacks. She let out a small laugh, tension easing from her shoulders. We both shifted back onto the bed, sitting comfortably this time instead of dangerously close to crossing a line. I looked at her. So, what name do you think we should give our child? She tilted her head, thinking. I really don't know. She reached for her phone and unlocked it. Let's look together. We leaned in, our shoulders touching as we scrolled through lists of names. Human names, vampire names. We read them out loud, sometimes laughing, sometimes shaking our heads. Nope, she said. Too old-fashioned. This one sounds cursed, I replied. That one reminds me of someone I hate. Minutes passed, then more. Nothing felt right. Then we both paused at the same time. I looked at the screen. Rona. She looked at me, her eyes widening slightly. Rona. We spoke at the exact same time, our voices overlapping. That's the one. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then Vera smiled, a genuine, warm smile that reached her eyes. Rona, she whispered. Our Rona. I nodded, feeling something settle in my chest. Yeah, I said. Rona, I want to use this medium to thank a special person, not just a reader, but a fan who has stayed with me from the very beginning until now. You might see this and not reply, but thank you for your unwavering support, Bam Bammer. Chapter 457. Relocation. After picking a name for our baby, Vera and I returned to the living room together. She cradled Rona carefully in her arms, her movements slow and protective, as if the world itself might shatter if she moved too quickly. I cleared my throat, drawing everyone's attention. We've decided on a name, I said, my voice steady. Her name is Rona. For a brief second, the room was silent. Then loud applause erupted. Claps echoed against the walls. Smiles spread across everyone's faces, and a few of my women even let out soft cheers. Vera smiled brightly, her eyes shimmering with relief and happiness. Jill clapped the loudest, while Aurora clasped her hands together as if she'd been waiting for this moment. Rona, Jill repeated softly. It suits her. I love it, Aurora added. As the noise settled, I noticed subtle glances thrown my way. Kira lingered longer than usual, her gaze thoughtful. Aurora looked like she wanted to say something, but held herself back. She probably filed it away for later. While the atmosphere remained warm, Rona suddenly began to cry. It started as a small whimper, then quickly grew louder. Instantly, everyone moved toward her, concern replacing celebration. Jill took the lead without hesitation. She needs a bath, Jill said gently. She's uncomfortable. Vera nodded and carefully handed Rona to her. Jill cradled her with practiced ease. He'll prepare the water, Aurora said. He'll bring the baby bed, another added. Jill smiled at me. We'll take her to one of the rooms. As Jill began walking away with Rona, the others followed, carrying supplies, towels, and a small baby bed. The room gradually emptied, their voices fading as they moved down the hall. It's okay, Rona. Careful with her head. Don't let the water get too hot. The living room grew quiet. That's when I noticed Zamira. She had intentionally stayed behind. She stood near the doorway for a moment, then turned and walked toward me. Her steps were unhurried, deliberate. She stopped just in front of me and lightly nudged my arm with her shoulder. You look confused, she said, smiling faintly. I exhaled. I guess I am. She tilted her head. Why? I leaned back against the couch, rubbing the back of my neck. It's the first time I've actually been here when one of my women gave birth. Being present, it feels strange. Zamira listened quietly. I'm happy, I continued. Really happy. But at the same time, I feel guilty. I wasn't there when Xander was born. I missed it. Zamira shook her head gently. That wasn't your fault. I know that logically, I said, but still. She smiled softly. Didn't you say Zella was relocating here with Xander? Yes, I replied. They should be relocating this week. Then focus on that, she said. You can't change the past, but you can be present now. Before I could respond, Zamira suddenly stepped closer. A bit too close. She reached out and clutched my shirt lightly, her fingers curling into the fabric. Her eyes locked onto mine, turning red-dark and heated. You really turned me on earlier, she muttered. I chuckled quietly. We can't do anything here. I know, she replied, her lips curving into a knowing smile. That's fine. Her expression shifted slightly, still seductive, but more serious. But you should consider moving everyone to the vampire planet, she said. It's important. She paused, then repeated more firmly, very important. Before I could question her further, she released my shirt, turned around, and walked away to join the others in the room where Rona was being bathed. I stood there for a moment, staring at the empty doorway. Important, huh? I muttered. Sighing, I made my way to the balcony attached to the living room. The doors slid open, letting cool air brush against my face. From here, the grand cities of the ultra-rich stretched endlessly, towering structures. Glowing lights controlled perfection. It was a beautiful view. I pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a slow drag. Zamira's words echoed in my head. She was right. It was time I took this seriously. Keeping everyone on Earth was becoming more dangerous by the day. Being monitored, watched, analyzed. It wasn't paranoia anymore. It was reality. Just like that incident while I was away. A worker here was exposed as a spy. A vampire spy, working for the humans. It showed how low humans could stoop when fear and power were involved. I exhaled smoke slowly. Relocating everyone to the vampire planet wasn't just safer. It was inevitable. While I was lost in thought, footsteps approached behind me. You seem lost, Kira said softly. I glanced over my shoulder. She stood beside me, her arms folded loosely, her expression calm but concerned. What are you thinking about? Just planning, I replied. She leaned against the railing next to me. About what? Relocating everyone to the vampire planet. She nodded slowly. I thought so. You did? Yes, she said. Everyone's been complaining. Quietly, but consistently. They don't feel safe anymore. I frowned. Is it that bad? Most of us are pregnant. Kira continued. Or already have children. That changes things. We're not just thinking about ourselves anymore. I took another drag. You'll work on it as soon as possible. I know you will, she said. But you really need to listen to your wives more. We're scared, even if we don't always say it out loud. I nodded. You're right. I turned toward her. But you look worried too. What did you want to talk to me about? Kira blinked, slightly surprised. Well, she hesitated, then looked away briefly. It's just something I've been thinking about. Author's note. I know I've offended a lot of readers and fans. And I haven't even been able to put out peak chapters lately. Some people have complained about inconsistencies in the plot and other issues. I want to sincerely apologize to everyone. It's not entirely my fault, though. It just sucks that these days, we barely get any visibility on web novel at all. I also have an alt account, and the same thing happened there too. Because of that, this year I've decided to stop relying on these platforms. I've started writing fanfictions, and it'll soon be writing original stories that won't be contracted. The fanfictions are posted on my alt account. Pen name, Chapter 458. Mom is acting strange. What's bugging you so much, Kira? I finally asked, pausing my cigarette. Well, she mutters. Just take it like I came on behalf of me and my master, Kira said, making me look in her eyes, but she pretends to look elsewhere, intentionally ignoring my gaze. What do you mean? I mean, the Elf Queen is already taking an interest in you. I know you posed as a different person to assist with the war with the humans, but you made it known to her that your master, which is also you, was stronger. So now, she is fascinated by your master, which is you and also my master's husband and the father of my unborn child, Kira said, rubbing her stomach at the end of her sentence. I chuckled at her words, simply gazing outward while resting all my weight on the railings. I suspected something like that would happen, even with my disguised persona. She was all over me, I say. Kira Fraunil. Don't tell me you are planning to do what I am thinking? Kira asks, looking at me suspiciously. No, I want to make a move. However, if she makes a move, I can't tell if I would be able to resist her allure. I say truthfully, raising my hands. I'm just being truthful here. Can't your mind stay in one place? She asks angrily. Fine, I was just kidding. Don't tell Myra I said any of that because of her condition. What about my own condition? Seriously? Are you getting jealous of Myra too? What do you even want? Just kill me at this point. I said tiredly as Kira kept finding fault in everything I said. Oomph. With a small groan, she walked away, leaving only me on the rooftop. Days passed, blurring into a week and then two. During that time, I was bonding with Rona and Xander, as Zella eventually moved back to Earth. Though there was a back and forth between her and Misty as she tried to make it known that she was my first lover. The argument didn't make any sense to me since I treated all of them the same and never expected something so trivial to cause issues. However, I solved the whole drama by saying I started dating both of them at the same time. Zella was shocked and accused me of lying to her. I also accused her of hiding things from me, which made her eventually give up. Though to be honest, Zella was my first lover even though I had a crush on Misty. However, Misty was relieved with my stance on the issue since she was also aware of the whole situation from the start. Xander is getting pretty used to everyone, even though she was a bit wary of them except me and her mother when she first came. Within a week, she bonded pretty quickly. Zamira is her favorite because she practically spoils her with everything. After all, she is the most generous and cheerful of my wives compared to Hayes and who are also rich, but the type who care more about their sleep. Cat women are not exactly the kid-friendly type. I'm also teaching Xander about aura control, and within a week, she can already control her blood aura despite being just slightly above 2 years old. She is way too intelligent for her age, which is kind of scary. As for Rona, even though she is a purebred vampire, after reading her vampiric aura deeply, I figured she doesn't have any blood power, nor does Xander. However, even as a baby, she packs an aura equivalent to a vampire noble, which is considered abnormal. Though Xander packed a lot more aura when she was a baby. But this is entirely due to being an experiment of a witch-vampire mix. Zella was heavily experimented on with magic by her unstable mother, so she could bear my child as a witch. Today, though, is a special occasion. Splash of wet sound erupts as I break the surface of the swimming pool, my hands resting on someone's lower back as I steady them. The moment is perfect moderate, lined, and soft as if crafted by skilled dwarves. Zella, don't make me do this here. Xander is literally watching, a mutter under my breath as Zella grabs me under the water while her upper body stays outside the pool. Xander's curious eyes were fixed on us as she stared as if suspecting something, inching closer to the edge of the pool. So there would be a day you would be this paranoid. Funny how fatherhood changes someone. But what if I said I want it right here, right in front of Xander? Zella looks at me with a crazed, lustful expression, her purple hair gleaming under the mild sun. She slides her hand in my underwear under the water. I can't say no to this goth woman. I curse inwardly when Zella finally shifts her swimming pants to the side and pulls me closer. Shit. Are you supposed to make such a lewd sound? I curse under my breath as Zella makes a lewd expression while I'm intimate with her, not giving a fuck if Xander is watching. It's as if she's even excited about it. Why, you're big. I love it. Please keep going. Zella pleads and begins to slowly move herself closer to me. I hesitate for a moment, but quickly stop her and pull her closer instead. She hugs me tightly as if entering a trance. Which mother gets excited about being intimate in front of their kid? Xander suddenly makes a sound, tilting her head forward as her suspicion grows. She tries jumping into the pool out of curiosity, but I stop her. Wait, Xander, you can't get in the pool. You know you promised me not to enter, right? I say with a weird laugh, while Zella keeps nudging me to continue what we were doing. although I'm so pissed that I feel like pinning her down and giving her a piece of my mind until she can't stand. I don't want to taint Xander's eyes with such depravity. Why, Papa? Xander asks innocently, tilting her head sideways like a puppy. But I can swim. She adds, Sweetie, I know you can swim. But this pool is for adults. A kid's pool will be built soon for you and little Rona, I say with a smile, trying to change her mind. Yeah, but Aunt Zamira said I could swim all I want in there. Is there something in the water that's making Mummy act like that? Seems Mummy is having fun. Xander wants to have fun too, Xander says, her eyes flitting as if a realization just struck her. Chapter 459, Visiting Vera's Parents in No. You can't have fun, Xander. Something will bite you inside the water. Just like something is biting Mommy inside the water. I said in a panicked voice, and Xander stepped backwards, fear evident in her eyes for the first time. Honestly, this is the first time I'm seeing my stubborn daughter scared, and it kind of makes me excited. I mean, this is the same kid that wasn't scared of a Wendigo. Huh, as something will bite me, she asked in a low voice, now scared to her wits, but she didn't leave. Yes, that's why me and Mommy are trying to find what is biting us. Once we find it, you can jump into the pool and join us, I said, and Xander's face widened. All right, Dad. She agreed, but was still staring at us curiously. I moved my legs, swimming to the corner of the swimming pool with Zella still wrapped around me, then pressed her back against the edge and held her close in the water. Owahan, she exclaimed playfully as I moved, reaching the deepest part of the lake. Mom, is it the pool monster making you cry like that? Xander asked, her curiosity reaching a new high, but she didn't dare jump into the water. The underwater monster is too long and big. It's hard for Mommy to defeat it. Your dad is trying to help me here. So don't disturb us, okay? Zella said, and Xander looked as if she was about to cry. Never would I ever imagine that this cheeky girl could be scared. Now that I'm assured that Xander wouldn't jump into the pool, I increased my thrust. Zella gave me a pleading look, unable to make a sound because of Xander's presence nearby. We were in the water together, and the moment felt intense and intimate. Zella slipped out softly as the sensation grew stronger. Then I continued to focus on the same spot until her body stiffened and she reached her peak, experiencing small quivers. Under such intensity, I couldn't help but climax as well, holding her close. I still want to get used to how intense you always are when you finish. You could get me pregnant with that, Zella said, but in a slightly worried way. Don't worry, you can't get pregnant. There's a treatment I'm using that prevents conception. Unless we both agree to have another child. You can't get pregnant, I assured her. I see. She muttered, her face returning to normal. Xander, jump in, Zella ordered, but Xander simply stood at the edge of the pool, looking at it intensely. Dad, where's the monster? Xander suddenly asked, making me and Zella look at each other in shock. But I suddenly smiled as a thought came to my head. This is the monster, I said, opening my inventory under the water and bringing out a large spider corpse that was still fresh. Yeah, Xander jumped backwards, but suddenly moved closer to the spider corpse and smiled. You're a hero, Dad. Xander pumped her fist. Oi, Zella, have you been making this girl watch some bullshit hero movies? Heroes are the worst set of people in reality, I said, and turned my head and watched how Xander swam towards us. After swimming for about 30 minutes, we left the swimming pool. Getting inside, I went to meet Vera. She was all dressed, and nestling on her bed was Rona, who was tightly wrapped in thick folds of shawl like a mummy. This was pretty common for vampire babies. When you go to get dressed, time is running out. Vera asked me upon seeing me. I won't take much time, I replied, and walked out of the room to my own room where my closet is located. Today is the day we are going to see Vera's parents. Vera was against it, but after much persuasion, she finally agreed. The reason I insisted we go see her parents is because she is always saddened by the fact that her parents are absent in her life. After I dressed up in a nice tuxedo suit, I returned back to Vera's room. Although the suit seemed strange at first, it's significantly different from the suit humans wear. Also, as a royalty, This was supposed to be my daily wear. But me being me, I just do whatever I like. I picked up Rona and we headed outside, entering a vehicle that was driven by our chauffeur. Midway into the journey, Rona falls asleep, but I carried her in my hands either way despite knowing she wouldn't wake in the next 10 to 15 hours at least. Compared to human babies, vampire babies tend to sleep a lot longer just as they stay awake longer. I was pissed off by the speed of the vehicle and believed I could have reached our destination within a minute if I flew us into the sky. But well, this is a formal visit. Vera's brain would fry if flown at such a ridiculous speed. Plus, Rona is a baby. I had to keep up with this slow-ass vehicle either way. After about an hour that felt like days, our vehicle drove into a middle-class district. It was quiet and beautiful, a sign that Vera came from a rich middle-class home. The chauffeur follows Vera's directions, and after a few minutes, we drove into a parking lot which already had about 2 cars parked there. The building in front of us is a large duplex painted white. There are a lot of trees and flowers surrounding the building, and on the side of the building, there's a rusty old car parked there which I didn't see initially. When I looked up, I noticed the curtain from the duplex shifting slightly, and I could tell someone was watching from there. Plus, I could smell it was a human. I got down from the vehicle and opened the door for Vera, who came down, carrying Rona in her hands. I ordered our chauffeur to remain in the vehicle while we walked to the doorstep and hit the bell. Chapter 460. Vera's parents. We rang the doorbell for about 2 minutes before I suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Although the person nearing the door was trying to make as little noise as possible, I could still detect them anyway. The person stood behind the door for about a minute, probably looking at us through the peephole. Vera already looked stressed at this point, skimming through her phone and giving me a look as if urging me to turn back. Suddenly, a click sounded. It was the door unlocking. When it finally opened, I saw 2 people. The first was a human male in his early 60s, standing about 5'10" with short gray hair, a long face, and a perky nose. Standing beside him was a short woman, about 5'2", with dark hair mixed with gray. She was quite chubby, wearing a red nightgown, and her large, long tits hung beneath the fabric, reaching below her stomach. She looked to be in her mid-50s. "Mom, Dad," Vera muttered, tears beginning to fall from her eyes. But her supposed mum and dad didn't pay her any attention. Their eyes were fixed on me instead, glaring with pure hatred. To be honest, I was kind of pissed, but I remained calm since this had been my idea in the first place. And older humans tend to believe all that bullshit about vampires. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, Vera's mom suddenly brought out a spray bottle and began spraying its contents on me. "I bind you, you blood-sucking demon," she shouted, continuing to spray the foul-smelling liquid all over me. Her husband also pulled out a silver cross and began flashing it at me while chanting some gibberish prayer, even throwing garlic at me. This is why I hate the church. They fill weak humans with nonsense, ideologies, and propaganda, while committing the most horrendous crimes themselves. I simply stood there and let them do their thing for about 5 minutes before Vera rested her back against the wall and started crying, begging her parents to stop. "Just stop it. Stop it. What did you gain? Did anything happen to him? Don't you think you have the wrong impression?" Vera bellowed. Her parents seemed to hear her this time and finally stopped. No more like they were tired, because they were panting heavily. "Father, Mother, have you had enough?" I asked in a low voice. Both of them lowered their heads, dropping the silver cross and garlic to the floor. "I am sorry. You thought vampires are demons, right?" I said, cutting him off mid-sentence. That only made them lower their heads even further. Vera's mom looked more embarrassed, and she quietly moved toward the crying Vera while I remained facing Vera's dad. "Are you happy that you treated your daughter and her husband like trash, despite not being there when she needed you the most?" I continued. I could swear he felt like sinking into the floor, but I didn't stop there. Vampires might have had issues in the past and a reputation for drinking human blood, but that's all behind us. Drinking blood doesn't mean we're barbaric. It's simply a diet thing, the same way humans eat meat. I know our ancestors made a grave mistake long ago by drinking human blood because they saw humans as lesser beings back then, just like early humans practiced cannibalism and hunted other races as trophies. But that doesn't make all of us bad people. Besides, we're different from demons. Even the demons you hate so much, not all of them are evil. Some are kind, some innocent. How about you explain why humans attacked elves unprovoked? Do you know elves also hate humans and see them as evil and cunning? But that doesn't mean all humans are heartless. So, I think there have been a lot of misconceptions. Silver, garlic, holy water, none of that shit works on us. And the sun, it only slows our metabolism, which is why we prefer the night. It's diversity, I said. By the time I finished, he had begun to cry. But I heard there are human farms producing blood, that's why I hate vampires. I'm sorry, he apologized in a low voice. That first sentence kind of irritated me again, making me wonder why most humans tend to have such low IQ. That's not true. The blood factories are real, but the rumors about human farms are pure lies. The ones producing blood in those factories are mindless meat bags without eyes, ears, or brains. They simply share similar DNA with humans, the same way they share DNA with other races like elves and dwarves, I explained. Immediately, Vera's father stepped forward and hugged me. Sniff, I am sorry. I am deeply sorry and appalled by my stupidity. He cried out emotionally while I simply patted his back. I'm glad you know the truth now. But I think you should be apologizing to Vera instead, I said, gently breaking the hug. We both turned toward Vera and her mother, who were still hugging. Her mother was now carrying Rona, studying the baby closely. Vera's father moved toward Vera, while her mother handed Rona over to him and walked toward me instead. Mother, I called softly as she cupped my face in her hands. I'm sorry. I know words can't fully explain how embarrassed and foolish I feel. I've been blinded by faith and brainwashed by the lies they feed us, Vera's mom muttered. I hugged her. Damn, she looks exhausted. While I'm not attracted to her in the slightest, I can't help but feel a little flustered by the thought of that strange scenario. Even in this odd situation, I get a bit worked up, though I try not to let it show. It's such a shame that it's still a hard pass for me. Let us go inside. We have a lot to catch up on, Vera's father said. I promptly broke the hug with Vera's mom, and we all walked inside, climbing a spiral staircase. The downstairs area looked like some sort of junkyard workshop. It was really rough, a sharp contrast to the outside appearance of the building. But after climbing the spiral stairs, we arrived at the living room, and there, I saw a dark-haired woman who had a striking resemblance to Vera. She was wearing a hoodie and black shorts, one leg hanging over the chair while she tapped away on her phone. Chapter 461. A great decision, Nora, Vera exclaimed as she stepped into the living room and called out to the girl. Vera, really, you came? The girl said in a falsely surprised voice as she stood up and walked toward her. They hugged each other without saying anything, and Nora murmured that she missed Vera. Watching this fake affection Nora was putting on made me feel a little embarrassed. Why did you run away from us? Why? Nora muttered during the emotional hug, as if they weren't the ones who chased her away. Well, that's because you supported me aborting my baby, Vera replied. Nora immediately went silent and briefly loosened the hug. Nora, meet my husband, Jake, Vera introduced. Nice to meet you, Nora, I said, stretching out my hand for a handshake. Nora looked stunned when she examined me closely, and her face suddenly turned shy and meek. All that earlier energy disappeared. And nice to meet you too, Jake, she said, shaking my hand. Foo. She couldn't resist my charms. Did she think vampires were ugly monsters? While there are many races on Earth, it's quite rare to see a vampire up close because my people prefer to live secluded lives. Most of our activities happen within our own community. This is mainly due to the scrutiny we receive from other races who refuse to mind their own business. So it's not unusual for people to never see a vampire up close. And to top it off, she was literally meeting a Protoss, the epitome of our kind. A fly like her couldn't possibly comprehend it. After glazing myself to my heart's content because of this annoying girl, I finally calmed down. Nora was still in shock from seeing me up close. Though honestly, that was probably because a slight leak of my aura had slipped out despite my efforts to conceal it as much as possible. "Jake, please take a seat," Vera's father said, and I obliged, sitting next to Vera while Nora took Rona from her arms. Vera's parents and I started chatting afterward. They asked me a lot of questions, what I did for a living and how I met Vera. Some of them were really strange. The funniest one was when they asked if I ever had the urge to suck their blood. Of course, I told them no. Their blood would probably taste awful judging by the smell they were giving off. After that answer, they stopped asking weird questions and we began talking properly. When they learned about my real identity, they were completely shocked and could hardly believe it. I even showed them the video of banquet we held back home with the Damper King. I also told them to search for the current crown prince to the throne. And my face immediately appeared. The way they spoke to me changed instantly. They started addressing me with honorifics even though I told them to stop. That was when I realized they were the type who worship money and status. Well, to me, money is pointless. To the average vampire, money simply doesn't matter the way it does to humans. Imagine living for thousands of years. You're bound to make wealth one way or another. Because of that, we don't really understand the human obsession with hustling for money. Our paths are practically set from the moment we are born. Oh my goodness, I can't believe you're the crown prince. That means you're going to become king someday. Vera's mom said excitedly, covering her mouth when she realized she was getting too loud. Haha, I'd rather not take that role though. Being king kinda sucks. You barely get any free time. But that old man is too eager to dump the throne on me. I sighed, voicing my frustration. I understand your pain, your highness. Please drop the formalities, Dad. I cut in, which made him laugh. Even before learning I was royalty, they had already been getting along with me. What I didn't notice, however, was that they were poorly educated about vampires and clearly believed a lot of the church's nonsense. I can't imagine being glued to a throne all day with barely any time to enjoy life. Sounds miserable. No wonder your granddad wants to ditch it so badly. I'd probably do the same and take 2 hot chicks on a very long vacation, Vera's dad joked. Everyone laughed except his wife, who clearly didn't find it funny. Though it sounded like a joke, it was actually Old Man Duke's reality. Except Old Man Duke can't even rise to the occasion. Well, now that you and Vera have forgiven us, we'll come visit you too very soon, Vera's mother said. You're welcome anytime, I replied. Sister, I'll come visit you soon too. You never told me your husband was this cool. I was scared to come see you and angry that you chose him. But I guess I was just ignorant. There is barely any difference between him and a human, except for his pale skin, Nora said while openly checking me out. Her parents warned her that it was disrespectful, but I let her do her thing anyway. Strangely enough, despite standing this close to a beautiful girl like Nora, I wasn't sexually attracted to her the way I normally would be with almost any girl. What the heck was going on? I had no physical reaction at all, even with Nora practically shoving her cleavage into my face. I tried imagining myself in a romantic situation with her, but nothing worked. And only then did I manage to get a small reaction. But when I imagined doing the same with Vera, my body responded completely differently with an instant reaction. I continued gisting with my in-laws and even ate some human food, even though I knew I'd probably suffer one hell of a diarrhea later in the day. While chatting with Vera's father, I realized he was actually a really nice guy to hang out with. His wife was the strange one and likely the person who made most of the decisions and probably the one who had fueled the earlier hatred toward Vera and me. Mr. Lucien was simply too soft, the type people would call a beta male. Still, aside from that, I looked forward to hanging out with him again someday. I gifted him several cool items and priceless gadgets I'd gotten from Edgar Frost, and he absolutely loved them. I also gave his wife gold jewelry weighing nearly 10 kilograms, and she seemed a little too excited about it. Seriously, I still don't understand why humans place so much value on things that were literally dug out of the ground for free and aren't even as rare as they pretend. But well, diversity. After everything, we finally returned home, and the smile Vera wore on her face made my heart melt. It was probably one of the most responsible decisions I've ever made. Chapter 462. Alfonso's pain. It's been a week since we visited Vera's parents. Everything has been going well. No drama, no urgency, just peace. Blair also seems to be holding up well with her ability, the Demon King ability. Now that I'm closer to her, I've begun to realize that what Blair wields isn't simply an ability. It was the power of the former Demon King sealed inside a crystal. The feeling I get from it sometimes is so overwhelming that I feel threatened and wary of it, which pushed me to start researching it. I wanted to pay the Celestial Monkeys another visit, but their emperor didn't want to see me after having his ass handed to him, so I turned to someone else. Alfonso. Whoosh! I threw a metal pipe at Alfonso, impaling his shoulder to the concrete while blood dripped from the wound. Even though he looked worried for a moment, his face soon relaxed, and he pulled the pipe out as his body began to heal. I know it's you, Your Highness. There's no need to disguise yourself, Alfonso said, lighting a cigarette. I stopped with a smile on my face and transformed back into my original appearance from my initial disguise, Identity Ben. How could you tell it was me, teacher? I asked, and suddenly he burst out laughing at my question. I mean, who the fuck could impale me with a fucking cheap metal pipe and not even a beast weapon? Only you, of course, Alfonso said, letting out a sigh. You've obviously grown stronger since the last time I saw you. That's why I stopped teaching you anyway. There's nothing left for me to teach if you can stab me with a fucking cheap pipe, Alfonso added while I grinned the whole time. That was revenge for beating the crap out of me back when I was still oblivious. Either way, I'm sorry about that. I think I've finally figured out how absolute blood control works, I said, and Alfonso looked at me as if he were staring at a monster. He stepped forward, but from his movements I knew he wanted to run away, so I blocked him. Please listen to me. I need your help. You can't run away from me. I'm not bragging, you just can't ignore what I have to say, I said. Alfonso sighed again, and we crossed the street and sat on a public bench. Man, I just want to live in peace. After Zero turned on us and was killed, I decided to retire. Maybe start a new family, popping kids here and there. I even heard that evil bitch Zamira got pregnant and is now acting like a softie. Man, I'm going crazy. Alfonso rambled, drinking the blood juice in his hand until the bottle was empty. Hey, man, I think you should calm down, you say? You fucking impaled me with cheap metal. I have never been impaled before. You're the only one who could do that. I mean, you make me feel useless. Truth is, I'm so angry that I can't get any stronger. Yeah, I can use ki, but within months your ki pool became 10 times larger than mine, and I've been training for years. Life is unfair, Alfonso exclaimed, pulling at his hair. I was shocked by his outburst, and the smile on my face completely vanished. Maybe I've been unfair to him, after all. But it's not my fault. Being a Protoss and the only user of absolute blood control, I can wield all blood powers. Not only that, I can directly command users of those powers because, in the end, they were mine to begin with. I understand your pain. I've been in those shoes before. You might think I was young or something, but living among humans and being friends with them, I faced being bullied for being powerless. I know what it feels like to be looked down on. However, Alfonso, I've never seen you as powerless. Instead, I look at you with respect. You trained yourself from scratch and became a monster to be reckoned with. You are special. I, on the other hand, am a failure. I've died and reincarnated over and over again, becoming a ridicule for the gods while they use people close to me to get to me. I've lost fragments of my power and grown weaker over time. Maybe I got lucky in this reincarnation and recovered a lot of my abilities and weapons. But it doesn't change the fact that I'm a failure, I said. Alfonso opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but instead he suddenly began to sob. Sometimes I don't even blame myself for being frivolous. After being killed over and over again, I decided to start enjoying life itself. Despite that, every reincarnation, even when I try to mind my own business, they still come after me. You don't know how much it sucks. You have no idea. But this time I seem lucky enough not to have fully gained the attention of the upper gods yet. That's why I refrained from killing the blood god. Killing him would return a huge chunk of my power to me, but it still wouldn't be enough. There are terrifying beings out there. Alfonso, what do you want me to do? Shit my pants like a coward? I asked. Alfonso smiled, wiping the tears from his eyes. You know what? Other Protoss have reached out to me, but I turned them down. I know they'll be back, and there's no way I can keep refusing them forever. But this time I want things to be different. I don't want my life to follow some fucking script written by nature. I want to carve my own path, I said, finally calming down. I was already getting emotional and carried away while a new influx of memories from my past life surfaced. The wives from my past life. Some dead, some still out there bearing my mark and hoping I return to them. That's one of the main reasons I stopped forcing markings on my wives. I only give them on request. It's selfish if I die and they end up spending hundreds, maybe thousands of years unable to be with another man. This time will be different, though. At the same time, I won't force anyone to bear that mark. Chapter 463. Why the old fart is so pathetic, man. Your life really sucks, huh? Alfonso suddenly burst out laughing at me, nudging my side as he laughed and even rolling across the bench. Now it was my turn to sulk because he made me emotional instead. Imagine trying to cheer someone up only for you to end up sad. Thankfully, I pushed my thoughts toward Rona and Xander's beautiful smiles and managed to return to normal. So stop thinking you're not strong. You have one of the strongest defensive powers ever known. Maybe only a handful of people could pierce your blood-hardening power, I said, and Alfonso pouted. Spare me some slack. A handful? That's even worse, he grumbled. As I said earlier, there are a lot of scary people out there. However, when I said a handful could pierce through your defenses, I didn't factor in you reinforcing your blood shield with Ki. With Ki added to it, I think there's barely anyone who could break through that, I said, and Alfonso squeezed his face even more. Haha, maybe me, I added with a laugh, and he laughed too. Well, how did you find me? He asked. You know, I had someone keeping an eye on you after you disappeared, I said, and he laughed again. He saw through my lie immediately. Fine, you caught me. I thought of one place you might be, which is why I came here. When I arrived, I traced your blood signature, I revealed. All right, the blood sniffer. You're one crazy bastard. Oh, that's right. You're actually out of your mind, Alfonso said again, and I could tell this guy was slowly losing his mind. The way he spoke wasn't his usual self. However, I already knew his problem. A smile suddenly crept onto my face. Alfonso, tell me, you can't woo a woman, right? I suddenly said, and instantly Alfonso's face turned embarrassed as he looked left and right. You don't say it like that, he muttered. Fufufu got ya. So you can't get a woman? I said in a slightly mocking tone. Then he suddenly let out a sigh. That's not the problem, he said. Then what's the problem? I asked. The thing is, I can't get my thing up. Holy shit, you too. I suddenly paused, almost letting my shock get the better of me. What do you mean by you two? Can't you get it up? Alfonso questioned. No, not me. I'm not supposed to say this. But I heard something from those chicks always hanging around old man Duke that he can't get his thing up. I revealed, and suddenly Alfonso burst out laughing, rolling on the ground this time. That old fuck got what he deserves. Ha ha ha. Alfonso laughed again. I was slightly shocked that he called old man Duke an old jerk, considering he usually respects him. Wait, I'm confused. Do you know he can't perform? I asked in shock. Of course. I mean, he's the one who put us in this situation. That's why I'm pissed and mad at him, Alfonso said, anger clear in his voice. Oh boy, things were starting to make sense now. Please, I'm lost here. What the hell happened? Well, it started when I was doing my nightly duties protecting that old fuck. About 20 years ago, we went to see the matriarch of the witches. During the conversation, that perverted old bastard couldn't keep his hands to himself and tried touching her inappropriately. So, in anger, she cursed us that we'd never get aroused again. Since then, I've never been able to perform, Jake. Fucking 20 years. I miss being with a woman, Alfonso said in a low voice, almost crying. I simply stared at him in shock as he finished the story, and then suddenly I burst out laughing. So you guys got fucking cursed by Ophelia? I said after my laughter subsided. That evil bitch, Alfonso cursed under his breath. I'm suffering for that old fart's mistakes, he added. Honestly, His crash out was completely justifiable. I would have resigned too if I were in his place. So, how do you want to go about it? I asked. Well, I've been trying to reach Ophelia, but I can't. She only gave the old man a one-time coordinate to visit her if he wanted to see her. And I heard you already went, so it's pointless. There's no way to reach that witch. Even if there was, that bitch would probably place another curse on me. I heard she's a feminist, Alfonso said with a loud hiss. Well, you could have just asked for my help, I said with a toothy grin. Alfonso's face lit up, but he frowned again shortly after. No way I'm showing you my stuff. I'd rather keep it down, he muttered. No one wants to see your stuff anyway. I'm talking about getting Ophelia to lift the curse, I said, and his eyes widened again. Really? Yup. How? How are we going to get there? Alfonso asked, still visibly shocked. That's a secret. I can take you to meet her if you want. I bet no, which can lift Ophelia's curse. Foo-foo, I said, using my finger to trim my nose. Man, this is risky. I've never seen you this scared. But trust me, we'll get things back to normal, I said. And Alfonso finally smiled genuinely. Well, what do you need from me? I know you didn't come looking for me for no reason. Foo-foo, am I really that horrible? Well, you're right. I wouldn't spend all this time looking for you if I didn't have a reason. I need your help. First of all, since Zero died, his blood power would have transferred to someone else or a newborn. I'd like to know who that person is. The second request is that I want to know more about the new Demon King. I heard he's a young dude. Does he have any ulterior moves? Like acquiring more power? The Demon King's power can be stacked. So it wouldn't be surprising if he's searching for the one who holds the power of the Demon King that was defeated by Derek. You. An old man Duke, I said, and Alfonso chuckled. That old fart did nothing but become a burden. Only his blood power was useful. Derek did all the work while I shielded him. Heck, the old fart's blood power only managed to stun the Demon King for a split second before his eyes started bleeding, Alfonso revealed. Why didn't you tell me all this? Also, their story depicted a completely different scenario, I muttered. He was the king. We had to give a heroic tale. Besides, as a serving knight, I couldn't speak badly about the king. But now that I'm relieved of my duty, I don't give a fuck. Anyway, you're giving me a hard task. It'll be putting my life on the line. Demons have hated vampires since that incident, Alfonso grumbled. Well, the choice is yours. Either you get your junk back, or you die a eunuch, I said with a shrug. Fine, we have a deal, Alfonso said, shaking my hand. Chapter 464. Back to the witch's abode. After Alfonso agreed to my deal, we teleported back to my home on Earth. Zamira and Jill were surprised to see him. Hey, I thought you died or something. Where the hell have you been hiding? Zamira asked with a cheeky grin. Well, try and settle down, Alfonso said, spreading his hands wide. I could tell he was avoiding bantering with Zamira today as much as possible. Heh, I thought you couldn't bad girls, foo-foo, Zamira taunted again. Shut up, you evil bitch. You're acting all tough. I thought you said you would never submit to a man. But look at you, you're now married and pregnant after all that big talk. What a shame, Alfonso said, mockingly teasing Zamira. Well, at least I got pregnant for someone worthy. What about you? I doubt your thing even works. Kakik, old man, Zamira laughed, and I saw a vein bulge on Alfonso's head as it looked ready to rupture. She hit him where it hurt the most, even though she said it jokingly. It was the reality. If it wasn't for the fact that we both came inside at the same time, he would have thought I told Zamira his secret. Thank goodness I didn't have to explain. Well, that's enough, you too. Alfonso, if you have issues with my wife, you should settle it properly because I don't appreciate you calling her a bitch. Zamira, I would also appreciate it if you speak to Alfonso with respect. He was my teacher back then, and I respect him, I said, and both of them frowned. Oh, okay, darling, Zamira agreed and turned to Alfonso. I'm sorry for being rude. I'm also sorry for calling you a bitch. It was out of anger, Alfonso apologized, bowing slightly. Even though we were close, the hierarchy still stood. Zamira was above Alfonso, especially since he relieved himself of duty, and, as the crown prince, I was above them all. They had no choice but to listen to me. Without even using my status, I could bend their will with sheer aura. Sometimes it's worth glazing myself. Anyways, let's get going, I said and began leading Alfonso toward the warp room when suddenly I bumped into Zella on the way. Where are you going in such a hurry? She asked, glancing at Alfonso behind me. Well, he's my teacher. You don't know him because you left by the time he began tutoring me, I said, and Zella greeted him politely. Oh, she's the witch's daughter. What a striking resemblance. And the same feeling of dread. Alfonso, I said in a slightly angry voice. Sorry, Alfonso muttered and quickly walked past us. Let me guess, my mother cursed him. Huh? Zella asked in a low voice as Alfonso walked away in frustration. I nodded. I'm not even angry at him, Zella giggled. So Ophelia has cursed quite a lot of people, I said with a sigh and walked after Alfonso, who had entered the wrong room in annoyance. I redirected him to the right one. Sully, Jake, I get so riled up these days, Alfonso apologized. It's fine. I just hope you respect my whys once you get your stuff back, I replied, feigning anger as I typed in the coordinates that would lead to Ophelia's dimension. 90% of witches don't live on a planet, and instead reside in a secluded dimension controlled by Ophelia. Ophelia is one hell of a dictator. Even though she's my woman now, there's not much I can tell her to do. She's extremely stubborn. I'm not even sure she'll agree to lift the curse she placed on Alfonso. Can you please stop calling my manhood junk? It's junk because it's useless. I mean, you can't get it up, buddy. But raise your head high and stand proud, because I'm about to save you, I said. Instead of taking offense like I expected, Alfonso laughed. Well, what about the old fart? No redemption for him. He'd probably start causing chaos everywhere if his powers came back. Besides, Ophelia is pretty strict. She probably wouldn't even consider lifting the curse, I said, and we both laughed. Soon after, the warper buzzed to life. Once the coordinates locked in, I grabbed Alfonso's hand and we stepped inside together. We appeared instantly on the other side and were greeted by several beautiful witches standing near the portal we opened. They wore red yukatas, their hair tied neatly into single buns, with sharp eyebrows and soft pink lips. Wow, such beauties. It's a shame there's no man around here. Hey, lower your voice. Don't let their appearance fool you. They're dangerous as hell. Even if they don't kill you, their curses are no joke, I warned Alfonso, trying to scare him a little. The girls showed no signs of hostility, but Alfonso still swallowed hard, sweat forming on his forehead. The witches bowed immediately when they saw me and spoke into devices in their hands, as if reporting something. This place never ceases to amaze me. I heard this colony warps every minute, sometimes every few seconds, depending on how they set it in case of invasion. Each room constantly interchanges. Only witches can navigate it, Alfonso muttered behind me. I didn't reply. Instead, I addressed one of the girls and told her I wanted to see Ophelia. We don't have direct access to the matriarch, but we've contacted her maid since an order was given to always grant you permission, one of the witches said. Just as she finished speaking, a figure appeared in a flash out of thin air. I recognized her immediately, Ophelia's maid, the one who always looked at me strangely, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. She bowed deeply upon seeing me. How may I be of service, my lord? She asked. I was instantly shocked by the way she addressed me. The last time I came here, she wasn't this polite. She only called me Highness because of my status. This was different. Did Ophelia order her to address me like this? I want to see Ophelia. Can you take me to her? I asked. All right, I can do that. But would you like me to serve you before taking you to meet my master? She asked, bowing again. Serve me? Yes. The matriarch has ordered me to give you anything you desire. It would be an honor to attend to you, my lord, the maid said, and instantly my body reacted. It was unbelievable. Did Ophelia really grant me these privileges? What the hell was happening? I was about to accept her offer, but I remembered why I came here. All right, I appreciate it, but I have a pressing matter right now. I want you to take me to Ophelia immediately along with this man, I said, pointing at Alfonso, who had been shocked the entire time. Understood. I hope you allow me to take care of you next time, my lord, the maid said with a bow. I caught a flash of disappointment on her face. The other witches nearby also had faint blushes on their cheeks. What the hell is going on? Don't tell me all these witches are restless and eager for attention. Man, I didn't know you had this much influence here, Alfonso whispered behind me while the maid prepared a rune to take us to Ophelia. Chapter 465. Bugging questions after she finishes preparing the runes. They begin to glow brightly. We stand at the center, and a sudden burst of light envelopes us, teleporting us out of there. The next moment, we appear directly in what seems to be Ophelia's waiting room. I notice the maid bowing, and when I look up, I see Ophelia running toward me with a smile on her face. She is wearing a dark gown, as usual, with black miasma swirling around her. "Darling, you finally came to see me today," she says excitedly, crashing into me and wrapping her arms around me while sniffing my chest. I hug her back as well, placing my hands on her ass. When I glance to the side, I see Alfonso shivering and sweating despite being a vampire. "Why did you take so long?" she asks in a low voice, her head still buried in my chest while her hat tickles my nose. It's almost as if the hat is alive. "I'm sorry, I've been so busy lately." "You also don't make use of the warper either," I accuse her. "I just don't want to come to Earth. I will consider traveling only if you move back to Vampiro permanently. I don't want humans invading my space. It happened once, it will never happen again," Ophelia says, and I can tell she's angry when she mentions the humans. "You too?" Sigh. "Either way, who's this man?" Ophelia suddenly interrupts as she notices Alfonso. "I think I've seen you before. Are you my husband's friend?" Ophelia asks, looking at Alfonso closely as she tries to recognize him. "Husband. He is your husband," Alfonso mutters in shock, his eyes widening as if he just heard something he would never believe could happen. Didn't he tell you? He's been my husband for a long time, long before his current reincarnation," Ophelia says, and I notice her voice laced with sadness at the last part. "Darling, why are you quiet? Did Zella find out yet?" Ophelia suddenly asks as she notices my silence and Alfonso's fear. "No, that's not it. I want to talk to you about something," I say, sitting on the chair while Ophelia sits on my lap, all the while Alfonso still stands in shock beside the maid. "I have something to tell you," Ophelia says excitedly. "What's that?" "I want to tell you in secret," she whispers, sliding her index finger across my lips. "MMH." I let out a small sound and wink at the same time while she giggles in response. My relationship with Ophelia has grown better over time, and it doesn't feel like I only recently met her. The last time we were together, I saw the mark I usually give my women. I had given her one in one of my past reincarnations, which means she is one of my wives. There's still many others out there I don't remember, probably waiting for my return. Although, there's a question I really want to ask her since I found out about this mark. The first time we met after I defeated her, it seemed she cast an illusion over it. I didn't see anything like that. But the last time we met, I saw it clearly, and it was genuine. Now it brings me these annoying questions. How is Zella her daughter? Why didn't she come to me after finding my current reincarnation? What is her goal in setting me up with Zella and even having a child with her? All these questions leave a void in my mind. I really want to know what's going on in her head. What is her aim? "So, what do you want to talk to me about?" she asks, looking me straight in the eyes. I suddenly feel a rush of attraction as this goth woman stares directly into my gaze. "Promise me you will help first," I say. Ophelia looks at me for a moment and lets out a soft sigh. "Why are you like this? I will literally help you with anything." "You don't even have to ask," she replies, looking somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, she glances at her maid. "Excuse us, please," she says, and the maid nods before leaving. Alfonso sits opposite us since we are still in the waiting room, and Ophelia is eager to hear what I want to tell her. "I came here because of my friend. He was formerly the Knight of the Duke and has been relieved of his duties, but he told me something." I haven't even finished speaking when I suddenly notice a smile creeping onto Ophelia's face before it breaks into laughter. "Ha ha ha! So he's your friend? My bad. You were just unlucky to be acquainted with that perverted old geezer," Ophelia says after her laughter subsides. In a surprising twist, she doesn't look angry at all and instead stretches her hand forward. Then I notice a small strand of black miasma coming out of Alfonso's body and drifting toward Ophelia until it enters her. Done. Your stuff should work now. Be glad I only curse you a bit. It wouldn't have been reversible otherwise, Ophelia says. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alfonso exclaims, crying tears of joy while grabbing his stuff through his pants. The way he acts is just too strange and completely weird. Let's go inside, Ophelia says, and the next moment a burst of light shines beneath us before disappearing, reappearing on the bed in Ophelia's room. I have missed you so much, Ophelia exclaims excitedly as she takes off her gown, revealing her body in a black bra, black panties, and black stockings linked to her panties with straps. She then proceeds to sit on me, pressing close in an intimate embrace. I can't help but feel a strong physical attraction to this goth woman. Her black lips, heavy eyeliner, and septum piercing are just too attractive. When she takes off her clothes, she somehow looks even sluttier. But I still have questions to ask, unfortunately. What's wrong? You don't look okay, even after I reverse the curse on your friend. Are you mad at me? Ophelia asks, resting her body against my chest so that our faces are only inches apart. Chapter 466. The true story? No, that's not the problem. I have several things bugging me, and I would like you to explain everything to me. I revealed, and I noticed Ophelia's expression change before she suddenly let out a soft sigh. She raised her upper body and settled, so she was only sitting on my crotch. To be honest, I have been expecting you to ask me these questions. Let me guess the first question is why didn't T come directly to you after finding your current incarnation? And the other question should be why I set you up with Zella and whether Zella is really my daughter, right? She asked, and I nodded my head. She paused for a few moments and let out another soft sigh. I'm really sorry about everything. No matter what reason I give, it doesn't justify my actions. But it'll reveal why I did everything either way, she said and began explaining. The reason why I didn't come for you in this current reincarnation is because of Derek. You were still clueless back then. It would have been stupid to try convincing you that I was your woman. Why I got married to you? It had already been thousands of years, long before even Duke was born. I realized that with each reincarnation, you got weaker and were easily hunted, which hurt me deeply. So I began devising my own plans and collaborated with Edgar to help create a pod. You were created using Jill S. and Derek S. DNA. It isn't like your other reincarnations that were easily hunted by gods. You seem more cautious and powerful this time around, but I was still watching patiently, waiting for the day you and I would reunite. As for Zella, the truth is that Zella is an experiment of mine. She was also birthed in one of those pods, except she has no idea about it yet. At first, I didn't see Zella as my daughter. I only saw her as a tool, meant to test you, my husband. Wait, what do you mean test me? She fucking got pregnant and had a kid while you watched. It could have been you instead of using her like that. I interrupted. Her body jerked slightly as I raised my voice, but I calmed down afterward. I'm sorry for shouting at you, I said. It's fine. Just be patient with me. I'll explain everything, Ophelia replied. As you know, witches and vampires can't have a child. So Zella was my experiment to solve that problem. Because in the past you and I were unable to conceive a child, no matter how hard we tried. It broke me down, and I began looking for ways around it. Zella was the perfect test subject, so I set her up with you. When she got pregnant, I manipulated her and made her not tell you about it, making it seem like she cheated on you, all because I was jealous of her closeness with you. I wanted her out of the picture. Honestly, the truth is I didn't really care about Zella or her pregnancy. I was only glad that my experiment worked, and I carried it out on myself. However, I couldn't bring myself to end Zella. She saw me as a mother, and I felt really bad about doing something to her. So I just hid her and let her stay here. She gave birth to Xander, and just like that I gradually began to see her as my daughter, even though I hated my decision. I wish I could undo everything, all because of my selfishness. I've come to accept Zella as my daughter. But how would she feel if she learns the truth? Ophelia said, tears dripping from her eyes. I was speechless for a moment. I knew Ophelia wasn't the goody-goody type of woman. In my previous lives, I had met a lot of women, some good, some bad. But what they all had in common was that my wives loved me. What Ophelia did was something I would consider going too far. I don't know how Zella would react if she learned all this. At the same time, her research is what led to me having access to most of my powers again. And then there's that woman too. That goddess. You're not saying anything. Are you still mad at me? Ophelia asked, and I shook my head. I'm not mad. I'm just in shock. So many things were hidden from me. I have no idea about many things I don't remember. Fragmented memories, I said, and Ophelia leaned forward, pressing her lips against mine. Everything will be okay. Besides, I said I wanted to tell you something. Don't let that ruin the mood, Ophelia said. What is that? Finally, pregnant, she said in a sexy, low voice while I simply stared at her. She looked stunned by my reaction, and suddenly I laughed and pulled her into a hug. I already know what you wanted to tell me. You could have made it more mysterious, you know? It was written all over your face, I said, patting her back. Really? What a bummer. I thought you were going to jump around in excitement. I'm sorry. It's probably because I was left in a bad mood after learning some things, but I'm fine now. How do I make it up to you? I asked. It's fine. If you want to make it up to me, let us stay in this position like this until we get tired, Ophelia said. How will you explain to Zella? I asked. She won't be seeing me anytime soon. After reuniting with you, she rarely talks to me. I guess she's happy to be with you once again. I will tell her the truth later. Of course, I'll only tell her how I ended up with you and not the whole story, Ophelia revealed. I spent some more time with Ophelia, and we ended up being intimate together. It was one of the most passionate times, and things got pretty intense between us. Right now, I'm standing in front of Alfonso, who's already asleep on the couch. It's as if he has entered a semi-slumber. Man, this is bad. He hasn't taken a rest in a long time, I muttered, looking at him sleep like a baby after getting this junk working back. Since I don't want to forcefully wake him, I lift him off the ground, carrying him on my back like a drunk friend, and leave Ophelia's place. I will return here soon to fulfill the one request Ophelia has made. It was a request I didn't expect her to ask. Chapter 467. Aztec, it's been more than 2 weeks since Alfonso and I returned from Ophelia's house. During those 2 weeks, we've grown much closer, not as our former master and student, but simply as friends. Ever since Alfonso's stuff started working again, we've been visiting different resorts. Heck, we've already checked out all the big resorts back on Earth, and now we're moving on to different planets. Right now, we are sunbathing beneath the low sun of planet Aztec, relaxing on the balcony of our lounge. Aztec is a small planet that hosts a dominant race of lobster-shaped monster girls. The monster girls aren't exactly the best looking when it comes to physical appearance, and in my book they normally be considered ugly. But alas, the more you look away, the less you see. Another saying also goes, don't judge a book by its cover. While these red-skinned, lobster-like girls with numerous legs and eyes have a hard outer exoskeleton, their insides tell a very different story. At the moment, 2 lobster girls flank me on each side, while another pair attends to Alfonso. They massage us with their hands and antlers. Jake, this is living life to the fullest. I can't get enough of this, Alfonso says in a delighted voice as the lobster girls find a great spot on him, making me shake my head. Initially, I was against the idea, but after spending time with one of these lobsters, my perspective changed. And so began my journey of finding gold in pure shit. Mister, are you enjoying it? One of the lobster girls, Nina, asked me. Yes, I moaned as the pleasure of my muscles being thoroughly kneaded washed over me. Can you turn over now? The second lobster girl, the naughty one, asked with a giggle. I obliged without a second thought and rolled over, revealing my ripped abs in all their glory. At the same moment, Alfonso also turned around. You always make me feel insecure about myself. You're one son of a bitch. Alfonso clicked his tongue while the lobster girls placed sliced cucumbers over his eyes. Suddenly, one of the lobster girls, Aria, crawled closer with a mischievous grin. She stopped just a few inches from me and tilted her head with a playful look. It seems like you need some extra attention over here, mister, she said in a husky voice as she opened her mouth. Several menacing teeth and needle-like fangs lined it, but I didn't panic. I already knew better. Mature lobster girls can use their mouth for many things like attacking, threatening, eating, and several other acts. As Arya latched her mouth around my arm, my body jerked upward, and I let out an involuntary sound as the overwhelming sensation coursed through me. She kept moving while moaning loudly, clearly enjoying herself. At the same time, Nina continued massaging me while circling her tendril-like tongue around my chest. NGH Arya let out more audible sounds as she drew closer, and within minutes my whole body tensed up. I groaned loudly at the intense peak of the moment. She pressed close, staying with me through every bit of it until the feeling finally passed. To be honest, I don't think any human or vampire could ever pull off something like this. It was simply on another level. Moi, mister, I really enjoy the taste of your drink. I'm getting so excited over here, Arya said in a flirtatious voice as she raised her skirt, revealing her heart-shaped red underwear. It looked like sap flowing from a tree, except it was pouring out. Compared to her exoskeleton, her lower body looked incredibly tender. Without another word, Arya lowered herself toward me. Yes, me no take payment, she said aloud as the two of them pressed together in the strange, slippery wetness. The pressure was intense, like an overwhelming force determined to drain every bit of energy from me. And when we were together, it didn't feel normal. Every moment seemed to reveal another sensation, each one gripping tightly. NGH. Mister, give me seeds. Your seeds are good, Arya cried out enthusiastically as she moved energetically above me, caught up in the wild moment. Even her friend Nina looked at her in confusion. Well, I'd only been with Arya before Nina joined us, but Arya had been like this ever since our first time together. As she continued moving above me, she moved against me wildly, her energy intense and unrestrained. Without thinking further, I held her close, and we continued together in the moment. Yes, gimme. I am. She let out another loud cry, overcome with emotion. The intensity of the moment lasted several minutes, and she practically collapsed against me with a satisfied smile on her face. Arya, Nina shouted as she rushed over to check on her. After a few minutes, Arya woke up, and Nina took her away from our lounge. I looked down at the mess she had left. Honestly, if her spill were measured, I bet it would be at least 5 liters minimum 4. I glanced to the side and saw the lobster girls still doing their best with Alfonso, who was practically drooling and giggling like an idiot. After a while, Nina returned alone, looking unusually flustered compared to her usual calm demeanor. What happened to her? Is she sick or something? I asked. Well, I don't really know how to explain, Nina muttered, looking even more embarrassed. What the heck is going on? Calm down and tell me. If you don't want to explain, it's fine anyway, I said with a shrug. No, it's not like that. It's just that Arya is about to lay her eggs. What the fuck did you say? Chapter 468. Fucking the second Aztecan we Aztecans, by law, are forbidden from indulging in prostitution in reality. Even though you see many brothel houses on this planet, in our own understanding, we don't see it as prostitution. We see it as killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Nina explains, though she still looks flustered as hell. I don't understand. All these companion houses are only open 2 seasons within a year, when we Aztecans are in our bonding period, since we Aztecans can partner with any race without altering our originality. Our government saw it as a way to attract tourism and also a method for us Aztecans to make money. During mating with different tourists, we Aztecans have an organ that can analyze the quality of genetic material to fertilize our eggs. Arya has been pretty picky so far, but she chose to fertilize her eggs using your genetic material. As she said she has never seen such high-quality genetic material, Nina explains everything. I was speechless after hearing that and didn't know what to say after apparently having a lobster kid without my consent. Isn't that kind of wrong? It even feels illegal since I didn't consent to that. I say, feeling my stomach churn at the thought of having these lobster-like children. Oh, it's in the agreement you signed before coming to this planet. That's why you were allowed easy entry in the first place. Also, you don't have to worry about the children. You don't have to take responsibility, Nina reveals, leaving me shocked again. Damn, that's why it's advisable to properly read through terms and conditions. If I hadn't just scrolled straight to the bottom, I would have been aware of this, but the deed has already been done either way. For some reason, my interest gets piqued by this culture. Some cultures would literally have you questioning your existence. For instance, if a bailiff invites you to his house, he can offer you anything, including certain inappropriate offers, but you are not allowed to overstep. Really weird cultures out there. So, Nina, you said I don't have to take responsibility, right? I asked. Yes. What if I want to take responsibility? I asked again. Well, it all depends on Arya's decision. If she agrees, you'll have to sign another paperwork that would make Arya your mate. She won't be able to participate in mating festivals with tourists again and would only be allowed to mate with you. Because most tourists tend not to return, most Astikans refrain from taking that step, Nina explains. I see. So, I can't claim the children unless Arya becomes my mate, right? Yes. Strange culture indeed. One last question. Will the eggs she fertilized be part vampire, part Astikan? I asked. Nope. Their features will look exactly like Astikans. This is the sole reason we can freely reproduce with other races without fear of erasing our civilization. However, her kids can inherit some of your traits, such as strength, abilities, and whatnot. That's the main reason Arya chose to fertilize her eggs with your Barado and wasn't even willing to accept payment. She believes she got the highest quality, Nina explains. I see. So, Nina, are you also here to be with me? I asked. Igriegajis. Arya told me about it, so I came over too. I promise not to tell anyone. Please be close to me, Nina says, looking at me with pleading eyes. Even after learning the truth, my heart races for some reason, and I begin to see these Astikans in a new light, falling further into the abyss of depravity. Please, I told you the truth, she pleaded again, and I couldn't help but give in. Soon after, I ended up spending an intense night with Nina. Although, I noticed that she didn't respond to me as strongly as Arya did, which led me to the discovery that Astikans respond individually just like every other race. What Nina's response brought compared to Arya's was noticeably less. Man, I'm so tired. Alfonso says to me now that the Astikans have left and we're alone in our lounge. You had a really nice time. I wish I had you on camera. Fufu, I say jokingly, and we both laugh. Jokes apart, though, that was the best time I've ever had. It felt like every moment with them was their soul trying to pull every last bit of love from my heart. If vampires weren't so racist, I would have married one, Alfonso said with a sigh. So, you agree vampires are racist? Glad you know that. I say jokingly, and we both laugh again. In reality, we're both speaking the truth. Although some vampires aren't racist, we have a strong faction protesting against intermarriage. Vampires also have this entitlement mentality and the delusion that we are the apex race. If we had been put in our place earlier, we would probably be more hated than demons. This is all my fault, though. I couldn't lead my people down a better path. In each of my reincarnations, I spent most of my time flirting around and picking fights. This time around, I rarely pick fights, but am getting involved with people again. It would definitely be a problem if Zamira learned I'd been with one of these Astikans. Oi, Jake, what are you thinking about? Alfonso suddenly asked. Nothing. Lies. Let me guess, you were thinking about what would happen if Zamira knew you were involved with one of these crustaceans, right? Wait, how did you know? I asked, looking left and right in panic. Fufufu, it shows all over your face. I know the kind of crazy bitch Zamira is. She would slice off your fucking Barado in your sleep or repeatedly bite off your private parts. I know you can regenerate it, but that motherfucker would hurt as hell. That is enough, I said as my body shuddered at the thought. While Zamira is a loving wife and fine with me having flings, she's extremely racist and would be pissed as hell if she found out I slept with an Astikan. Chapter 469. Dwarves Planet while we were inside our lounge. I suddenly heard a series of knocks on the door. When I went to open it, I saw an Aztecan standing there. But this Aztecan didn't look mature. She looked like a minor. Though I don't know much about Aztecan standards, I'm pretty sure the one I'm looking at right now is a minor. You are? Miste. I am Nina S. younger sister. She told me to come pick you, the Aztecan says. Oh, give me a few moments, I say, closing the door so I can get dressed. Oi, where are you going? Did you order one of those chicks again? Alfonso asked. Nope. Wait, don't tell me you also didn't read the agreement? What agreement? Alfonso asked. I began explaining everything Nina had told me. Holy shit, I had no idea about that, Alfonso exclaimed, though his expression returned to normal shortly after. Good luck, man. I'm not ready to have kids now. I wanted one before, but I changed my mind the moment my stuff started working again. Besides, these crustaceans rarely leave their planet, Alfonso says, waving me off. I followed Nina S. sister to Nina S. apartment. This world is pretty advanced. There are flying cars everywhere and massive skyscrapers. The only noticeable difference is that their cars are bigger than average. When I got to Nina S. apartment, I saw her sitting in front of 2 large blue eggs, breathing heavily with slime-like fluid still on them. The moment she saw me, her eyes turned watery, which I learned is the Aztecan's way of blushing. Mr. She mutters, trying to get up, but her body is still weak. I moved beside her and helped her up, inspecting the eggs afterward. As they cooled, they hardened and turned a deeper shade of blue. After talking with Nina for a while, she proposed that we sign the agreement, even though I tried convincing her that I might not visit often because I'm a busy person. But she said she wanted me to be present in her baby's lives, and besides, she doesn't fancy mating around. If she doesn't have a mate, she would be forced to participate in mating festivals every season, and if she refuses, her babies will be taken by the government. After hearing her explanation, I agreed. Arya, on the other hand, said she wasn't interested when Nina called to ask her. It's obvious she enjoys sleeping around, which honestly makes me not want anything to do with her again. Well, to make matters worse, I realized there was no chance of anything coming from our time together. That means even if something had started, it wouldn't have gone anywhere. This is a toggle switch in my system meant as a deterrent to impregnating women everywhere. Sucks for her. The reason I agreed to Nina's proposal and promised to visit her is because Aztecan's life expectancy is about 50 to 60 years. Once they reach maturity, they stop aging, but their cells rapidly begin to die off after hitting 50 to 60. Before I left, Nina had already begun resting on her eggs, planning to incubate them with her body warmth instead of using an incubator. It clearly showed how attached she already was to them. When I returned to the lounge, it was already nighttime. The following day, Alfonso and I began packing up, preparing to leave Aztec. Well, where are we going next? Alfonso asked, excitement showing on his face. Man, I wish I could continue this adventure, but unfortunately I have important things to take care of, I told Alfonso. Please, just this last time, and I'll continue the adventure on my own, Alfonso pleaded, and eventually I gave in. Sigh. Then where are we heading next? Alfonso ran toward his bag, rummaged through it, and pulled out a long piece of paper. We are going to Maladon, he said, excitement flashing in his eyes. Maladon? The planet with the majority of dwarves? I asked, and Alfonso nodded. Ah, I've been there before, and it wasn't really the best. It's not exactly a tourist location. It's full of factories and jackass working dwarves, both men and women. Hee hee. There's a location where we could get hot dwarf girls. Alfonso said. Deal then, I replied, shaking Alfonso's hands. The next moment, we left the hotel and headed to a teleporter station. They checked our documents before letting us pass. They asked for our purpose of visit, and we told them it was for business. After all, I couldn't exactly tell them I came there just to mess around with hot dwarf girls. When they asked us to prove it, I simply showed them 50 million universal credits, and they let us pass without any further questions. As we entered Maladon, I was left in awe by the grand architecture. This planet is so advanced that I began wondering why I don't trade with them instead of relying on others. Even though Edgar Frost has the best tech, the dwarves are no pushovers either. Besides, Edgar Frost's technology is ridiculously expensive, and the maintenance contracts tied to it are completely unfair. To repair any fault, we would have to notify Edgar's company and wait for them to send an engineer. It wasn't something we could keep investing in for a large planet. Guess I didn't come here only for pleasure. Every nook and cranny had teleport stations, which significantly reduced the need for cars. I left the logistics to Alfonso and followed him to the place he chose. When we arrived, it looked like a large park filled with motels, clubs, and all kinds of cool attractions. Honestly, this place could easily pass as a vacation hub. There are also plenty of tourists around. When we ventured deeper into a particular area that was basically a prostitute street, there were countless buildings lining the road, some displaying billboards of lewd, hot dwarven girls. Jake, isn't this amazing? This place is where dwarves without partners come to quench their lust. It's one of the biggest prostitute hubs in the world. There are about 500,000 active prostitutes here alone. He revealed, a wide grin stretching across his face as he marched forward. Sigh. Chapter 470, Maladon Part 1 Sigh. The moment Alfonso finished bragging about the place, we kept walking down the street until we reached one of the biggest buildings in the entire district. A massive golden sign hung above the entrance. The Golden Hammer. The name alone already told me what kind of place it was. The building itself looked more like a luxury hotel than a brothel. 5 floors tall, wide stone walls, thick pillars near the entrance, and large balconies overlooking the street. The entire place glowed with warm golden lights, which probably explained the name. There is also a giant statue of a sexy dwarf in lingerie holding a hammer right in front of the entrance. Except the hammer wasn't exactly subtle. Classy, I muttered. Alfonso stared at the building like a kid who just entered a candy store. Jake, this place is huge. No kidding. But the moment we got closer, the real chaos started. A group of dwarf women standing near the entrance immediately spotted us. And once they did, they rushed over. Hey, handsome. First time here? One of them said, grabbing Alfonso's arm before he could react. Another one slid right next to me and hooked her arm around my shoulder. You look like you've got money. Come with me. I'll take good care of you. Before I could even answer, 2 more girls appeared behind us. Oi, back off, they're mine. You wish. I saw them first. Sigh. Within seconds, we were surrounded. Every one of them tried pulling us in a different direction. One tugged on Alfonso's sleeve. Another grabbed my wrist. One even tried to pull me by the belt. You'll love my room. How about the best ale in the building? Forget them. Come with me instead. Alfonso looked completely overwhelmed. Jake, I think I'm in love. Focus, I told him. If we stopped here, we'd probably get dragged into 5 different rooms before we even made it inside. So I grabbed Alfonso by the shoulder and started pushing forward. Excuse me. Move. Sorry. The girls complained, of course. Hey, don't ignore us. You're missing out. Cheap bastard. But eventually we managed to break through the crowd and reach the entrance doors. The moment we stepped inside, the noise from the street dropped immediately. The lobby was huge. Polished stone floors, thick wooden beams across the ceiling, and warm lighting everywhere. It felt more like a high-end tavern than a brothel. Then I noticed the walls. They were covered with posters. Huge posters. Every single one showed a different dwarf girl. Some were wearing armor with barely anything underneath. Some were sitting on piles of gold in lewd postures. Others were posing with mugs of ale while smiling like they owned the place. Each poster had a name and a price listed underneath. Alfonso let out a low whistle. Damn, I had to admit, whoever ran this place knew how to advertise. While Alfonso walked toward the reception desk, I slowed down a bit. One particular poster caught my attention. The girl on it looked different. She had long silver hair tied into a thick braid, and her eyes looked sharp enough to cut someone in half. She wasn't smiling like the others either. Instead, she sat on a carved stone chair with one leg crossed over the other, holding a golden goblet. The red dress she wore hugged her body perfectly, but she didn't look like she was trying to show off. She looked like she didn't care, which somehow made her stand out even more. I stopped walking. Hey, I said. Alfonso turned around. What? I pointed at the poster. I like that one. He glanced at it for a moment. Then he shrugged. That's it? I asked. She is not fancy, he said. Not my type. Of course. Alfonso turned back to the counter and leaned toward the receptionist. Hey, he said. Can I see your high-end catalog? The receptionist was a dwarf woman wearing glasses and a professional smile. Of course, sir. She pulled out a tablet and placed it on the counter. Alfonso immediately started scrolling. He paused after a few seconds. Then his eyes widened. Oh my goodness. I leaned over slightly to see what he was looking at. The girl on the screen had a ridiculous figure. Her chest alone looked like it could knock someone unconscious. Watermelons, Alfonso whispered in awe. Sigh. A moment later, a large dwarf woman walked out from a nearby hallway. She looked exactly like the one from the tablet. And yeah, the comparison was accurate. Are you Alfonso? She asked. That's me, he said instantly. She grabbed his hand. Come here, boy. Alfonso didn't even hesitate. He looked back at me while being dragged away. Good luck, Jake. And just like that, he disappeared down the hallway. Sigh. I turned toward the receptionist. She adjusted her glasses. And what about you, sir? Do you have someone in mind? I pointed behind me. I want the girl from that poster. She followed my finger. The moment she saw which poster I meant, her expression changed slightly. Oh, she cleared her throat. That lady is quite expensive. How expensive? 25 million credits per session. I raised an eyebrow. Why? She belongs to a royal bloodline, the receptionist explained. Technically, she shouldn't even be working here. But she has personal reasons. Interesting. Royal bloodline, huh? I pulled out my device and transferred the money. I sent 25 million. The moment the payment notification popped up on her screen, the receptionist froze. Her eyes widened. Then she quickly stood up. Yes, sir. Her entire tone changed. I sincerely apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Her hands were actually shaking now. Well, I said casually, that was quick. Please allow us to provide proper service. She snapped her fingers. Two dwarf women immediately walked over. Escort our VIP guest to the lounge, the receptionist ordered. They both nodded. This way, sir. They led me through a side hallway and into another room. The VIP lounge looked completely different from the main lobby. Soft lighting, thick carpets, and large comfortable chairs placed around the room. It was quiet too, which was a nice change from the chaos outside. One of the women gently pushed me down into a large cushioned chair. The other placed a heavy glass in my hand. Strong dwarven whiskey, she said. I took a sip. Holy shit, that burned all the way down. Meanwhile, both of them moved behind me and started massaging my shoulders. Their hands were surprisingly strong. Are you comfortable, sir? One of them asked. Yeah, I admitted. Honestly, this wasn't too bad. I leaned back in the chair and took another sip of the drink. Across the room, I noticed a guarded hallway leading deeper into the building. Guess that's where the private suites were, which probably meant that's where she was too. The royal girl from the poster. I slowly swirled the drink in my glass. Well, I muttered to myself. Now I'm actually curious. Chapter 471. Maladon Part 2. I waited there for about 10 minutes. The two dwarf girls never stopped working the entire time. One kept kneading my shoulders while the other refilled my glass whenever it got low. Another drink, sir? One of them asked. Sure. She poured more of that strong dwarven whiskey into my glass. I took another sip. Still burned like hell. Meanwhile, the other girl leaned a bit closer behind me, her fingers digging deeper into my shoulders. You're very tense, she said softly. No kidding. After the day we'd been having, I wasn't too surprised. The girls exchanged a glance. Then one of them suddenly moved around the chair and sat down on my lap. I blinked. Well, that escalated quickly. She smiled and placed her arms around my neck. Just helping you relax. The other girl laughed quietly behind me. Before I could say anything else, the one sitting on my lap started moving slowly. It was less like sitting and more like dancing. Sigh. The lounge was quiet. The lighting was soft. I already had a few strong drinks. So yeah, my body reacted. Sir, the girl whispered with a playful grin. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Maybe a little, I admitted. She kept moving. Honestly, if nobody interrupted us, things probably would have gone further right there in the chair. Then the door opened. "Sir, I must apolo." The receptionist suddenly froze mid-sentence. Her eyes went straight to the scene in front of her. The girl sitting on my lap, my hands on her waist, and the very obvious situation forming. Her face instantly turned red. Sincerely apologise. The girl on my lap hopped up quickly. "Sorry, boss." The receptionist bowed her head slightly while trying not to look directly at me. "Your appointment is ready. Please follow me." Well, I muttered, finishing the rest of my drink. Perfect timing. The two girls quickly stepped aside while the receptionist gestured toward the hallway. "This way, sir." I stood up and followed her out of the lounge. The hallway beyond the VIP area was long, much longer than I expected. Rows of doors lined both sides of the corridor, each one decorated differently. Some had metal engravings, others had glowing runes carved into the frames. And from behind several of those doors, yeah, there were definitely people inside. Muffled voices, soft laughter, the occasional loud thump against a wall. Guess business was good tonight. We kept walking deeper into the hallway. The further we went, the quieter it became. The lighting also changed. The regular lamps slowly gave way to softer golden lights built directly into the walls. I also noticed something else. The air smelled different. A sweet scent lingered in the hallway. Not strong enough to be overwhelming, but noticeable. "What's that smell?" I asked. "Special incense," the receptionist replied. "It helps guests relax." Makes sense. Eventually, we reached the end of the corridor, and right away, I noticed the difference. The door waiting there looked nothing like the others. It was huge, dark polished metal, exquisite dwarven carvings, and small glowing runes along the edges. It looked less like a brothel door and more like something you'd see in a noblesse mansion. The receptionist stopped in front of it. "This is the room." She tapped a small panel on the wall. The runes lit up briefly. Then the door slid open smoothly. Standing inside was a short dwarf woman wearing a neat maid uniform. She bowed the moment she saw us. "Welcome." The receptionist stepped aside. "This guest is here to see your master." The maid turned toward me and bowed again. "Please follow me, sir. My master is waiting." "Master?" I blinked. Okay, that word alone made this situation feel way fancier than it should. I stepped inside while the receptionist stayed behind. The heavy door slid shut with a quiet thud. Then I looked around. Holy shit, this place didn't look like a brothel room at all. It looked like a luxury apartment. A large living room stretched out in front of me. Sleek metal furniture filled the space, each piece decorated with glowing runes. Several floating display screens hovered near one wall, quietly showing different bits of information. Expensive decorations covered the shelves. Statues, crystal containers, metalwork so detailed it almost looked like art. "Sir," the maid said politely. "This way." As I followed her further inside, I noticed something else. Another maid. She was quietly cleaning one of the tables in the corner of the room. I stopped walking for a moment. "You've got another maid?" I asked. The maid nodded. Yes. Now I was genuinely confused. This didn't feel like visiting a prostitute anymore. This felt like visiting a noble. What the hell did I pay for exactly? The maid continued walking down another hallway connected to the living room. My master is in her private chamber. I follow behind her. A few seconds later, we reached another door. She pushed it open gently. "Please enter." I stepped inside. The room was huge, probably bigger than the VIP lounge I'd been sitting in earlier. A massive bed stood near the center of the room, covered in soft fabrics and embroidered blankets. The walls were decorated with detailed dwarven craftsmanship, and crystal-like lights hung from the ceiling, filling the room with a warm glow. The entire place smelled faintly of expensive perfume, and sitting near the window was her, the silver-haired dwarf woman from the poster. She sat elegantly in a large chair, one leg crossed over the other. The red lingerie she wore left very little to the imagination. Thin fabric hugged her curves perfectly, highlighting her slender figure without hiding much at all. Her long silver braid rested over one shoulder. The moment I entered the room, she looked up. Her eyes met mine instantly. Honestly, the poster hadn't done her justice. For a few seconds, neither of us said anything. I just stood there staring like an idiot. Yeah, now I understood why she cost 25 million credits. This woman didn't look like a prostitute. She looked like royalty. Chapter 472, Maladon Part 3. The maid quietly stepped out of the room. The door closed behind her with a soft click. And just like that, it was only the two of us. For a moment, neither of us spoke. I took a few steps closer while looking at the silver-haired dwarf woman sitting near the window. Up close, she looked even better than the poster. Her silver braid rested over her shoulder, and the red lingerie she wore hugged her figure perfectly. The fabric barely covered anything, but somehow she still carried herself like a noble instead of, well, a prostitute. Then she slowly stood up, without saying anything. She walked toward the large bed in the middle of the room and sat down on the edge. Her posture was elegant, too elegant for someone working in a place like this. I walked over and sat down beside her. That's when I noticed the scent. A soft fragrance lingered around her. Sweet, but not overwhelming. The kind of smell that makes you lean in without realizing it. She looked at me quietly. Then she gave a small, polite smile. "You are welcome," she said softly. Well, that sounded like permission. So naturally, I moved my hand toward her waist. And the moment I did, she flinched hard. Her entire body jerked backward like I had just tried to stab her. Please." Her voice cracked. "Don't touch me." I froze. "What?" She quickly scooted back on the bed, putting some distance between us. Her eyes looked panicked now. "I beg you, please don't touch me." I slowly pulled my hand back. "Okay." Now I was confused. "I already paid 25 million credits," I said flatly. "You mind explaining why you're refusing me?" Her face immediately turned pale. Then she lowered her head. "My name is Aurelia," she said quietly. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Aurelia Valenstone, the last princess of the current king of Maladon." I blinked. "You're joking." She shook her head slowly. "I wish I was." For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then she suddenly slid off the bed and dropped to her knees in front of me. "I will return your money," she said quickly. "In fact, I will return double." Her voice trembled slightly. "Please, just pretend we had sex and leave." "You're offering 50 million credits, so I want to touch you?" "Yes." "Why?" She clenched her hands slightly. Then she looked up at me. "Because I can't allow anyone to touch me." That answer didn't explain anything. So I leaned back slightly. "All right," I said. "Start explaining." She took a slow breath. "I was once the princess of Maladon," she began quietly. "The youngest daughter of the king." Her voice carried a strange mix of pride and bitterness. "But my father cast me out." "Why?" "Because I refused to marry the man he chose for me." Political marriage. Classic. "He is a horrible person," Aurelia continued. "Arrogant. Violent. The kind of man who thinks women are property." She looked down again. "I refused the engagement." "And your father kicked you out for it?" I asked. She nodded. "But he still insists the marriage must happen eventually." I scratched the back of my head. "So what does that have to do with this place?" She gestured around the room weakly. "This brothel is my loophole." "Explain." "One of my maids works for my father," she said quietly. "A spy." That actually made sense. "If my father learns I'm doing anything suspicious, guards will come immediately and drag me back to the palace." She looked embarrassed now. "So I created this situation. You became a prostitute. I made it look like I became one." She quickly corrected herself. "I ordered the brothel to hang my poster outside. I wanted people to see me like this. To piss off your fiancé, I guessed." She nodded. "And also to discourage him." I raised an eyebrow. "That explains the ridiculous price." "Yes." She sighed. "I set the price high enough that no sane person would ever pay it." Then she looked at me. "But apparently I miscalculated." "Apparently." She looked a bit awkward. "You were actually only the second person who paid." "What happened to the first one?" "I paid him double to leave." I couldn't help it and laughed. She blinked at me in surprise. "You spent 50 million credits just to keep your loophole running." "Yes." "Wow." For a moment the room went quiet again. Then I leaned back slightly. "All right," I said. "I understand your problem." She immediately shook her head. "No, you don't." Her voice carried a bit of frustration now. You may think you do, but you can't possibly understand what it's like to. I raised a hand. Relax. Then I reached up and ruffled my hair. My bangs fell forward slightly. Take another look at my face. She frowned a little. Then she leaned closer. Her silver eyes studied me carefully. I don't recognize you, she admitted. She tilted her head slightly. But your face looks familiar. Yeah, that was expected. So I shrugged. I'm the crown prince of Vampiro. Silence. Complete silence. Her eyes widened instantly. Then she quickly stood up and bowed deeply. Your Highness. Well, that reaction was fast. In my head, I couldn't help thinking something. This is turning into a pretty interesting plot. Aurelia slowly lifted her head. Her expression still looked shocked. W, what are you doing here? She asked. I escorted a friend, I said casually. Your friend? Yeah, I shrugged. He dragged me to this district. Then I pointed toward the wall behind us. Then I saw your poster. Her face turned slightly red. I see. So I got curious. I leaned forward slightly. And here we are. She looked down for a moment. Perhaps it is fate. Her cheeks turned a bit redder. Goo. So I stretched out my hand toward her. Well, I said, do you want help getting your freedom back? Her eyes widened. For a moment, she just stared at my hand. Then something in her expression changed. Hope. Real hope. Her eyes actually sparkled a little. You would do that? Sure. She hesitated. Then she looked at me carefully. What would you want in return? Nothing. She blinked. Nothing? I shrugged. Well, I scratched my cheek slightly. I do kind of like you. Her eyes widened again. So if you're okay with it, I'd like to make you my woman. I added casually, even though I already have other women. She stared at me. Then she suddenly laughed. You're strange. Thanks. She shook her head slightly. But I don't mind. That answer surprised me. Really? Yes. She looked straight into my eyes. You speak honestly. Her voice softened. Unlike my horrible fiancé. Then she smiled faintly. So I don't mind becoming your spouse. I scratched my head. You barely know me. My instincts never lie, she said calmly. Well, that was confident. I stood up from the bed. All right then. Her eyes followed me. What are you doing? I said I'd help you right away. Then I crouched slightly and turned my back toward her. Hop on. What? Just do it. She hesitated for a second. Then she carefully climbed onto my back and wrapped her arms around my shoulders. You're surprisingly light, I muttered. Excuse me? Nothing. Then I looked up at the ceiling. Sigh. Guess the brothel owner won tea like this. Oh well. I bent my knees. Then I jumped. Boom. The ceiling exploded as I shot straight through it. Wood, stone, dust. Everything shattered as we blasted upward through the roof of the brothel. Aurelia screamed behind me. What? We shot past the upper floors and burst into the open night sky. Cold air rushed past us instantly. Below us, the entire district looked like a glowing patch of lights. And somewhere beneath us, there was now a very large hole in the golden hammer. Oops, I muttered. Aurelia tightened her grip around my shoulders. Why, Your Highness? Relax. I glanced forward as we kept rising into the night sky. Now comes the fun part. Chapter 473, Maladon Part. For Aurelia kept glancing at me as we left the brothel district and landed nearby. Not the casual kind of glance, either. More like the are you insane kind. We walked through a quieter street while the neon lights of the entertainment district slowly faded behind us. After about 5 minutes of silence, she finally spoke. Are you serious? I looked down at her. About what? About confronting him. That. Yeah, I said simply. She stopped walking. I took a few more steps before noticing she wasn't beside me anymore. When I turned around, she was standing there with her arms crossed, looking worried. You don't understand, she said. I probably don't, I admitted. Her eyebrows twitched slightly. That man isn't just some noble, she continued. He is a duke now. Newly titled, but still powerful. Okay, and he has guards. Many guards. I figured. She stared at me for a moment. You're not taking this seriously. I scratched the back of my head. I am. Then why do you sound so relaxed? Because I am relaxed. That clearly didn't help. She let out a small, frustrated sigh. Jake, These are trained dwarven warriors, some of the strongest fighters on this planet. I believe you. And you're talking about walking into his mansion and provoking him. More or less. She stared at me again. Then she muttered something under her breath. You're insane. Probably. I turned and started walking again. After a few seconds, I heard her small footsteps hurrying to catch up. You can't just underestimate them, she said quickly. Dwarves may be short, but they are extremely strong. Our soldiers train from childhood. Then why are you so confident? I shrugged. Because I can take them. All of them? Yep. She blinked. All of them at once? Sure. She stopped walking again. You're joking. Nope. Her face twisted slightly. That's impossible. Not really. Sigh, this girl is cute and annoying at the same time. She stared at me like I had just told her I could punch the moon. For a few seconds, she didn't say anything. Then she rubbed her temples. You're spitting complete nonsense. Maybe. We walked in silence for a little while. Eventually, the buildings around us started getting bigger and more expensive looking. The streets also became quieter. Clearly, we were moving into the noble district. Aurelia glanced up at me again. You're really not afraid? No. Even if something goes wrong, I'll deal with it. She studied my face for a moment, probably trying to figure out if I was bluffing. Eventually, she sighed. Fine. Feeling better now? Not really. At least you're still walking. That's because I'm already too deep in this situation to turn back now. Fair enough. We kept moving through the district until the road opened into a wide stone plaza. Then I saw it. A huge mansion stood at the far end of the plaza. Stone walls, tall towers, large iron gates and guards. Lots of guards guarding the mansion. Aurelia slowed down beside me. That's south of the place. I looked it over. It was definitely a noble-esque residence. The outer walls alone were taller than most buildings in the brothel district. Several armored guards stood near the entrance gate, and I couldn't help noticing something. I leaned slightly toward Aurelia. Are those guys supposed to look intimidating? She frowned. Of course they are. I scratched my cheek. Because they look kind of small. She stared at me. Then she looked back toward the guards. To be fair, the tallest one, there was maybe 5'2", and that guy looked like a giant compared to the others. Most dwarves here seem to hover around 4 feet tall, including Aurelia. She noticed my expression and sighed. Yes, we are short. I know. That does not make us weak. I didn't say it did. She crossed her arms. Dwarves are extremely powerful physically. I'm sure you are. I enjoy teasing this girl and exacting revenge. I was supposed to be hooking up right now. From my perspective, the entire group looked like a squad of angry children guarding a castle. Not exactly intimidating, but I kept that thought to myself. Except me, of course, I added. She groaned softly. You're unbelievable. I stepped forward a bit and looked up at the mansion. Then I took a slow breath. Ki spread out from my body like a ripple through water. It passed through the walls, through the ground, through everything. Hundreds of life signs immediately appeared in my senses. Guards outside, servants moving through hallways. Several groups of people gathered inside large rooms. Then, I slowly lifted off the ground. Aurelia blinked. You're flying. Yeah, why are you flying? This girl really has no clue. For better view, I rose higher until I was floating above the mansion. From here, the whole estate spread out beneath me. Aurelia hovered beside me a moment later, thanks to the key I extended around her. Her eyes widened slightly as she realized she wasn't standing on anything. Floating. Try not to panic. I'm not panicking. She looked down. Okay, maybe a little. I ignored that and focused on the building again. All right, I said. Describe your fiancé. She blinked. What? I need a description. Oh. She thought for a moment. He keeps a long beard, she said. Very well groomed. Okay. And he has a round stomach. Not extremely fat, but noticeable. Got it. I expanded my key deeper into the building. There were dozens of dwarves inside, but only one matched that description perfectly. Standing in a large room filled with other nobles. Looks like a party. How convenient. I found him, I said. You already found him? Yep. She looked impressed for about half a second. Then she remembered something. Wait, what are you planning to do exactly? I wrapped a thicker layer of key around her. Hold on tight. Her eyes widened. Jake. Then I dropped very fast. The air rushed past us as we shot straight down toward the mansion roof. Aurelia grabbed my arm instantly. Jake, too late. I angled my body and aimed directly at the large hall where the Duke was standing. Then I accelerated. The roof exploded the moment we hit it. Stone shattered. Glass burst outward in every direction. The entire mansion shook like it had just been struck by a meteor. We blasted straight through the ceiling and slammed into the middle of a massive room. Boom! The shockwave rattled every window in the building. For a few seconds, dust and debris filled the air. Broken glass rained down around us. Somewhere nearby, people were screaming. I stood up slowly while brushing dust off my coat. Then I gently lowered Aurelia to the floor beside me. That was unnecessary, she muttered weakly. Seemed faster. The dust finally started settling, and that's when I noticed something. The entire room was packed with dwarves. Noble dwarves wearing fancy clothes. Jewelry and expensive wine glasses still clutched in their hands. Looks like we crashed a party. A very fancy party. I glanced around. Long banquet tables, golden decorations, musicians frozen mid-performance in shock of what happened. I straightened up fully and immediately realized something else. I towered over everyone in the room. Even the dwarves standing on a raised platform near the back barely reached my chest. Dozens of stunned faces stared up at me. Silence filled the hall. Then one dwarf stepped forward on the platform. He has a long beard, round stomach, and is wearing expensive clothes. Bingo. His eyes were wide with shock. Then his gaze snapped toward Aurelia. Aurelia? His expression twisted instantly. What is the meaning of this? His voice echoed through the damaged hall. Then his eyes moved back to me. Who is this man? His face started turning red. And why are you dressed like? He stopped mid-sentence. Clearly noticing her outfit. His eyes bulged. What are you wearing? Aurelia stood beside me quietly. For a moment, she didn't say anything. Then she took a small step forward. Her voice was calm. This is the man I choose. The Duke blinked. What? She lifted her chin slightly. This, she repeated clearly, pointing at me, is the man I want to marry. The entire hall went silent again. The Duke's face slowly turned a very impressive shade of purple. Yeah, this was about to get interesting. Chapter 474. Maladon Part 5. I didn't even get the chance to say anything before things suddenly went to shit. One moment the room was filled with nobles arguing and whispering among themselves, and the next moment a figure shot straight toward me like a cannonball. Holy shit, that was fast. Hellick. The guy practically vanished from where he was standing. All I saw was a blur rushing toward my chest with his hand stretched out like he was about to grab something. Wait, was he trying to pull out my heart? For a split second, I honestly wondered if this guy had lost his mind. Then instinct kicked in. Right before his hand reached my chest, I casually raised my arm and grabbed his collar midair. Just like that. The momentum he built up didn't disappear, though. His body jerked forward while my arm stayed still, and the result looked ridiculous. His legs were still moving forward while his neck snapped backward from the sudden stop. Whoa there, I muttered. I lifted him up like he weighed nothing, his feet dangling a good distance above the ground. The room instantly fell silent. Hellick blinked a few times like his brain was still trying to process what just happened. His hand was still stretched toward my chest, his fingers curled like claws. Yeah, this guy really was trying to rip my heart out. Sigh. You're a bit aggressive, don't you think? I said casually. Hellick's eyes widened. What the hell dash? He sputtered. Only then did the rest of the room explode into noise. Who are you? How dare you assault Lord Hellick? Guards! Guards! A bunch of nobles started shouting all at once like chickens in a panic. Footsteps thundered through the hallway, and the doors burst open. Armed guards flooded into the room, surrounding us almost immediately. These weren't normal guards either. Most of them carried weapons made from beasts. I could tell instantly from the aura coming off them. Some axes, a few spears, even a couple strange-looking crossbows. And then I noticed one sword among them. A demon tier sword. So they were actually serious about security here. I slowly raised my head and looked around at all of them while still holding Hellick in the air like a piece of luggage. Honestly, the scene looked kind of stupid. Helix struggling in my hand, dozens of guards pointing weapons at me, and Aurelia standing quietly behind me the entire time. She hadn't said a single word. Then one of the dwarves suddenly squinted at my face. He stepped forward slowly, his expression shifting from confusion to shock. W8? The dwarf rubbed his eyes like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then his jaw dropped. That him. Everyone looked at him. Him who? One noble asked impatiently. The dwarf swallowed. That's the crown prince of Vampiro. The room went dead silent, like someone had pressed a mute button on the world. Even the guards stopped moving. Helix froze in my hand. Then suddenly, clank. One of the dwarves dropped to a knee. Another followed. Then another. Within seconds, several of the dwarves in the room were bowing toward me. Your Highness, forgive our rudeness. We did not recognize you. I blinked. Guess my reputation traveled farther than I thought. Behind me, Aurelia made a small sound. I glanced back briefly and saw her staring at me like Shed just discovered the sky was green. Yeah, she probably didn't expect this either. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room had completely flipped. Some of the noble dwarves suddenly straightened their clothes and approached me with awkward smiles. Your Highness, welcome to our humble city. It's an honor to have someone of your stature visit. I represent the Iron Root Mining Consortium. If your Highness ever needs high-grade ores, another noble quickly cut him off. Your Highness, my family owns several manufacturing districts. Perhaps we could discuss trade opportunities. Oh boy. They started coming one after another like merchants at a market stall. Some bowed. Some shook my hand. Some tried to slip business cards into my pocket, all while I was still holding Helix in the air. Honestly, the whole thing felt ridiculous. Then suddenly, I don't give a fuck who you are. The roar shook the entire room. Helix, the guy was still hanging in my grip, veins bulging in his neck. His face had turned completely red with rage. The room went quiet again. I challenged you, he growled, and I want you back down just because you're some prince. So he was one of those types. Stubborn warrior pride. Before I could say anything, Helix suddenly twisted his body and jumped backward. Armor appeared around his body almost instantly. It wasn't T-normal armor either. The plates looked like they were made from the hide of a high-tier beast. Dark, thick, and pulsing with energy. Then one of the guards hesitated for a moment before handing him the demon tier sword. Probably a bad idea. Helix grabbed it and vanished. To everyone else in the room, it probably looked like teleportation. But to me, holy shit, that was slow. I could see every single movement. His muscles tensing, his feet pushing off the ground, the blade rising above his shoulder. Honestly, I had enough time to yawn if I wanted. When he finally reached me, I simply raised my hand. Clang. My fingers grabbed the sword mid-swing. Gasps erupted around the room. Helix's eyes widened as the blade stopped dead in my grip. I slowly coated my hand with a thick layer of ki. Then I squeezed. Crack. The demon tier sword snapped in half like a cheap toy. The broken pieces clattered onto the floor. Clang. Clang. Silence swallowed the room again. Helix just stared at the broken weapon in disbelief. Then suddenly, thud. He dropped to his knees. I apologize, Your Highness. That was fast. My actions were disrespectful. He continued quickly. Had I known Lady Aurelia already had another suitor, I would never have challenged you. He bowed his head deeply. The king never informed me. I stared at him for a moment. Then I sighed. Relax, I said. I grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back to his feet. It's fine. You didn't know. Helix looked stunned. But, I added while glancing behind me, you should probably apologize to Aurelia. He immediately turned toward her. Lady Aurelia, I deeply apologize for my actions earlier. Aurelia blinked a few times before nodding slowly. I accept your apology. Good. Problem solved. I glanced around the room. Broken floor tiles, cracked pillars, and, yeah, half the wall was gone. Oops. I'll pay for the damages, I said casually. Helix shook his head immediately. No, Your Highness. That won't be necessary. He paused for a moment before suddenly smiling. After all, aside from being a seasoned warrior, I'm also a businessman. There it is. Opportunity spotted. I see, I said. I pulled out a small contact device and tossed it to him. Save your details. Helic caught it quickly. I'll call you soon. His eyes lit up like he'd just won the lottery. It would be my honor, Your Highness. Behind me, Aurelia still looked like her brain hadn't caught up with reality. I turned around and wrapped my arm around her waist. Her body jerked instantly. Ashi. Before she could finish, I bit my knees slightly. Then I jumped. Boom! The ground cracked as we shot into the air. Wind rushed past us as the mansion quickly shrank below. Aurelia grabbed onto my coat tightly. Where are we going? She shouted. I looked toward the massive palace rising in the distance. The Dwarf King's palace. Well, I said casually, since we already caused this much trouble, might as well go meet the king. Chapter 475. King Monarch. I grabbed Aurelia and lifted us both into the air. She immediately wrapped her arms around me like I might drop her, which honestly wasn't a bad idea. The girl clung tightly to my chest while I slowly floated toward the massive stone structure in front of us. The king's castle. From a distance, it didn't look that impressive compared to some of the crazy buildings I'd seen across the galaxy. But once it got closer, the craftsmanship started showing. Thick stone walls, engraved pillars, massive iron gates, the kind of place that screamed dwarven pride. Aurelia had also changed clothes before we came here. Instead of the more revealing stuff she wore earlier, she now had on something far more covered. Long sleeves, layered fabric, and a thick skirt that probably weighed more than she did. Guess meeting your dad required a different dress code. Relax, I told her while we slowly descended. I am relaxed, she replied. Her grip tightened even more. Right? We gently landed inside the castle courtyard. The moment our feet touched the ground, the reaction was immediate. Intruders. Clang. A bunch of guards rushed in from different directions almost instantly. Axes, hammers, swords. Dwarves really loved heavy weapons. Within seconds, we were surrounded by at least 20 heavily armored guards. Holy shit, these guys moved fast. Several weapons pointed straight at me, while others stepped forward cautiously. Their eyes kept shifting between me and Aurelia. Then one of them suddenly froze. Princess? The others paused. A few of them leaned forward, squinting at her face. Then almost all of them lowered their weapons at once and bowed. Princess Aurelia. Well, that escalated quickly. Aurelia stepped forward slightly, still standing close to me. I want to meet my father, she said calmly. The guards immediately straightened. Of course, Princess, one of them replied. Their reactions were respectful, but I could still see the suspicion written all over their faces. Every few seconds, one of them would glance at me like they were trying to figure out if I was some kind of kidnapper. Honestly, fair assumption. One of the guards cleared his throat. We will escort you to His Majesty. His eyes shifted toward me again. Both of you. None of them asked who I was, but they definitely wanted to. Still, none of them dared question Aurelia directly. That probably saved me a long explanation right there in the courtyard. So we started walking. The castle interior looked exactly how you'd imagine a dwarven palace. Everything was stone, thick beams, and ridiculously solid construction. The hallways were wider than I expected, though, probably built to accommodate heavy armor and oversized weapons. Glowing crystals lit the walls, and various servants and guards moved around doing their jobs. Every single one of them stopped when they saw Aurelia. Some bowed, some stared, and almost all of them glanced at me. Yeah, I was definitely the weird part of this situation. One of the guards walking ahead eventually stopped in front of a large Zletherium door. This is the audience chamber. He knocked. A voice came from inside. Enter. One guard stepped in while the rest of us waited outside. Aurelia stood quietly beside me. Her hands were clasped together now, and she kept shifting her weight slightly. Are you nervous? I asked quietly. No, she said immediately. Then after a short pause, she added, maybe a little. Fair enough. A few moments later, the guard returned and opened the door wider. His Majesty will see you. All right, then. We stepped inside. The audience chamber was bigger than I expected, though still built with dwarven proportions in mind. The ceilings weren't extremely high, but everything else was thick and sturdy. At the far end of the room sat the king. King Monarch. I'd heard about him before, but this was my first time seeing him in person. He sat on a throne carved entirely from stone. I started to think he's not a minimalist, but someone who doesn't like technology for himself. And honestly, his throne looks like a toddler-esque throne. Not because it was poorly made or anything. The craftsmanship was incredible. Intricate carvings ran along every edge, and the back of the throne was decorated with dwarven runes. But compared to the giant thrones used by human or vampire kings, yeah, this thing looked small. Then again, dwarves were small too. King Monrock himself had a full gray beard that reached down to his chest. His hair matched the color and was tied neatly into a ponytail behind his head. 2 earrings dangled from his ears, catching the light from the torches. Despite the beard and age, he didn't look weak at all. His posture was straight, his shoulders broad, and his eyes were sharp. The man looked like he could still swing an axe if he wanted to. Aurelia immediately bowed. I followed her lead and bowed too. "My daughter," King Monrock said. His voice was deep and steady. But the moment he spoke those words, I noticed something. There was obvious happiness in his tone. Yeah, the guy was clearly glad to see her. "What brings you here?" he asked. Aurelia straightened and looked at him directly. "I came to tell you something important, Father." The king leaned slightly forward. "Oh." Aurelia then did something that made every guard in the room tense slightly. She grabbed my arm. "This man is my lover," she said, straight to the point, "and I wish to marry him." Silence filled the room. Every guard in the chamber slowly turned their heads toward me. Some looked shocked, some looked confused, and a few looked like they were trying really hard not to react. King Monrock didn't say anything immediately. Instead, he just stared at me. His eyes slowly moved from my face to my shoulders, then down to my hands and back up again. It was the kind of look a father gave when trying to evaluate the man standing next to his daughter. I kept my face neutral the entire time. After what felt like a solid 30 seconds, the king finally spoke. "Who are you?" Simple question. I stepped forward slightly. "My name is Jake Mistro," I said. The room stayed quiet. Then I added the rest. "The Crown Prince of Vampiro." The reaction was instant. King Monrock's eyes widened. Then he stood up from his throne. Not slowly. Immediately. The guard around the room stiffened in surprise. A dwarf king standing up wasn't exactly a small gesture. King Monrock stared at me again, but this time his expression had completely changed. Recognition, respect, and maybe even a little shock. Then he nodded once. "Well then," he said. His voice had become noticeably more formal. "Please sit." He gestured toward the seats arranged near the throne. Aurelia glanced at me, clearly relieved that things hadn't exploded yet. I nodded slightly and followed her toward the chairs. Chapter 476. Engagement with Aurelia. Aurelia and I sat across from King Monrock. King Monrock leaned back slightly in his chair and waved his hand. "You may all leave." The guards didn't question it. They simply bowed and walked out one by one, closing the door behind them. The moment they were gone, the room suddenly felt a lot quieter. King Monrock then looked directly at Aurelia. "So," he said calmly, folding his hands together, "would you care to explain why I am only now hearing that my daughter has a lover?" Aurelia stiffened beside me. Father." Her voice started stumbling almost immediately. "Sigh. I had a feeling this would happen." King Monrock continued speaking before she could gather her words. "If you had simply told me earlier, I would not have arranged an engagement with Helic." Aurelia opened her mouth again, clearly trying to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. Seeing that she was about to panic, I decided to step in. "Your Majesty," I said. King Monrock's eyes shifted toward me. "I'm actually the one who told her not to inform anyone yet," I continued. "We thought it would be better to wait until things were settled." Aurelia quickly nodded beside me. "Yes, that's right." King Monrock studied the both of us quietly. For a moment, the room went silent again. Then Aurelia suddenly reached into a small pouch she was carrying. "Actually, there's something else," she said nervously. She placed 2 golden rings on the table. I immediately recognized one of them. Helic's ring. King Monrock looked down at them. "Helic returned the ring?" he asked. Aurelia nodded. "Yes. He gave it back to me earlier." She then pushed the other ring forward. "And this is mine." King Monrock stared at the rings for a few seconds before letting out a long sigh. I see. He rubbed his temple briefly. Well, that explains quite a bit. The engagement had already been annulled. That part was clear now. King Monrock leaned back in his chair again. Aurelia, he said. Yes, father. She replied carefully. You should have simply explained things to me instead of running away to hide in a brothel. Aurelia froze. You knew? King Monrock gave her a tired look. Of course I knew. He gestured casually with his hand. Did you really believe the Royal Intelligence Network wouldn't notice where the princess of this kingdom was staying? Aurelia's face turned bright red. I wasn't hiding, she said quickly. King Monrock shook his head. I also know you were using that place as a loophole to avoid the marriage. Aurelia looked even more surprised. You knew that too? King Monrock chuckled lightly. My daughter, you're not as clever as you think. Aurelia slowly lowered her head. Sorry. King Monrock's expression softened a bit. He sighed again, though this one sounded more tired than annoyed. Perhaps I acted too rashly, he said. Aurelia looked up slightly. You are my only daughter, he continued, and you are already at the age of marriage. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of concern behind it. When I saw that you didn't seem to have any lover, I believe it was my responsibility to arrange a suitable match. He glanced briefly at the rings on the table. That is why I insisted on Helic. Aurelia stayed silent for a moment. Then she bowed her head. I'm sorry too, father, she said quietly. I should have told you the truth. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a lot less tense. King Monrock nodded slowly. Very well. Then, to my surprise, he reached into one of the drawers in his desk. When he pulled his hand back out, he was holding a small box. He opened it. Inside were 2 golden rings. Well, that escalated quickly. King Monrock placed the box on the table and slid it toward us. If the previous engagement is already annulled, he said calmly, then there is no reason to delay things. Aurelia blinked. Father? King Monrock looked at both of us. Exchanged the rings. For a second, neither of us moved. Then Aurelia slowly picked up one of the rings. I picked up the other. I gently took Aurelia's hand. Her fingers were a little shaky. When I slid the ring on her finger, her face immediately flushed bright red. It was cute. She then took my hand and carefully placed the other ring on my finger. Her hands were still trembling slightly. When we finished, King Monrock looked at us for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed. Ha! Aurelia flinched. Father? King Monrock wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Well, he said with amusement, my daughter certainly has quite the taste. Aurelia's face somehow turned even redder. Father, and quite the standards too, he continued teasingly. I do not, Aurelia protested. King Monrock chuckled again. I just sat there quietly. Honestly, I wasn't sure how to respond to that. After the laughter died down, King Monrock cleared his throat. So, he said, looking at me, when should the marriage take place? He went straight to the point. I scratched the back of my head. Well, before that happens, I'll need to bring my grandpa to meet you. King Monrock's eyes widened slightly. Your grandfather? I nodded. He'd probably want to talk with you personally. The moment I said that, King Monrock's entire expression changed. Excitement practically lit up his face. I see, he said quickly. Yes, of course. He leaned forward slightly. Then I shall be expecting your visit. The guy looked way too happy about meeting Old Man Duke. After a few more brief words, Aurelia and I finally left the palace. A few minutes later, we found ourselves standing on a quiet rooftop overlooking the city. Aurelia stood beside me silently for a moment. Then she suddenly turned toward me. Jake. Yeah? Thank you. I looked at her. For what? For helping me, she said softly. She looked down at the ring on her finger. If you hadn't stepped in, I don't know what would have happened. I shrugged. Well, I kind of like you. Her head snapped up immediately. You do? Yeah, I said casually. That is the reason I helped you. Ich glänzte her. And the reason I'm willing to marry you. Aurelia's face turned red again. Man, this girl blushes easily. I like you too, she said shyly. Then she slowly stepped closer. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Then she leaned forward. So I did the same, bending down to her height and our lips met. It wasn't anything dramatic or overly passionate. Just a simple kiss. Still, it felt nice. After a few seconds, we pulled apart. Aurelia looked a little dazed. Cute again. I stretched my arms slightly. Well, I said, I should probably head back. Aurelia blinked. Back to where? To the brothel, I replied. Her eyes widened. But father said I shouldn't return there. I know, I said. I'm not taking you back to there. I pointed upward. I just want to meet my friend. Aurelia tilted her head. I see. Just don't mess around there. Before she could ask anything else, I wrapped an arm around her waist. Hold on. Chapter 477. Back to the brothel, I leaned in and kissed Aurelia again, my hand wrapping around her waist as I pulled her closer. She didn't resist this time. If anything, she leaned into it, her fingers lightly clutching my shirt like she didn't want the moment to end. When we finally pulled apart, she looked up at me with that same soft expression she had earlier. So, you're really leaving already? She asked. Yeah, I replied with a shrug. I've got a friend waiting for me. Can't exactly abandon the guy in a place like this. Aurelia let out a small laugh. That's surprisingly responsible of you. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Then she adjusted the cloak around her shoulders and gave me a small nod. Thank you for today. Don't mention it. I stepped back and glanced toward the palace in the distance. It wasn't that far from here, and honestly, she'd probably reach it faster than I would if I walked. Well, that's her problem now. Take care of yourself, princess, I said. You too, fiancé. Sigh. That word still sounded weird. Anyway, I didn't stick around any longer. I bent my knees slightly and shot straight into the air. The wind rushed past me as the city shrank beneath my feet. Flying through this place was still surreal. I quickly adjusted my direction and headed back toward the brothel district. It didn't take long before the familiar streets came into view. Bright lights, loud music, and billboards of half-naked dwarven girls smiling down at every passerby. I landed a short distance away from the brothel Alfonso, and I had entered earlier and walked the rest of the way. The moment I stepped inside, I knew something was wrong. The atmosphere felt tense. Standing near the front desk was a busted female dwarf with massive tits pushed up by a ridiculously tight dress. She was also wearing high heels, which honestly looked uncomfortable considering dwarves were already short. She had her hands slammed on the counter while the receptionist stood stiffly on the other side. Where's she? The busted dwarf demanded. I don't know, boss. The receptionist replied nervously. So that's the owner. Raya rubbed her forehead like she was about to explode. You mean to tell me the princess of this entire kingdom walked into my establishment, and now she's missing? Her voice rose another octave. How am I supposed to explain this to the king? She suddenly covered her face dramatically. Oh no, I'm finished. He'll shut this place down. He might even execute me. The receptionist looked like she wanted to disappear. I swear it was that man. What man? Raya Shoutet. I don't know. Tall. Vampire. Handsome. Raya Froza. Handsome? I continued walking closer, listening to the chaos unfold. Find him. Raya yelled. Find that bastard immediately. Right then, the receptionist's eyes landed on me. Her expression changed instantly. Oh, boss. She pointed directly at me. That's him. Well, shit. Raya snapped her head toward me so fast I thought she might get whiplash. You. Before I could even say anything, she marched toward me at full speed. At the same time, two dwarf women rushed forward from the side hallway. Both of them were holding long, dangerous-looking spears. Judging by their outfits, they were probably Aurelia's maids. They stopped right in front of me and immediately aimed their spears at my chest. Well, this escalated quickly. Where's Princess Aurelia? Raya demanded. The two maids glared at me like they were ready to stab first and ask questions later. I looked at the three of them and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That probably wasn't the reaction they expected. Why are you laughing? Raya snapped. Relax, I said, raising a hand. She's already at the palace. Silence. Then one of the maids narrowed her eyes. You expect us to believe that? Of course not, I replied casually. I lifted my left hand and showed them the ring. The engagement ring. The moment they saw it, everything changed. Raya's eyes widened. The maids froze. That, one of them muttered. That ring, the other whispered. Yep, I said. Do you recognize it? The maid closest to me slowly lowered her spear. That is the royal engagement ring. Exactly. Raya looked like her brain had completely shut down. You're her fiancé, I said casually. Apparently. Another long silence followed. Then one of the maids suddenly spun around and ran straight for the door. I will confirm with the palace. The remaining maid stayed where she was, still pointing her spear at me, although she didn't look nearly as hostile anymore. Raya blinked several times before suddenly bowing slightly. My deepest apologies if we have offended you, sir. Don't worry about it, I said. Honestly, the whole situation was kind of funny. Raya straightened up and quickly gestured toward the hallway. Please come with me. We should discuss this privately. A few minutes later, we were sitting in her office. It was surprisingly fancy. Big desk, expensive-looking furniture, and several bottles of alcohol lined up on a shelf. The remaining maid stood quietly by the door, still watching me like a hawk. Raya bowed again. I sincerely apologize for earlier, she said. If we had known who you were, like I said, it's fine, I interrupted. She sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Then her expression shifted slightly. However, there's one small matter we should address. Of course there is. What matter? I asked. Raya folded her hands together. The damage to our property. Right? I scratched the back of my head. Yeah, about that. How bad is it? Raya pulled out a small tablet from her desk and tapped on it for a moment. The estimated repairs come to roughly 2 million credits. That is actually less than I expected. Good, I said. Raya blinked. Good? Yeah, I already paid 25 million credits earlier tonight. Her eyes widened slightly. Oh, that payment was yours? Yep. I leaned back in a chair. And since Aurelia didn't claim any of it, you can just deduct the repair costs from that. Raya stared at me for a moment before her face lit up. Of course. She immediately stood and gave me a deep bow. Thank you very much, sir. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Sure. Money really does solve most problems. Not long after that, the maid who had run to the palace returned. She entered the office slightly out of breath. The princess has returned safely, she reported. The other maid lowered her spear completely. Raya Fisibli said. Well then, she said with a bright smile. Everything appears to be resolved. I stood up and stretched. Good. Raya walked me back toward the main hall. Please enjoy the rest of your stay, she said politely. Oh, I'm not staying, I replied. I'm just waiting for my friend. Right on cue. I remembered Alfonso was still somewhere in this building doing whatever he was doing. Sigh. I walked over to one of the lounge couches and sat down. The place was still lively. Music, laughter, people walking back and forth. Some dwarven girls glanced at me curiously, probably wondering why I was just sitting there. Honestly, I was wondering the same thing. I leaned back and looked at the ceiling. Alfonso better finish soon, because if that idiot somehow manages to cause another incident tonight, I'm leaving him here. In the end, I didn't end up getting one of those dwarven girls. But surprisingly, I managed to bag the princess. What a twist. Chapter 478. Into the perverted journey, I ended up waiting in the lounge for quite a while. At first, I didn't think much of it. Alfonso had carried one of the dwarven women upstairs earlier, and knowing him, he would probably take his sweet time. So I simply leaned back on the couch and watched the people moving around the brothel. Some men came downstairs looking exhausted but satisfied, while others walked in with eager expressions like they had just discovered heaven. Sigh. After what felt like forever, I finally saw Alfonso walking downstairs. The moment I saw his face, I knew exactly how things went. He had this stupidly bright smile stretched across his face, like someone who had just accomplished his life goal. He walked straight toward me and dropped onto the couch beside me, and he was still smiling. I glanced at him. He kept smiling. I stared for a few seconds longer. He was still smiling. Are you done? I asked. Jake, Alfonso said, leaning back against the couch with a satisfied sigh. Yeah, that answered my question. I crossed my arms and looked at him. So, are you satisfied? Oh, absolutely, Alfonso replied without hesitation. The one I carried upstairs was amazing. That woman really knows what she's doing. He shook his head like he was still impressed. Honestly, I can see why this place has such a good reputation. I raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment. Alfonso continued talking anyway. At first, I was thinking of going back for more after he finished, he said. You know, I couldn't resist. But in the end, I didn't bother, he added with a satisfied grin. Once was more than enough. She wore me out completely. Good for you, I said flatly. The grin on his face somehow got even wider. Yeah, this guy wasn't coming back to reality anytime soon. He is lost in the land of degeneracy. I stood up from the couch. Well, since you're done, let us go. Alfonso blinked. Huh? Already? Yeah, I replied, already walking toward the exit. Unless you want to stay here all night. Alfonso quickly got up and followed behind me. Hey, I would mind that, he said as he caught up. But if you're leaving, then I guess I'll leave too. We walked through the brothel and stepped outside. The street was just as lively as before. Bright lights filled the area, and music echoed from the nearby clubs. People walked up and down the road, some drunk, some excited, and some clearly looking for their next stop. The billboards with dwarven girls were still flashing above the buildings. Honestly, the whole place felt more like a giant amusement park than a prostitution district. Alfonso stretched his arms as we walked down the street. Ah, that was great, he said happily. I didn't respond. A few seconds passed before Alfonso suddenly turned to me. By the way, Jake, he said, looking curious. How was yours? I glanced at him. What? The one you carried earlier, he clarified. Did you enjoy yourself? I kept walking. I didn't get to bed any dwarf. Alfonso stopped walking. What? I continued moving forward, and after a moment, he rushed to catch up. Wait, he said quickly. What do you mean you didn't get to do anything? Well, I said casually, turns out the one I paid for wasn't actually a normal prostitute. Alfonso frowned. Then what was she? I shrugged. A runaway princess. Alfonso froze again. What? I glanced sideways at him. She's a dwarf princess who ran away from home because she didn't want to marry her fiancé. Alfonso's mouth slowly opened. So, instead of doing business with a prostitute, I continued calmly. I ended up listening to her story for a while. And? Alfonso asked weakly. And in the end, I said, I somehow got engaged to a dwarf princess. For a moment, Alfonso didn't say anything. Then he nearly choked. What? A few people on the street turned to look at us. Alfonso grabbed his head. How does that even happen? He demanded. I shrugged. Long story. No. Alfonso said, pointing at me. You can't just say something like that and call it a long story. Well, it is, I replied. He stared at me like I had just committed a crime. Unbelievable, he muttered. We continued walking toward the teleport station. Alfonso kept shaking his head. I swear, he said after a moment. Why are you always the lucky one? Lucky? I asked. Yes, lucky, he said loudly. I go upstairs with a woman and come back content for one night. Meanwhile, you walk into a room and somehow end up engaged to a princess. I didn't respond. Alfonso continued rambling. This isn't fair, he muttered. Everywhere we go, something ridiculous happens to you. I ignored him and kept walking. Eventually, we arrived near one of the teleport stations scattered around the city. Just like the others, the place was busy. People came and went through the gates, traveling between different areas of the planet. Alfonso finally calmed down a bit. After a moment, he looked at me again. So, where are we heading next? He asked. I didn't answer immediately. Before I could speak, Alfonso suddenly snapped his fingers. Oh, that's right. I glanced at him. We should visit the cat girl's planet, he said excitedly. I slowly turned my head and stared at him. Alfonso froze. Then he sucked in a cold breath. Oh, what's wrong? Did you forget something? I asked. Alfonso scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Right? Hayes, he muttered. Yeah, I said flatly. Hayes, the matriarch of the entire catgirl race. And someone who would definitely hear about it if we showed up there messing around. Alfonso coughed. Guess that's not a good idea, he admitted. Nos cheat. We stood there quietly for a moment. Then Alfonso looked at me again. So, where are we going instead? I shook my head. Nowhere. Huh? I'm done. I said simply. Alfonso blinked. Done? With this perverted adventure, I clarified. He looked shocked. Wait, what? I folded my arms. I told you before, I said. I have important things to take care of. Alfonso stared at me for a moment. Then he sighed. Yeah, you did say that. I glanced toward the teleport station. Truthfully, this whole trip had been ridiculous from the start. A steak and eggs, a dwarf princess, and Alfonso running around chasing prostitutes. Sigh. At some point, I would probably go on another long journey. But right now, I had far more important matters waiting for me, and it was about time I started dealing with them. Chapter 479. My snaky wives are suspecting me. When Alfonso and I finally returned to Earth, the first thing we planned to do was to go our separate ways. Honestly, it felt a little strange. We had spent so much time hopping from planet to planet that Earth suddenly felt strange. Alfonso stretched his arms like someone who had just finished a long vacation. Man, I almost forgot what normal gravity feels like, he said. Don't act like we were gone for 10 years, I replied. Still counts. He shrugged. We stood outside the teleport facility for a while, watching people walk around like nothing unusual was happening. Just humans minding their business. Alfonso suddenly turned to me. So this is it, huh? He said. Looks like it. He rubbed the back of his head. Well, I'll start selling my stuff here on Earth. Houses, cars, whatever I've got left, he said. After that, I'll head back to Vampiro. I nodded. That was part of the deal we made a long time ago. If things worked out, we'd both move operations to Vampiro. Alfonso looked surprisingly serious for once. It'll fulfill my part of the deal, he said. You already did more than enough. Just don't screw it up, I replied. Huh, says the guy who just toured half the galaxy chasing alien girls. Business trips, I corrected. Yeah, he waved his hand. We both knew that was bullshit anyways, foo-foo. He stepped forward and gave me a quick handshake. Well, partner, see you soon. Try not to die, I said. No promises. And just like that, Alfonso walked off. Sigh. Knowing him, he would probably get distracted 10 different times before actually finishing his tasks. Still, he did get it done eventually. As for me, I had something more important to deal with. I headed straight back home. When my car pulled up to the mansion, the gates opened automatically. The place looked the same as always, big, quiet, and expensive. The kind of place that made people wonder how someone my age managed to afford it. If they only knew. I stepped out and walked inside. The house was quiet, too quiet, which usually meant everyone was resting or someone was waiting to ambush me. I decided not to overthink it. I took off my shoes and quietly walked through the hallway, trying not to make any noise. My plan was simple. Sneak into my room, sleep, deal with everything tomorrow. Easy. At least, that was the plan. I slowly opened my bedroom door. The moment I stepped inside, I immediately felt something was wrong. Then I saw it. Zamira was lying on the bed. Her red eyes were glowing in the dark as she stared directly at me. Well, shit. She was clearly awake. And judging by the way she was staring at me, she had been waiting patiently. Good evening, husband, she said calmly. I stood there for a moment. Hey. Zamira slowly sat up on the bed, crossing her legs. So she said, what you been up to? Business, I answered immediately. Technically not a lie. Just not the full truth. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Business? She repeated. Yep. She stared at me for a few seconds. Then she sighed. Jake, do you really think I'm that easy to fool? I have no idea what you're talking about. Misty told me something interesting, Zamira said. My brain immediately paused. Oh no. What did she say? I asked carefully. Zamira leaned forward slightly. She said she overheard you and Alfonso talking. Talking about what? About how you two were romantically involved with people of different races during your travels. Silence. I blinked once, then twice. That's ridiculous, I said, waving it off. Is it? Absolutely, I said, crossing my arms. Just because we visited other planets doesn't mean we were doing that kind of stuff. Technically speaking, that statement had some wiggle room. Zamira didn't look convinced. Not even a little. Before she could say anything else, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Both of us turned, and Misty walked into the room. And the moment I saw her, I knew I was screwed. She looked completely calm with a grin on her face, as if she'd been waiting for this day. "Oh good," Misty said. "You're back." "Hey." She walked further into the room. "I was just telling Zamira about the conversation I overheard." Zamira looked at her. "Tell him again," she said. Misty nodded. "I heard you and Alfonso talking before you left," she said. "About what exactly?" "You were talking about visiting different brothels," she said casually. "Well, there it is." Zamira slowly turned her head toward me. "Brothels?" I immediately raised my hands. "Okay, hold on." Before I could finish speaking, Zamira suddenly lunged forward. The next thing I knew, she tackled me onto the bed. "Hey, Dash." She pinned me down easily. Her raw strength was seriously unfair and isn't something I could currently contend with without using my blood powers. "When will you stop being such a pervert?" she asked. "I'm not. You have multiple wives already." She continued. "Okay, that's true, but... and yet you still go around visiting those kinds of alien places." "That wasn't the case." Zamira leaned closer. "Then explain." Sigh. There was no point trying to lie anymore. I looked over at Misty, then back at Zamira. "All right," I said. "I'll explain." But Zamira didn't move. "That trip wasn't really my idea," I said. "Alfonso wanted to go exploring, and I owed him a favor." Misty crossed her arms. "A favor?" "Yeah. We had a deal," I explained. "I promised I'd go with him for one last trip." Zamira's expression softened slightly. "Just a promise?" "Exactly." I shrugged as much as I could while being pinned down. "I didn't even want to go at first." "That sounds unlikely for a pervert like you," Misty said. "Hey, I have responsibilities too," I replied. Zamira stared at me for a few seconds, then sighed as she finally released me. I sat up and fixed my shirt. "Look," I continued, "the trip is over now. Alfonso is handling his own stuff, and I came straight back here." Misty and Zamira exchanged a glance. Then Zamira sighed again. "It is not that we forbid you from doing things," she said. Misty nodded. "We just wanted to remind you of something." "And what is that?" I asked. Zamira crossed her arms. "You have far more important things to handle, such as our relocation to Vampiro," Misty answered. "That's right." Zamira looked directly at me. "If you want to run around the galaxy doing whatever you want, fine," she said. "But first you must move us all back to Vampiro." Misty nodded again. "That was the plan we all agreed on from the beginning." I rubbed the back of my neck. They weren't wrong. Relocating everyone was a huge step, and I had been putting it off for a while. Zamira continued. "Once that is done, you may go on as many business trips as you want." Misty smirked slightly. "But until then, focus." I leaned back on the bed. Sigh. Yeah, they had a point. Looks like my little adventures were officially on pause. At least until I moved my entire household to Vampiro. Chapter 480. Finally relocated 3 days after returning to Earth. I finally decided it was time to start moving our things back to the vampire planet. Honestly, the delay wasn't because the move was difficult. I just had a lot of random things to wrap up first. Once I was done, there was no reason to keep dragging it out. So that morning, everyone gathered around the house and began packing their important stuff. The warper stood open in the living room, humming quietly, as usual. It made moving things ridiculously easy. All we had to do was toss whatever we packed into the transport crates and send them through. Misty was busy stuffing clothes into a suitcase while Aurora carefully packed some of her books. Jill and Lilith handled most of the kitchen stuff, arguing occasionally about what we should bring and what we should just leave behind. "Elsa, stop throwing things." Jill suddenly snapped. "I'm not throwing them." Elsa replied casually, tossing another box toward the crate. "I'm relocating them." The box landed with a thud. Jill pinched the bridge of her nose. Sigh. Across the room, Zamira and Zella were sorting through decorations and random items we had collected over time. "You really want to bring this?" Zella asked, holding up some weird crystal statue. Zamira shrugged. "Jake bought it, didn't he?" I looked over. "I honestly don't remember buying that." "Well, now it's coming with us," Zamira said, dropping into a box. Meanwhile, Zagrith had just joined us and was helping move the heavier crates. She worked fast, lifting 2 heavy crates at once, and carried them straight to the warper. The whole house gradually started looking emptier as things disappeared into crates and got sent through the warper one after another. Meanwhile, Vera was already on the vampire planet. She stayed behind in our new residence to supervise things there. More importantly, she was attending to Rona while also chatting with Hayes and Anne. Both of them were heavily pregnant at this point, so they weren't exactly in the best shape to help with moving boxes. For what Vera told me earlier, they mostly spent their time resting and gossiping. Back in the house, the packing continued. Aurora suddenly walked up to me with a small box. "Jake, where should this go?" I opened it and saw a bunch of old devices and random gadgets inside. "Honestly, just send it through." She nodded and carried it off. A few hours passed like that. Before I even realized it, the house was almost empty. Misty wiped her hands and looked around. "Well, that was faster than I expected." "Yeah," I said, glancing around the bare living room. Most of the furniture was already gone. The only things left were a few chairs and some miscellaneous stuff we planned to deal with later. Zagrith dropped the last crate into the warper. "That should be everything." I checked the list quickly. "Looks like it. Not bad. Only a few hours and the job was basically done." The others went through the warper shortly afterward to start settling things on the other side. I stayed behind for a bit. There were still some matters I needed to handle on Earth before leaving for good. First, I gathered all the workers who had been helping manage the estate. They lined up in the courtyard while I stood in front of them. "These past months, you've all done good work," I told them. "Since I'm leaving this place behind, I'll be settling everything today." They exchanged curious looks. I handed each of them a payment slip that when scanned, the money would hit their accounts. Their eyes widened as they checked the balances. "H. Holy, is this real?" One of them looked like he might faint. I shrugged. "Considered a gift from me." The amount was huge. Honestly, it was more money than most of them would earn in several years. Naturally, none of them complained. They thanked me repeatedly before leaving. Soon the courtyard became quiet again. Only one person remained. Liam stood nearby with his usual calm expression. He was my loyal butler, the only worker I trusted because he literally has a blood pact with me. "Looks like it's just you now," I said. Liam bowed slightly. "I will continue to serve you wherever you go, Master." That was pretty much what I expected him to say. After that, I contacted a realtor. The guy arrived surprisingly fast. He stepped inside the empty house and immediately started looking around with sparkling eyes. "This property is incredible," he said. "I'm planning to sell it," I told him. He practically lit up. "Sell it? Sir, this place could easily go for 50 million universal credits." I raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Absolutely. The location alone is extremely valuable. I can find a buyer in no time." He sounded almost too excited. "Well," I said, "then I'll leave it to you." We finalized some preliminary paperwork before he left. Another thing crossed off the list. Not long after that, Liam and I stepped through the warper. The familiar shift in space passed for a moment before we arrived on the vampire planet. Our new residence stood even larger than the Earth Mansion because I had it renovated to be much bigger than before. There were new sets of vampire maids and butlers everywhere, ones that aren't corrupted by the human environment like the ones back on Earth. Seriously, there were tons of them. They moved around efficiently, carrying boxes and arranging furniture. Even though we had already moved most of our things, everyone still tried to arrange one or two things here and there. Misty adjusted a painting. Aurora reorganized a bookshelf. Lilith inspected the kitchen like a general surveying her troops. But the pressure was gone. The maids handled most of the work. I walked through the hall with Liam beside me. "So," I said, glancing at him, "you'll continue as the chief butler here." Liam immediately bowed. "It would be my honor, Master." Several vampire servants nearby also bowed slightly when they heard that. Looks like the chain of command was already forming. Good. One less thing for me to worry about. I wandered through the residence for a while, checking how things were progressing. Everything looked fine. Eventually, I stepped outside into the garden area. That's when I noticed a familiar figure. Old Man Duke sat at a small outdoor table with a bottle of beer in his hand. Across from him sat my daughter, Xander. She was laughing while Duke made some ridiculous faces at her. Honestly, It was a strange sight. A former tyrant king's stubborn old man, now entertaining a kid. I leaned against the railing for a moment and watched them. Even though Duke made plenty of mistakes in his prime, the old man had definitely changed with age. Life had a funny way of doing that. Xander clapped her hands while Duke pretended to lose a thumb in some cheap magic trick. She giggled like it was the greatest thing ever. Duke suddenly noticed me standing there. "Oi, Jake." He raised the beer bottle and waved. "Get over here." I walked closer. "You're drinking already?" I asked. "Of course," he said shamelessly. "Moving day deserves a drink. You didn't even do anything, old geezer." I cursed inwardly. He grabbed another bottle from the table and set it down in front of the empty chair. "Seat. Have a beer." I chuckled. Some things never change. My grandfather would probably never give up beer, even if the universe collapsed around him. I should also tell him not to drink beer in front of Xander. I pulled the chair out slowly. Well, might as well see what nonsense the old man wanted to talk about this time. Chapter 481. Xander wants a sip. I grabbed one of the bottles sitting on the table and popped the cap open. The moment I tilted it, the beer rushed down my throat with that familiar gurgling sound. Damn, that S chilled, I mutter, lowering the bottle for a second before taking another long gulp. Across from me, Xander was staring. At first I ignored it and continued drinking. Kids stare at random things all the time anyway. But when I lowered the bottle again, she was still looking at me with those big, curious eyes. Then she pointed. "The drink." I raised an eyebrow. "You can't have this," I say plainly before taking another sip. She tilted her head, still watching me carefully like she was analyzing some ancient artifact. "Dad, give." No response from me. I just kept drinking. A few seconds passed, then a few more. Xander's face slowly scrunched up like someone twisting a piece of cloth. Oh boy, I knew that look. She sniffed. "The give." Still, I didn't answer. Not because I was ignoring her. I was just finishing the sip. Then the inevitable happened. Wah. Yep. Full-on crying. I sighed and set the bottle down. Well, that escalated quickly. Xander's little arms reached toward me while she continued crying like the world had just ended. I stood up and picked her up from the chair. All right. Relax, I say, patting her back lightly. She clung to my shirt while sniffling. "You can't drink beer. You'll get something else," I mutter. She sniffed again, but didn't stop staring at the bottle sitting on the table. Kids really lock onto things they want. I shifted her on my shoulder and started walking. "Let us go find your mom." Zella was standing on the other side of the room, talking with a few of the maids when I approached. The moment she saw Xander crying in my arms, she raised an eyebrow. "What happened?" she asked. "Beer happened," I replied. She blinked once before glancing at the bottle behind me on the table. Then she looked back at Xander. Yeah." I gently passed Xander over to her. "Give her a blood pack or something." She saw me drinking, and now she wants to try it. Zella held Xander and began rocking her slightly. "That explains it. Why do you even have to drink beer in front of her?" Xander continued sniffling, but calmed down once she was in her mother's arms. Kids really switch targets fast. I watched for a moment before leaning forward and pecking Zella on the cheek. It was quick, nothing dramatic. Still, the reaction was immediate. Zella froze for a second, her cheeks turning slightly red. Behind us, several people suddenly cleared their throats. Ahem. Cough. I turned my head and saw everyone pretending to look anywhere else. Sigh. Zella lightly nudged my arm. "You're doing that on purpose now," she muttered. Foo-foo. Xander was already calming down as Zella pulled a blood pack from a small cooler nearby. Problem solved. I gave him a small wave and walked back to the table where Old Man Duke was sitting. The old vampire was still holding his bottle like nothing had happened. I sat down across from him. "You should probably stop drinking beer in front of Xander," I said. Duke raised an eyebrow. "Why? She'll keep asking to taste exactly that bottle." He looked towards Zella and Xander for a moment before chuckling. Ha. I sighed. "What's funny?" Duke leaned back in his chair. "You worry too much. I started drinking beer when I was 2. "What? 2? He repeated proudly. Then he raised 2 fingers like he was presenting evidence. "At that age, I could finish half a bottle. By 3, I was already drinking with the servants." I stared at him. "You're joking." "Nope." He took another drink. By 5, I could finish an entire crate. Holy shit. I rubbed my temple. Yeah, I definitely don't want that kind of lifestyle for my kid. Old man Duke waved his hand dismissively. You say that now. No, I mean it. Kids drinking crates of beer before elementary school didn't he exactly sound like good parenting. Old man Duke leaned forward slightly and looked at me more carefully. You know, he said slowly, it seems Derek raised you like a woman. I blinked. Are you taunting me now, old geezer? He shrugged. You worry too much about harmless things. And he pointed at his bottle. Vampire royalty drinking early is normal. Always has been. I leaned back in my chair. Normal or not, she is not getting beer from me. Duke laughed again. You'll change your mind eventually. I doubt it. I picked up my bottle again, but didn't drink immediately. Instead, I thought about what he said. As annoying as the old man could be, he was entirely wrong. Derek definitely raised me cautiously. Misty was more active in my life. Actually, now that I thought about it, she probably overpampered me even more than Derek did. Sigh. I cleared my throat. Ahem. Duke looked up from his drink. What? There is something I need to tell you. His eyebrows slowly rose. Oh. Then his lips curled into a grin like he had already figured something out. Let me guess, he said. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Guess what? You bagged another woman. I paused. Well, that was surprisingly accurate. I rubbed the back of my head. Maybe. Old man Duke burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Of course he did. This perverted old vampire seems to have a sixth sense for this kind of thing. Chapter 482. Becoming a masseur against my will. What did you do this time? I rubbed the back of my neck. So, I got engaged. Old man Duke raised an eyebrow. That doesn't narrow it down. You already have more wives than most kings. Yeah, but this one is different. Oh, he said slowly. She is a dwarf princess. The old man blinked. A dwarf princess? Yep. And whose daughter would that be? Aurelia, the only daughter of King Monrock. The cup in his hand froze halfway to his mouth. For a moment, he didn't say anything. Then he slowly lowered the cup and stared at me. Monrock? Yeah. Old man Duke leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Well, I'll be damned. You know him? I asked. Know him? He scoffed. That bastard and I practically grew up together. He is an old geezer, too. I thought he said he didn't want to have children. Haha. Oh, we were childhood friends, he continued. Trained together. Fought together. Drank together. Caused plenty of problems together. Sounds like a nice friendship. It was, he said flatly. The way he said it made it obvious that part didn't end well. What happened? He snorted. A woman. I blinked. Seriously? Yes, seriously. Don't look so surprised. Men have started wars over women. Fair point. Fair point. He took another sip of his drink before continuing. We both liked the same girl back then. Things got messy. Words were exchanged. Pride got involved. And we stopped speaking after that. He said simply. No wonder things felt weird when Monrock reacted earlier. Well, I said casually, that explains why King Monrock got excited when he heard you might come. Old man Duke slowly turned his head toward me. What did you just say? I suddenly realized what I had said. His eyes narrowed dangerously. You told Monrock I would come? Well, technically. Without asking me first? Technically. Old man Duke slammed his cup on the table. Jake, relax, I said, raising my hands. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. He barked. That stubborn mule, and I haven't spoken in centuries. Which is exactly why you should come. He stared at me like he was deciding whether to punch me. You volunteered me to visit my old rival. Old friend, I corrected. Rivad. Friend. He glared, but I simply shrugged. Look, Aurelia wants to introduce me properly to the royal family. It would help if someone respected showed up with me. And you chose me? Well, You're the only old geezer I know. That is not a compliment. Still true, though. He grumbled under his breath. For a moment, he didn't speak. Then he leaned back again and closed his eyes. You really know how to drag people into your problems. Only the important ones, though. Another sigh escaped him. Why do you need me there so badly? Because Monrock clearly still respects you, I replied. And honestly, I think you two should talk again. After centuries? Yeah. He stared at me for a long moment. Then he shook his head. You're a troublesome brat. I've been told that countless times. Fine. I blinked. Wait, that was easier than I expected. I said fine. He grumbled. But only this once. I grinned. Thanks. Old man. Don't thank me yet, he said. You still have a bigger problem. Oh, how are you going to tell your other wives that you're engaged to a dwarf princess? Right. That. I rubbed my chin. Well, I was thinking of giving it about 2 weeks. 2 weeks? He repeated. Yeah. Let everyone settle down first. He snorted. That's your grand strategy? Pretty much. And you think they want to get mad? Well, I said calmly, I already did what they asked. What was that? Relocating everyone to the vampire planet. Old man Duke nodded slowly. That'd take a lot of work. Exactly. New home, new security systems, relocating businesses. It was a mess. So you're hoping that buys you goodwill? Pretty much. He chuckled. You're a bold man. I prefer the term optimistic. Delusional fits better. Maybe you had a point. Still, I figure it would work out somehow. Hopefully. Sigh. A week passed before I even realized it. Time moves strangely when you're busy dealing with a dozen different things. Surprisingly, everyone seemed to adjust to the vampire planet faster than I expected. Honestly, most of them looked more comfortable here than they ever were back on Earth. The security alone made a huge difference. Back on Earth, there were always spies, corporations, governments, and random idiots trying to mess with us. Here, most people knew better than to cause trouble around the royal family. It created a weird kind of peace. Of course, not everyone adjusted perfectly. Vera and Blair were still getting used to things. Blair adapted faster, probably because she had already experienced enough insanity in her life. Vera, on the other hand, came from a completely normal human background. So suddenly living on a planet full of vampires was a lot for her. Still, I noticed something interesting. She seemed more relaxed. No constant paranoia. No worrying about being watched or attacked. Just normal daily life. Honestly, it looked like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Good for her. Meanwhile, I had my own problems. Right now, those problems were lying on the bed in front of me. And Hayes. The mother-daughter duo were both on their backs while I worked on massaging them. Their pregnancies had gotten heavy. Very heavy. At this point, it was obvious they were close to delivering their babies, which meant they complained about everything. My back, and muttered. I know, I said while pressing my hands into her shoulders. A few seconds later, Jake. I sighed. What is it, Hayes? My legs. I just massaged your legs 5 minutes ago. They hurt again. Of course they do. Meanwhile, and groaned. Lower. A little lower. I moved my hand slightly. Here? Yes, that's better. Then Hayes immediately spoke again. Hey, why are you focusing on her again? I looked over at her. Because she asked first. That is not fair. So what? I get priority because I'm older. That is not a real rule. I rubbed my face. Sigh. Both of you are impossible. I went back to massaging Hayes' legs. A few seconds passed. Then Jake. I stopped. What now? And pouted slightly. You stopped massaging me. Yes, because I'm massaging Hayes. But my back still hurts. Hayes immediately crossed her arms. See? She always steals your attention. Oh, please, and replied. You're the one complaining every 5 minutes. Because my legs hurt. My back hurts. Jake. I looked at the ceiling. Why did I agree to this? Still, I kept working back and forth. Again, and again, and again. After 20 minutes, I was sweating. This is ridiculous, I muttered. Jake. He said again. What? My feet. Didn't I just and my shoulders. I turned to Anne. Please tell me you're done complaining. She smiled sweetly. My hips hurt now. Something inside me snapped. Oh, for F. I stopped myself and took a deep breath. Both of them stared at me innocently. Meanwhile, I was sweating like I had just run a marathon that I wiped my forehead and muttered under my breath. Chapter 483. Mental breakdown. Another week passed just like that. During the whole time, I didn't go anywhere. No adventures, no weird alien encounters, no business meetings. I simply stayed in the palace and spent time with my family. Honestly, it wasn't bad. Most of my mornings were pretty relaxed. I would wake up, eat breakfast with everyone, and then deal with whatever small matters popped up around the palace. Nothing too serious. A few servants asking for approval on things, some minor logistics, and occasionally someone needing my opinion on something. Royal life in a nutshell. But the person I spent the most time with that week was Xander. The kid had way too much energy. Again, he shouted while running ahead of me through one of the palace corridors. You just ran 5 laps. I said, 6. He corrected. Right, 6. My mistake. Meanwhile, Rona was strapped to my chest in a small carrier, quietly watching everything like she owned the place. I carried her around during most of my evening walks. Sometimes I toured the palace halls, sometimes I walked through the gardens, and other times I went to visit Old Man Duke. The old man liked Rona. Or maybe he just liked having someone small around who didn't argue with him. Unlike Xander. She has your eyes. The same piercing gaze. Xander looks more like her mom. But Rona, she has your looks and is a full vampire. Old Duke said one evening while staring at her. Well, here goes the old geezer glazing Rona over Xander because Xander keeps stressing him. If only he knows Rona might do worse when she reaches Xander's age. I'm not sure if that is a good thing or a bad thing, I replied. He snorted. Probably both. Rona just blinked at him as if she understood what she said. Xander, on the other hand, was busy trying to climb one of Old Man Duke's bookshelves. Get down from there. Duke barked. Exploding. Xander shouted. Sigh. So yeah, the week passed like that. Family time, palace walks. An occasional chaos from Xander. But today was different. Today was a special day. The day I decided to take Misty on a date. Honestly, the idea came after the conversation I had with Old Man Duke a while ago. He pointed out something that I didn't really want to admit. I had been spending much time with Misty lately. Not intentionally. Life just got busy. Still, she deserved better than that. So here I was, waiting in one of the palace courtyards. A few moments later, I saw her walking toward me, and I immediately realized something. I had never seen her dressed like that before. Misty was wearing a red fluffy gown that swayed gently as she walked. On her head sat a brown hat that gave her a slightly playful look. For a second, I just stared. Then I smiled. Well, this is new, I said. She stopped in front of me and raised an eyebrow. What is? I've never seen you wear something like that before. Misty folded her arms slightly. Don't flatter me. I'm not flattering you. You are. Staten facts. She gave me a small suspicious look before sighing. Fine. Maybe a little flattering. Then she tilted her head. But what made you decide to take me on a date all of a sudden? Fair question. I scratched the back of my head for a moment before answering. Well, I was thinking about the past. The past? Yeah, the time we spent together. The things you did for me. The love you showered on me. Misty's expression softened a little. I continued. And honestly, it made me realize something. Oh, I shrugged. This might sound a bit biased, but the love I have for you is greater than the others. For a moment, she just stared at me. Then she stepped forward and hugged me tightly. No hositaschen, no teasing. Just a full emotional hug that carried a lot of weight. I already knew that, she murmured. Of course you did. After a few seconds, I slipped my arms under her and lifted her up in a princess carry. She blinked. Jake, hold tight. What are you? Before she could finish the sentence, I shot into the air. The palace shrank beneath us as we soared upward. Wind rushed past us while the sky opened above. Misty grabbed onto my shoulders. You could have warned me. I did say hold tight. That doesn't count. I laughed a little while flying toward the distant mountains. It didn't take long to reach them. I landed on one of the rocky peaks overlooking the vast landscape below. The view was pretty good up here and quiet too. Misty stepped down from my arms and looked around. So this is your idea of a date? Not impressed. I didn't say that. We sat down on the rocky surface, facing the horizon. After a moment, I shifted behind her and wrapped my arms around her waist. She leaned back against me naturally. No cuernis. Just comfortable. For a while, neither of us said anything. Then I finally spoke. "You know, I really do love you." "I know," she replied softly. I stared at the sky for a moment before continuing. "But it sucks." She turned her head slightly. "Sucks?" "Yeah." I tightened my arms around her a little. "It sucks that I can't properly reciprocate the love you have for me." Misty frowned slightly. "Jake, I mean it," I interrupted. "You give me everything. Loyalty, support, love. And what do I give back? You give plenty. Not enough." The words came out before I could stop them. For a moment, the silence returned. Then something inside me cracked. "I am tired, I mattered." Misty turned around in my arms. "Tired of what?" "Everything." I looked down at my hands. "I keep thinking about it lately, about the future. I am scared." She blinked. "Scared? What are you saying, Jake? Don't scare me." I laughed weakly. "Crazy, right? Someone like me being scared." "Jake, I'm scared of losing everyone." The words finally came out. "My family, my friends, everyone I care about." The thought alone made my chest tighten. And the worst part? I continued. "I know it's inevitable." Misty stayed quiet. "I've died before," I said. "More than once." I looked up at the sky. And every time, the cycle just starts again. Reincarnation. Another life. Another round of attachments. Another round of loss. "I don't want to do it anymore," I said quietly. For the first time in a long while, I felt my throat tighten. "I don't want to die again." Misty didn't say anything for a few seconds. Then she reached forward and hugged me tightly. Her arms wrapped around me with surprising strength. "It's okay," she whispered. I buried my face in her shoulder. "I'm serious, Misty. I know. I'm tired of pretending it doesn't bother me. I know." She gently rubbed my back. "You don't have to carry everything alone." We stayed like that for a while, just holding each other. Eventually, the tension inside my chest eased a little. Not completely, but enough. After a while, Misty pulled back slightly and looked at me. "You know something?" she said. "What?" "This moment means everything to me." I raised an eyebrow. "Really?" She nodded. "You chose to come here with me. Just the two of us." "Well, it is a date." She smiled softly. "And you trusted me with your fears." I scratched my cheek. "Yeah, about that. I'm happy you did." Then she leaned back against me again. We both looked up at the sky. Stars slowly began appearing one by one. The wind was calm. The mountain was quiet. And for once, my mind wasn't racing. Misty shifted slightly in my arms. "This is nice," she said. "Yeah." We stayed there, sky gazing in silence. For her, this moment clearly meant everything. For me, well, maybe this quiet moment on a random mountain was exactly what I needed. Chapter 484. Aurora got a surprise. I pulled her close, and we started kissing. The kiss turned passionate fast. Misty moaned into my mouth just from the way I kissed her. I liked hearing that sound. We kept going, our tongues moving, until we finally separated our lips for air with small gasps leaking from our mouths. Then I suddenly sank my fangs into her neck. Misty moaned louder, and her body jerked hard against me. She grabbed my shoulders and held on tight while I drank a little from her blood, just enough not to react in my body. The taste was sweet and familiar. I pulled my fangs out after a few seconds, and she looked at me with a fierce, determined expression. I didn't waste time. I stepped back and began pulling the long gown over her head, lifting it away carefully. At the same time, Misty grabbed the hem of my pants and tugged them down with real force. She had been yearning for this for a long time. That much was obvious from how eager she was. The fabric tore easily under her hands. The next moment, she fell on her back on the flat part of the rock, and I got on top of her. The mountain air felt cool on our skin, but neither of us cared. Misty looked up at me, breathing heavy, and said, "Hold me close, Jake. It's been too long." I didn't need telling twice. I leaned in close and held her gently. The moment felt tender and warm, and I stayed like that until things felt calm. Then I moved to the other and did the same, taking in as much as I could. Misty's body relaxed beneath me as she breathed softly, her hands resting in my hair the whole time. When I finally lifted my head, Her chest rose and fell rapidly. She looked satisfied but still wanted more. Misty begged, "Please, Jake. Quick, I need you clothes." I obliged right away. I got closer, removed her wet panties in one pull, and pulled her against me. Misty gasped on top of her voice, the sound echoing a bit on the empty mountain. Her face showed pure joy. I moved with determination, the rhythm steady as we embraced. As we held each other, nostalgia washed over me. I remembered all the sweet times we had together in the past. The early days when things were simpler and she took care of me so much. Those memories made everything feel more intense. The moment felt passionate and intimate. Misty held me close, and the connection between us felt deep. She kept saying my name softly. I felt on top of the world in that moment. After a while, the pressure built up too much. With those old memories still fresh in my head, I let out a deep, relieving breath and released all that built-up tension. The moment was so overwhelming that even Misty couldn't quite take it all in. We rested together for a moment, both of us breathing hard. The mountain wind cooled our sweaty skin. Misty looked completely satisfied, her eyes half closed and a small smile on her face. She reached up and touched my cheek gently. For a while, nothing else mattered. Just the two of us on that mountain, the sky above us, and the quiet after everything. I felt good, really good. Misty had always been special to me, and moments like this reminded me why. After what happened on the mountain, Misty and I eventually made our way back home. The flight back was quiet. Not awkward quiet, just comfortable quiet. Misty stayed close to me the whole time, occasionally glancing my way and smiling like she just won the lottery. Honestly, it was a little suspicious. I mean, I knew we had a good time, but she looked way too pleased with herself. By the time we landed near the house and walked inside, that smile was still glued to her face. And of course, the first person to notice was Zella. The moment we stepped through the door, Zella looked up from the couch. Her eyes immediately landed on Misty, then slowly narrowed. "Oh," she said, leaning forward slightly. "Someone looks happy." Misty tried to act normal, but that stupid smile wasn't going anywhere. "What do you mean?" Misty asked, though she already started giggling. Zella stood up and walked closer, circling her like she was inspecting some kind of rare artifact. "You've been smiling since you walked in," Zella said. "So tell me, did you enjoy your date with Jake?" Misty covered her mouth as another giggle escaped. I already knew where this conversation was going. Sigh. Misty leaned closer to Zella like they were sharing some kind of secret. "Of course I enjoyed it," she said. Zella raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Misty's smile widened. "He gave me everything he had." There was a brief moment of silence. Then Zella's eyes lit up like fireworks. "Really?" she asked excitedly. "Uh-huh," Misty nodded proudly. I rubbed my temple. "Yep, I'm definitely leaving." Zella grabbed Misty's hands like they were celebrating something. "You lucky girl," Zella said. "Details, please." "Oh, I have plenty to—" That was my cue. I slowly turned around and walked toward the door again. Neither of them noticed. Or maybe they did and just didn't take care. Either way, the moment I stepped outside, I stretched my arms slightly and then shot into the sky. Perverted wives living under the same roof, I muttered to myself. What could possibly go wrong? Honestly, I wasn't even surprised anymore. After flying for a while, I changed direction and headed toward Glelemus. It didn't take long before the massive city came into view. From the sky, the place looked just as busy as always. Roads filled with traffic, people moving everywhere, lights flashing across buildings. Eventually, I slowed down and descended toward one of the larger commercial districts. Right in the center stood a massive supermarket complex, Aurora S Supermarket. I landed a short distance away and walked toward the entrance. Of course, before I got there, I adjusted my face. My transformation ability shifted my appearance slightly. Different facial structure, slightly different hair. Small changes that made it harder for people to recognize me unless they already knew who I was. The moment I stepped inside the supermarket, a few workers near the entrance immediately noticed me. "Oh, welcome, boss's husband." Several employees waved and greeted me as I walked past. I raised a hand casually in response. They all seemed genuinely happy to see me, though none of them actually knew who I really was. To them, I was just Aurora's husband, which, technically, wasn't he wrong. They just didn't know the rest of the story. I walked deeper into the supermarket, passing aisles filled with customers and employees stocking shelves. The place was huge. Aurora had expanded the business a lot over the past few days, and it showed. Every section looked organized, clean, and busy. Eventually, I reached the staff area and headed straight for the offices upstairs. A few more employees greeted me along the way. Apparently, word had spread that I was around. When I reached Aurora's office door, I knocked once before opening it. Aurora was sitting behind her desk, focused on her computer. She was wearing glasses. The moment I saw that, my brain paused for a second. Not because of the glasses, because of the view. Aurora leaned slightly forward as she typed something, completely focused on the screen. From where I stood, the curve of her hips and the size of her ass were. Holy shit. I swear, every time I see her, that thing gets bigger. Either way, I couldn't complain. Seems like someone is working really hard. Aurora looked up. For a split second, she froze. Then her face lit up immediately. Jake! She jumped out of her chair, so fast the wheels rolled backward. The next moment, she rushed across the room and wrapped her arms around me in a tight hug. I didn't know you were coming today, she said happily. Well, surprise, I replied. She pulled back slightly, but kept her hands on my shoulders while looking at me like I'd just returned from war. You should visit the store more often, she said. I do visit. Not enough. I shrugged. Busy guy. Aurora adjusted her glasses slightly and smiled. I missed you. I glanced down briefly. I still can't get enough of that ass. Some things in life are just consistently impressive. Aurora suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, she said excitedly. Before I could ask what she meant, she quickly walked to the office door and locked it. Click. Then she turned back to me with a wide grin. Okay, I said slowly. That's interesting. Aurora walked back toward her desk, clearly trying to contain her excitement. I'm really glad you came today, she said. I have something to tell you. That sounds dangerous. She laughed. It's not dangerous, she said. Well, maybe a little. Aurora walked behind her desk and pressed something underneath it. At first, nothing happened. Then suddenly, a section of the wall behind her desk quietly shifted. A hidden door slowly slid open. I stared at it. You installed a secret door in your office? Aurora crossed her arms proudly. Of course. I created it so both of us can do naughty things away from the others. Hee hee. Chapter 485. Aurora's request. I pushed the secret door open, and the cold, sterile air of the office was instantly replaced by something thick and warm, carrying the faint scent of expensive scents. I stepped inside, my boots thudding softly against the plush carpet. The room was massive, a master bedroom that could put most five-star hotels to shame. A king-size bed sat in the center like an altar, flanked by a reading table and a walk-in closet. You've been busy, Aurora, I said, glancing back over my shoulder. The heavy door clicked shut behind me, the bolt sliding home with a dull echo that lingered in the silence. Before I could fully turn around, the heat of her body pressed against my back. Her arms wrapped around my waist, the grip was tight, feeling almost desperate. I chuckled and leaned back into her. What's this? A secret room for the CEO? Why do you even build something like this? Because, she whispered, her voice humming through my spine. The office is for the world. This room is for us. I wanted somewhere I could be alone with you, without anyone watching us. She slowly released me and stepped around until she stood in the center of the room. The professional ice ID scene in boardrooms wasn't just melting, it was evaporating. Her hand reached for the zipper of her gown, and with one smooth pull the fabric hissed down her body, sliding off and pooling around her ankles like discarded skin. Then came the bra, then the panties. My goodness, with the clothes gone, she revealed a striking figure with proportions that seemed to defy gravity, framed by dark features. Below her narrow waist, her hips flared outward into a wide, curving form that looked sculpted from marble. She stood perfectly still, saying nothing. Instead, she climbed onto the bed, her knees sinking into the mattress before she slowly lay back. She pulled the covers up around herself, her face flushed a deep, embarrassed red against the pale perfection of her skin. She stared up at the ceiling for a long, unsteady moment, her thoughts racing. She reached toward him eagerly, her eyes locked onto his. "Give them to me, Jake," she panted. "Give me your promise. I'm ready. I want to start a family with you. I want you to be mine completely." He didn't need to hear that twice. I got undressed quickly, my last piece of clothing dropping to the floor. I was already incredibly aroused, my body tense with anticipation as I climbed onto the bed. The mattress shifted under my weight while I moved toward her. Without hesitation, I leaned forward close to her, my hands wrapping around her and pulling her close with firm pressure. I wanted her to feel it, the weight of my dominance. Aurora let out a sharp, high-pitched gasp, her back arching off the silk sheets. I slid one hand down her side, my fingers tracing along her skin. The moment I touched her, I felt it, the warmth and urgency there. It was overwhelming. I pulled my hand back slightly, watching the connection between us stretch. "You're ready, Aurora," I muttered, my voice dropping an octave. "Since when have you been acting like this?" She bit her lip hard, her body shifting restlessly. "Since the moment you walked into the office," she said breathlessly. "I could feel your eyes on me, Jake. I've been distracted all morning just thinking about this. You're quite bold, aren't you?" I let out a dark laugh. I grabbed her chin, forcing her head up so she had no choice but to look straight at me. Then I pressed 2 fingers against her lips, pushing them into her mouth. "How does it taste?" I demanded. "How does your drink taste, Aurora?" She didn't hesitate. She held my fingers to her lips with a desperate urgency, her eyes closing as she breathed in deeply. Her lips lingered there a moment before she pulled back. "It's sweet," she managed softly. "Because it's from you." Then something in her shifted. The submissive act twisted into something more feral. She suddenly pulled away and flipped on her hands and knees, arching her back low while her wide hips lifted high into the air as she moved onto the bed. "Take me," she cried out, her voice full of desperation, slightly surprising me if this was the Aurora I knew. "Don't hold back, Jake. I want all of you." I stared at the view in front of me, the curve of her spine, the sheer width of her hips, and the unmistakable desire written all over her. Yeah, I had absolutely no intention of holding back. I grabbed her waist, my fingers digging into the soft flesh of her hips, and moved closer behind her, ready to give her exactly what she had been asking for. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X XXX X Chapter 486. Rora wants to be punished. I didn't waste another second. I grabbed her wide, trembling hips, lined myself up, and moved forward with a force that cracked through the quiet room like a gunshot. ACH dash. Aurora's head snapped back, her eyes rolling back as I pressed closer to her. The impact was so forceful that a visible shockwave rippled through the soft flesh of her thighs and behind, ripples of sensation spreading outward from the point where our bodies collided. I didn't slow down. I pulled back until I was barely holding on, then drove forward again and again, my body moving like a piston in a high-performance engine. Slap, slap, slap. Every time I lunged forward, I brought my hand down hard against her, the sharp crack of the impact mixing with the wet, squelching sounds of the moment. Her skin turned a deep, burning red beneath my palms, but she didn't complain. Instead, she let out a string of breathless sounds. Yes. Oh God, Jake. I was honestly shocked. Seeing the cold, calculating businesswoman of a global empire reduced to a whimpering. She was trembling beneath me, and I leaned down, my chest pressing against her arched back, whispering harshly into her ear. Is that right? You want this? Then tell me who I am, Aurora. Say my name. The request sent an electric jolt through her. Her body, already tense, began to tremble with a desperate intensity. Yes, Daddy. Please, Daddy. That was the breaking point. As she screamed the words, she tightened around me with an almost crushing force. I let out a low, guttural growl and pulled her closer one last time, my fingers pressing so deep in her skin that I knew I was leaving marks. The intensity of the moment overwhelmed me. A rush of intense feeling surged through my entire body. Aurora's body went rigid. She let out a long, high-pitched cry that broke into a sound of pure release. We stayed like that for a long minute, both of us panting, the only sound the frantic pounding of our hearts. When I finally pulled out, the sight was striking enough to be a painting. My skin was slick and glistening, and as I stepped back, a thick trail of moisture seeped from where we had been joined. She lay back on the expensive silk sheets, exhausted and content. Aurora collapsed flat on her face, her limbs twitching. I love you, Jake. I love you so much, she muttered into the pillow, her voice warm and full of emotion. I chuckled, wiping a bead of sweat from my forehead. You say that now, but I think I didn't break you enough this time. After a few minutes, the fog seemed to lift. Aurora didn't just lie there, though. She pushed herself up, her movements still a little shaky, and crawled toward me. Without a word, she leaned in close and held on to me as the moment passed. "Huh, you really mean business today, don't you?" I said, reaching down to stroke her hair. She paused and looked up at me, her eyes still glazed but burning with a new, darker intent. It has been too long since we were together like that, Jake. I've missed that closeness. Suddenly, she broke away and wobbled over to the walk-in closet. When she returned, she wasn't empty-handed. She was carrying a small black leather bag that looked suspiciously heavy. She sat on the edge of the bed and dumped the contents onto the sheets. My eyes widened as the items spilled out across the silk. It was a curious collection of strange objects, coiled cords, a heavy rubber ball, folded cloth, and soft brushes. A collection of curious items, and a wicked-looking whip. Aurora looked up at me, her expression shifting from proud display to a sheepish, shy smile. She looked like a little girl caught with her hand in the cookie jar, except the cookies were her private collection. "I've been a very bad girl while you were away, Jake," she whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. "I think I need to be punished by my husband." I looked at the pile Aurora had dumped onto the bed and then back at her. "So, you've been a naughty little wife, playing with toys behind my back," I said, my voice dropping into a low, predatory growl. I walked toward her, and she flinched, but she didn't pull away. Her eyes were wide, pleading, and absolutely filthy with lust. "You're right, husband. I've been very naughty, and a bad girl needs to be punished." I didn't give her a chance to breathe. I grabbed her wrists, the skin still hot and flushed from the first round, and snapped the heavy leather cuffs into place. The cold metal clinked with a finality that made her gasp. I grabbed the heavy metal rod and attached the rings of her ankle cuffs to each end. With a firm push, I forced her legs apart. I heard the faint pop of her joints as the bar locked into place. She stood before him, vulnerable. Chapter 487. Chapter 487, Jake. "Please," she whimpered. "Quiet," he commanded. I wanted a dramatic, sculpted look for her outfit, the kind of tie that creates an intricate, eye-catching design. I looped the rope around her torso, weaving it in a tight, decorative pattern across her figure. I pulled the rough fibers with all my strength, cinching the rope down until it bit deep into her pale skin. The effect was instant. The rope forced her tits upward and outward, the pressure so intense they looked like they might burst. The skin stretched to its limit, glowing pink, while her nipples, dark and swollen, poked out from the crisscrossing ropes like ripe berries ready to burst. It was a picture of pure, shameless gluttony. I took another length of rope and went to work on the rest of her. I bound her chest down toward her thighs, pulling her body into a tight, agonizingly exposed curve. Every time she tried to shift, the rough rope scraped against her skin as she squirmed. Now for the finale, I muttered. I reached up and grabbed the heavy hook Shed had installed in the ceiling. I clipped the central carabiner of her safety harness into the hook and started hauling on the pulley system. The mechanism strained under her weight as I lifted her off the ground. Her body swung in the air, her entire form trembling from the strain. The ropes held her firmly in place. The bindings pulled taut against her arms and torso until the skin beneath flushed red from the strain. She hung there, bound and motionless, awaiting whatever came next. Finally, I took the blindfold and wrapped it around her eyes, plunging her into a world of darkness where only the bite of the ropes and the scent of me remained. Without her sight, Aurora's panic surged. Her nostrils flared as she caught the sharp scent of her own sweat in the air. Her mouth hung open. She struggled against the ropes, her vision obscured. "Jake, please! I can't see!" she cried out, her voice cracking with desperate need. Her face twisted in distress. "I'm sorry. I messed up. Don't blame me. Please. Just don't leave me like this." I stepped back, watching her sway. The sight was incredible. I reached back into the bag and pulled out the feather tickler and the tape whip. I brushed the soft feathers near her legs as she hung in the suspension rig. "Ah!" she cried out, her body jerking against the restraints, the metal clanking. She couldn't see it coming, couldn't prepare for it. She was completely at my mercy. "We've barely started, Aurora," I said, the dark grin on my face reflected faintly in the polished metal nearby. "You want a challenge? I'm going to give you one you'll never forget." I was going to push her past every limit Shed ever known until she couldn't think of anything but getting through this. I stepped closer, the whip whistling through the air. "Pa!" The sound echoed through the secret room, followed immediately by Aurora's high-pitched wail of pain. The room was thick with the sharp bite of sweat. 2 hours. It had taken 2 full hours of absolute, systematic destruction to turn Aurora into the pile of twitching meat currently decorating the floor. I stood over her, my chest still heaving, looking down on my handiwork. Aurora was still bound, the ropes now biting into her skin. Her breasts, squeezed at the brink of bursting by the jute. Her pale skin looked raw and marked, trembling and hypersensitive. Her mouth hung open as her eyes rolled back, showing only the whites, overwhelmed in an intense, breathless moment. But the real masterpiece was the moment between them. I had given so much that it couldn't hold any more, and now the evidence was spilling out lewdly. A literal puddle leaked from her at the same time. The mixture formed beneath her wide hips. The sheer volume made it clear I had been thorough. My handprints were branded across her ass in shades of deep crimson, a permanent reminder of the punishment I'd delivered. Every few seconds her entire body jerked as a violent tremor would start along her spine and ripple down to her thighs, making her body fold and unfold in an involuntary manner. Squirt another wave of sensation overwhelmed her, adding to the mess. Her body was racked by the intensity, unable to stop. She was like a broken machine, trapped in a loop of pure, overwhelming feeling. Suddenly, the rolling of her eyes stopped. She focused on me, her vision blurry but her intent unmistakable. A slow, weary smile spread across her face, giving me a look of quiet surrender that no one would ever recognize. "Thank you," she rasped, her voice a broken whisper. "Thank you for not giving up on me, husband." I didn't say a word. I simply watched her tremble, overwhelmed and exhausted, and she had never seemed more relieved to be on the floor.